it like out in the open on the back of the cart because I just know people will fuck with you like that. At least it's kind of hidden in here. Like we can put it right in the center and you'll barely see it. And then honestly, the voltage reducer could go back here as well. There's plenty of space for a whole amp rack back here. Literally everything. All right, I went ahead and ordered some cable clamps, the kind you screw on for wire organization, because I think we have a good plan now. We are going to put the amp and epicenter and voltage reducer on the back of the seat and just run everything down these rails and into the bottom of the cart. We can even mount our what is it called, inverter, 12-volt inverter back there if we want to. And I think it's a good plan. It gets all the equipment out from underneath the cart. It keeps everything away from the back of the cart, and it also hides everything mostly. So I think that's the deal. The amp is actually too big, too wide to go on the enclosure. It would fit, you can make it fit, but you would have to, it's very close. The screws, you probably have to drill new holes in the amp mounting area to do it. So new plan is pull off the back seat, design a pretty cool amp rack back there directly to the seat, screw everything directly to the seat, and then run the cables really nice, and everything will be good and hidden, and that'll keep people from screwing with it when I'm out somewhere. And so that's the current plan. I am so glad I did not screw this woofer in. I don't have screws anyway. I'll have to go to the hardware store and get some drywall screws, but I forgot the polyfill. Alright, welcome back to the channel, and we are out here in the garage and we are about to remove this seat. I'm just looking for the correct size of freaking wrench. So I'm gonna find a wrench and we'll get right to it on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, we are back and it is an 11mm wrench, and I just so happen to have a ratchet wrench for this guy. Okay, we got the seat off finally, and now we can start designing our amp rack. We are going to be putting the amplifier and some other stuff right here between these rails. And all we have to do is fit between where these marks are here. we are laying out the initial layout here. Looks like the amp will go great there. And possibly the epicenter there.
Perfect.
All right, this is how you punch it in a 1,000 horsepower Tesla in Mexico. Punch it. Oh my God! What the hell? It's the next day and we're out in front of the laptop now trying to get the controller to connect so we can reprogram the controller. All right, Joe's removing the old speaker. Cool. All right, we were able to find the correct software, the Alltracks toolkit.
And then you said, where are we going to hit set on the setting functions?
All right, we're going for a test rip here on the golf cart. We just reprogrammed the controller. It's the next day and we're out in front of the laptop now trying to get the controller to connect so we can reprogram the controller. So we have a USB cable connected to the side of the controller now, and I'm going to try fiddling with the USB port serial settings to see if I can get the sync to connect. And I'm just waiting on the slow computer. All right, Joe's removing the old speaker and radio holder. I think I gave you this years ago, right?
You did. You had it out of another golf cart.
Came out of my RXZ, I think.
Yep, and you passed it along.
I remember this now because it's a Apollo thing.
It's worked good.
2, 3 more over here. I'm wondering if we don't need a driver for that USB. I'm gonna go to their site and see if there's anything else.
Let's see.
More screws in it back here? They're back here. Very back. There. One of them's in there.
I don't see.
What's that, man? All right, we were able to find the correct software, the Alltracks toolkit. It says for performance, a new standard speed torque curve is suggested. Do you want to change to the new one?
Yes, I think that was part of the problem that I had last time, so they must have made an update.
All right, we said yes to it. And I think now all that's left to do, it looks like it's done with the update. So now all you have to do is mess with your controls and see what works the best.
So the plan is that we're going to put regen back on, which I removed. I just wasn't a fan of it, but just for maximizing the battery, we're going to use the regen on it.
Okay. Only one problem is this thing doesn't work on battery, so we can't drive around with this without your inverter hooked up. The laptop battery doesn't work. We need to have it plugged in. So you need your inverter on, or we need to get a laptop with a battery, one or the other. They don't have an app? Oh yeah, yours isn't Bluetooth.
And then you said, where are we going to hit set on the setting functions? Okay, we're set.
And that button will turn blue, and when it turns back to white, you're ready to give the test.
Okay, now,
I should get you.
okay, and you don't think the enable speed limit is an issue, and it's turned white. So, okay, well, we're gonna go run and test this. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do this while on the fly, so we're gonna have to hang up and potentially call you back. But I think that I got a pretty good understanding of it now, to be able to make the adjustments as needed. And the other thing, the throttle rate, I have it set at 7%. We did that just because, at least at the time a couple years ago, when I would hit into the throttle, it was jumpy, very jumpy. Has that since been fixed? It was jerking through the whole thing, so it was more like that as opposed to just the initial jerk on taking off. For the maximum RPM, I have it set at 6,500.
So yeah, basically you'd want to know what the max is for that motor and keep that number around there.
Okay, understood. I can do a little research. So, all right, perfect. Awesome. Hey, man, I appreciate you.
Anything else?
Nah, man, I just want to say I appreciate you guys' customer service. You guys are always quick to the phone and know all the answers. So thank you very much.
All righty. You have a nice day.
Appreciate it. Bye.
All right, we're going for a test rip here on the golf cart. We just reprogrammed the controller finally, and we're going to see if that makes a big difference in the top speed and the acceleration with the new lithium battery. Now we don't have to really worry about pulling too much drain on the batteries. Probably going to pop a wheelie. Car coming too. All right. You gotta get your speed up.
All right, so our max speed prior was 30 miles per hour for a cap.
I think feels
But
fast.
also, my back right tire is a little flat, which will make a difference on top speed.
Okay.
We're going to see if it unleashed it, which I don't think it did.
I bet your speed limiter's doing that.
Still at 29.
Yep.
I don't feel my regen kicking in drastically. So it might be something else that we're going to look at. So we're going to go back, make some adjustments. I'm going to take that top speed off.
Okay.
I'm also going to adjust the top end RPM.
Yep.
From 6,500 to 7,000. I think it can take it. And then let's get this regen figured out.
All right.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa!
Put it up again. I need a good place to put it. Oh, it's worse. You actually added material.
Got him!
got him! Oh!
Problem is, like, if you do it, it like jumps it off. So I'm not
And
gonna
that's
keep
where,
doing
yeah,
that.
that's what.
And this is fine because it's covered, so I don't really care about that. I just want it to jump and hit something else.
It's like the Amazon logo.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
All right, we're out here at Ace Hardware just looking at the connectors. Let's see, we're looking for ring connectors for the largest gauge. That's 12 to 10. I don't know if that's big enough. They probably don't have the big ones, would be my guess. They're very hard to find. I'm gonna grab these large. These will definitely not work. The hole's too small. So I grabbed a pack of these with the larger holes, and I'm gonna roll with those. Some more stuff up here, very top. There's some ones that don't have insulation, but yeah, I'm gonna go with these and see if these will work. All right, Joe's over here in the hardware section getting the bolts and nuts, which will cost a small fortune, but should do the trick. All right, we're just wrapping up the end of this part 3 of our video today, and we are going to go for a little ride here and just kind of measure the speedometer here of the golf cart, because when we last took you guys out, we had not adjusted the controller, but we showed you the adjustments, and now we just want to go for a little ride and kind of see what it's like now compared to what it was before.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we worked on was adjusting the controller. And then the controller has a few different things that you can adjust. The first thing that I did was the throttle response. I had it set very low, so when I pushed into the throttle, it took a long time for it to start to get up to speed. So I increased that back to normal. So that was one thing that's already been done. So we should take off a lot faster this time. Much quicker than what it used to be.
Very much faster.
Yep. And then it also had a governor on it, which would not allow it to go over a certain RPM. So I took that off, which will allow it at this point to not stop at a certain speed and allow it to continue to increase speed as long as 1, the battery's charged up, and 2, if we're heading downhill. So we should be able to get top speeds of 35 to 39 miles an hour right now, depending on a couple conditions. And then the other thing that I did was I turned the region back on where I had it off before. I just never really was a fan of it having the control of stopping the cart for me without using the brake. But I figured to maximize the amount of voltage out of the battery, it was better for me to turn it back on, because when it does work, it's actually charging the battery as I let off the brake. As I let off the gas. So that will help the longevity of the battery when I'm running around having a good time with it. And then also, and I can go ahead and do that now. Let's pull off. I have the Bluetooth option that I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys. That's pretty straightforward and kind of nice. The one thing about this Bluetooth though is that each time that you go in and out of it, you have to go back to the device list, and then it should connect each time.
And this is just the battery, correct? Nothing to do with controller. Okay.
Nope, not at all. This is just a battery. So right now, if you're looking at this, it's got a bunch of different stuff that we'll go over probably in another video, but I can at least on the screen see what my percentage of my battery is. So I'm 93% right now, which is plenty of time for me to run around and have a good time. So we're gonna go and stretch this thing out. We'll run it for a little while. I think we're gonna get some sampling of how fast we go, and we'll report back.
Yep, I'm gonna switch over to the speedometer and record the phone real quick. All right, we move to the phone now with the speedometer recording.
Okay. All right, so we'll get on the main road here.
It's already doing 21.
And that's half the throttle.
Punched it. That's full. 20. 2. 3. 4. 27. 29. We're gonna run right into the back of the car. 31. 33. 5. 37. All right, we got the card up to 37 and we're gonna be wrapping this video up because it's almost dinner time, and we're also been working all day on this.
Kind of a recap, obviously from my old batteries that I have, comparison to now, major increase in regards to the power and the sustaining power that it has. Opening everything up with the battery, with this battery, gave us the top speed of 37 to 38 miles an hour, which is really, really fast for this golf cart. So I'm extremely happy.
And we'll see you guys next time. We're gonna wrap it up. See you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are here in the SCSR compound kitchen. And as you look around at this wonderful kitchen, there's some stuff behind me here that we need to talk about. I want to jump on camera real quick and tell you guys hello and thank you for supporting the channel and subscribing, and also buying all of your merchandise through any of our affiliate links. Please click on any link in any video and buy your stuff from Amazon. It helps us out greatly. It does give us a $1 or $2, but today in the kitchen we have a different mission. We have something sitting on the SCSR table that has nothing to do with this purple folder, but we do have Boom Sounds as a proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing, and I am giving these away to a commenter that leaves the best comment in the description of why Boom Sounds is the best name ever created for earbuds. And right behind me on the table right here, you do see the Boom Sounds sitting so fresh and so fly and ready to be opened by Supercar Street Racing and reviewed for you guys. So why don't we get to business here? Let's get this opened up. Let's check it out. Let's listen to it, pair it to the phone, see what it sounds like on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Guys, we're in the SCSR compound kitchen right now, where all the eating takes place, and we do have a new product for you today that is sponsored, RST-T30 earbuds right here for you guys to check out. So the good part is I am going to be giving these away to the best comment in the description. Whoever leaves the best comment, free earbuds for you. So go down below and comment why the name Boom Sound is the best name ever created for earbuds. And right across the street, don't pay attention to my neighbors who are outside, but the Boom Sounds RST-T90, I might have said that wrong earlier, RST-T90s are right here in front of me. Noise canceling wireless earbuds, sponsored. There will be a link in the description to the Boom Sounds, but for right now, our primary goal, get these RST-T90s unboxed, see what's inside of them, get them paired to the phone, and go ahead and see if they actually do what they say they do. Let's get the RST-T90s out of the box now on Supercar Street Racing. Directly in front of me are some little tiny pieces of a log which have nothing to do with these Boom Sounds RST-T90 noise canceling wireless earbuds that we were so graciously donated by the company as a sponsor for Supercar Street Racing. So today we take a look at the box here. There is a manual here. You can go ahead and scan that right now if you want to, so you can download it with your own phone. And right in front of me, it does show a picture of the charging case and the headphones right there. And it says that they are noise canceling and wireless earbuds for your ear holes. And right here, it does say that they have different ear tips, large, medium, and small. I'm assuming all those are actually in the package. And then on the back of the box, it does have the specifications. It has their Bluetooth version, their supported protocols, their transmitter distance, and all of the delicious good stuff about the RST-T90 Boom Sounds headphones is located right on the back. And right on the side of the box here, it does say that it has an environment noise canceling feature. It has a dual mode, I guess that pertains to music and or voice. It has a voice assistant. They are wireless, of course. It has 6 hours of battery life, it says right there. There is a multi-function button on the device, easy pairing, and then also sweat proof. So For those of you who sweat a lot, you'll be happy to know that these are sweat proof. And that rounds out the side of the box. And on the top of the RST T90s, Red Star Tech has graciously put their logo right there and put their Boom Sounds name right there along with the model numbers for you guys to see again. But that's a good look at the box. And the next step just really has to be to get these things unboxed and see what they're all about and possibly even charge them. Right in front of me in the SCSR compound kitchen, and also directly in front of me, are the Boom Sounds RST T90s that Boom Sounds, and they're not really Boom Sounds, it's Red Star Tech, but Boom Sounds is the best name of any product ever. And so let's go ahead and use the patented SCSR scissors to get the Boom Sounds opened up so we can see what's inside. And the first thing we have is the plastic condom, and I'm giving these away to the best comment about why Boom Sounds is the best name for any product in the world, especially earbuds. And it does have two protective plastic-ish condoms on both ends. All right, inside of the box here of the Boom Sounds from Red Star Tech, we do see a case here that looks like it's probably for charging. And yes, there is a USB Type-C on the back, and everyone is moving to USB Type-C as the standard, so it's good to see a USB Type-C on the back. And it does open up just like that, and inside of that little enclosure you can see the actual earbuds right here sitting so fresh and so fly, and they just kind of push down into the actual charging case there. And then over here on this side we have something, yet another short USB Type-C to USB Type-A cable to add to my arsenal of ridiculousness. And then over here we have different sizes of the headphone ear filler things for your head. If you have weird or different types of ear holes, you put these guys in there and that is it. Underneath that we have a little user manual. Let's see what this says real quick. All right, taking a deep dive into the user manual here for the Red Star Tech Boom Sounds earbuds. The first page just shows you their Facebook, their X profile, their Instagram, and their email support. And then there's an accessory list here. This comes with the actual charging case, the earbuds, and then a USB charging cable, and some extra tips for different size ear holes like this one. And then down below that you can see it is compatible with the Android smartphone and iPhone. It is compatible with laptops and tablets. So it does support both iPhone and Android. And it shows you how to operate the different modes on the actual device. There's a call mode and a music mode, and to change the mode, you follow these instructions right here. And there is a Google Assistant or Siri option right here. Okay, the last page of the manual just does have specifications about Bluetooth earbuds here, and then it has instructions on getting started, how to power it off and on, how to pair it, and then also reconnecting the earbuds and other things like that. You can go ahead and check out what you're going to have to do to get started with your new earbuds. All right, so the last page does just have a reward. They're giving you a reward on your next purchase for buying the Red Star Tech Boom Sounds RST T90s. So go to the back page of the manual when you get your Red Star Tech headphones here, and go ahead and get your reward so that if you want to order another pair for someone else, you can do that. All you have to do is simply scan the QR code on the back page and go ahead and get a reward for your next set of headphones or any purchases in the future that you wish to do in Red Star Tech. Okay, we are over here at the Cam Duck, right here, the Cam Duck. All we have to do right here and right now is plug in the Red Star Tech. And looky here, we already have a USB Type-A to USB Type-C plugged into the Cam Duck. And right here on the bottom of our earbud container, there's a little USB Type-C thing to plug into. Let's go ahead and get that plugged in now. Alright guys, we are out in the supercar street racing sunroom, as you can see right here. And I just got done with my workout using the Red Star Tech earbuds. When I turned them on, they were beeping, and I read on the manual that that may be related to a command that was issued wrong to the earbuds. Now they do have a button on the side that controls music and things like that when you want to use them with a device that plays music, so you can change the tracks and change the volumes, etc. I was personally using them for my TV here. You can see I still have them in right now, and I did my whole workout with the Red Star Techs. And what I can say about them is they have decent sound quality for the price, and also they do have noise canceling. I couldn't notice it that much on the treadmill, but it did block out a lot of the sound around me just simply by being earphones and plugging my ear up. So I spent about 30 minutes with the Red Star Tech earbuds, and I gotta say I'm pretty happy with them. As long as you pay attention to the manual and what it says with all the directions and how to operate the multifunction button, which is located on the side of the earbuds, you should be good to go. There isn't a ton of bass, but adding an equalizer to the music should help with that part as well. And the Red Star Techs do come in this nice case here that form fits to the device and also has a magnet in it. So when you put the Red Star Tech earbuds down, it does kind of suck them down into the case, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link to the Red Star Tech earbuds in the description of the video. And if you would like to check these out, go ahead and click through my links to order anything from Amazon, but especially these. If you want your own pair of Red Star Tech headphones, go down into the link in the description. And while you're at it, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like and subscribe button for Supercar Street Racing, it helps us out greatly with a few dollars here and there to keep the channel going. And we're so happy to have you as a new viewer or an old viewer if you came back to check us out again. Guys, that's gonna do it for Supercar Street Racing today. Hope you enjoyed the video about the Red Star Tech earbuds, and we'll see you guys on the next one. I gotta go lift weights. What's happening, guys? It's freaking Friday night. I got this bottle of wine right here, which I haven't touched because I saw something that inspired me and had to try it. So the other day, you guys saw me plastidip my emblems because they're chrome, and I got some black wheels coming. I haven't revealed what yet. That's coming soon in the next video. But tonight, I'm gonna show you how to plastidip your orange side markers and dark tint them out. Stay tuned, that's coming right now. All right guys, what you're gonna need for this project is some blue painter's tape, some masking material. I just use like regular old newspaper or plastic or whatever you have, and just a regular old black matte plastidip right here. You can get it at Home Depot or any auto parts store. And this is the light that we're going to be working on. See this orange side marker / turn signal? So kind of lucky in this case, right here around this light is a tiny little crack. So I'm able to get the tape right inside that crack. If you don't have that, you're gonna have to kind of mask it off, or you can try a heavy coat around it and see how it peels. It might peel on that line. Stay tuned for what mine's gonna look like when I tape it off. All right, I got the side marker masked off. Notice I got a good mask all the way around it here. Now, before you ask me in the comments, yes, plastidip does overspray. I found out when I did the emblems. Came back the next day and there was overspray all over it. So I got it all masked off. I've got my plastidip here. I need you to do the same thing I did and preheat this can so it's nice and warm. Now if you've used this can before, it might have some plastidip around the tip here, so just pull that off before you do anything. Then spray a sample there to kind of clear the head. Now I don't have much room here to spray. Try to get this on camera while I do it. I'm going to do one light coat first. Okay, that's all for now. Nice light coat. I'm gonna let that dry for 15 minutes and then we'll be back. Okay, the timer just went off, so it is time for coat number 2. Now this coat is going to be a wet coat, and at the same time we are going to remove the tape. When you have tape, you always want to remove the tape while your coat is still wet. So we're gonna put a good 3 shot on there, and then we're gonna pull the tape. I'll be right back. Okay, I just got done pulling the tape, and you can see I didn't do as good of a job with the taping, so I'm gonna grab a rag over here from my rag collection. Let's see if this will come off easily. If it doesn't, it will come off when it dries. Yeah, it wipes right off right now. Just like that. Like I said, it will come off when it dries regardless. That's the beauty of Plastidip. If it doesn't come off like that, just use your finger. That was dried on there from the first coat. Now this is gonna take 15 minutes to dry and you're done basically. 2 coats is enough for me on these. I don't wanna go crazy on this part. So I'm gonna show you the other side, which was actually already done before. I wanted to make sure I had it good before I did a tutorial on it, but there's how it came out. I think it looks so much better than the orange. Now, ideally, they would be the color of the car, and they make a whole strip for the European car that doesn't have a side marker in that color, and that's what I really want. But I think that looks better than clear side markers, honestly, with the black factory insert there and then black wheels coming. So that's how you Plastidip your side markers on your car. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Okay. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic's hot. Plenty of headroom. Okay. So leather conditioner, leather cleaner. Shake well, apply 1 to 3 lines of product on a premium microfiber. Spread evenly. Massage the surface. Allow to penetrate. Wipe dry if desired. 3 applies needed to keep leather looking. We recommend using Chemical Guys leather first. Okay. Are we rolling? All right, we're on it now. All right, phone ring. All right, we're back. This thing can see a lot. Don't need to see the washer machine and dryer. Man, this thing's got a wide field of view. Doesn't even look like it's on me. Oh yeah, way on me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid. And then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind enough to send us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're going to show you how to use this today, right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car President. There's specific directions for using this stuff, and we're going to show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Need a preview so bad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our Chemical Guys leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice, and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today, we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now, there's a certain way you need to apply these. There's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it. So we're going to show you today the correct way to do it, because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now, we try to keep this car pretty clean. We barely... What? Deal with that. Just stops all this up. Stupid thing. Great. Wonderful. Now, we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it, and so we drive it on the weekends only, and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today, we're going to take it one step further. We're going to use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be clean, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks, so we're going to go ahead and show you that right now. Now, you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, but we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our Club Car President over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the Club Car President. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 Club Car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by Chemical Guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the Chemical Guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly. In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And we're going to have to get out of here pretty soon, but we're going to take it into the studio first and look at this stuff online with Brad. A little time here. Go ahead and get pics while that's set up. We are coming to you live now from inside the Tesla, and we have the chemical guys and leather conditioner right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while the camera's on. So the instructions do say take the leather conditioner and wrap a nice soft towel, and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes, directly onto the towel like this. Take it. There, 2. Zooming in on this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. And all you have to do is work it into the towel. And all you have to do is work it into the seats. And then when you're done, if you'd like to, you can actually buff it off and dry it. Or you can make. And when you're done, you can actually buff it off and dry it. And then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. You know. How? AC fits in. Manage fan zone. That sucks. Hopefully I didn't bring up all the fan noise. I guess in case that was a bad take, I'll go ahead and record that part. All right, we're going to record that part again, just an overview of how you put it on the towel. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of the stuff right on the towel, and then you work it into the surface. We're going to go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. It's a lot. There's a lot on this. So I'm going to go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I've been putting quite a bit on it. So I'm just going to knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm going to go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with the stuff, and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks. Everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean. And the sides too. Now, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off. Just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right, we need to reset somehow for the seats. I don't know how we're going to get the shot. This one right here. Get in this light is in the shot. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check the shot here. All right, guys, here is the front of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm going to turn it over first. And this time I'm not going to put quite as much on it. I'm just going to put a couple little stripes here. It comes out pretty thick, so should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats. But let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start, get it worked into the towel a little bit. And go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the plaid. Overheated. You guys overheated. Alright, we're on the other side of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put some leather cleaner. Alright, we're on the other side of the Model S, we're going to go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're going to go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit so we can get to it. And go ahead and apply the leather conditioner. Out now. And go ahead and do bottom. You gotta work in getting these seats with ventilation holes, or it looks splotchy. And I'm gonna drop that out. And that seat is done. I'm gonna get in, so I can do the door panel, because there's no room up here. Now I'm gonna do the dash. Now I'm gonna do the dash and the center console here. Run my towel over. This time I'm going to try to do some stripes. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the dash. Wipe it off after. I don't have a dry enough towel for this, unfortunately. Moving on to the center console. Now I'm going to get this underneath the dash here. And now the door panel. Locking up, that's all. You roll the window down, it'll keep you from getting it all over the window. That's pretty obvious, but a lot of people don't do that. All right. The front is done. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving on to the back with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. We're going to go ahead and do the back doors. Try not to put too much on the right. I know it came out a lot already. So I'm going to just take that and kind of buff it into the rag a little bit so it's not so thick. It came out a lot that time. Like a whole lot. And this window won't go down any more than that, so otherwise I would. All right, we are now in front of the golf cart. We're going to go ahead and do this take. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart right now, and you guys can see we have the Chemical Brothers. I say Chemical Brothers. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, seeing some fresh air. This time, though, we're going to go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. And per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out. Fold it up. Go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it. And we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. That is dirty. We'll put a few stripes of leather cleaner on it, or we'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth. And then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it's soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over. Put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip the towel over again. Not put way too much on that. That would be enough for the front and the back. Put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right. The front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now. All right, we're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean. That just needs to dry. I'm going to flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying. Bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel, I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I have much on my rag. And I'm just going to let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm going to flip my rag over. Put a little bit more on the back. Hopefully not a lot this time. And go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats links real quick. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If you feel like it. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that was that. I'll do another out. Do another outro. I'll put off the chemical guys cleaner. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the... Take two. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the seats on the Model S Plaid, and then we came over to the 2014 Club Car Precedent. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Brothers. I want to say Chemical Brothers all the time. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, and then we proceeded to go ahead and condition them with the leather conditioner. If you want to pick up this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. If you want to check out this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. But for now, let's throw it over to the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio and see what Brad has to say about this product. I was looking at the light the whole time. Let me do that over. I was looking at the light. Camera. I'm stupid. All right, guys, you just saw we went ahead and conditioned the seats in the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent, went ahead and then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent. We went ahead and cleaned the seats with the leather cleaner, and then proceeded to condition them with this leather conditioner. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. Perfect. Motor. It's hot. It's hot. And everything keeps overheating. Alexa, turn off. Never mind. filter was so clogged on my vacuum cleaner. set RTD1 to 72 degrees. Let's fire up the studio. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, it's Friday. I welcome you guys to the weekend. And we got something cool to show you today. So as you guys know, we did get a projector from Anker, A-N-K-E-R. Well, today, we're going to be taking a look at one of their other products, which I really, really love. And this is the UFI, I think it's UFI, I don't know, security smart lock with built-in Wi-Fi. There's the box right there. And so there's the front, there's the side of the box right there, and the back of the box. So yeah, so this guy's pretty cool. I was looking for a smart lock, and I looked around, and the one thing that I always didn't like about the smart locks was the batteries. Usually with a smart lock, you have to change the batteries. So you could be looking at putting batteries in this guy once a month, or buying rechargeable batteries to put in this thing. So the cool thing about this guy is, now remember, this is a different model than they do make one with regular batteries. This guy right here has a built-in rechargeable battery. Now I will show you guys that in a little bit when we take a look at the actual lock. Now the other cool thing about this lock is, of course, that it is smart and it is Wi-Fi. This lock is controllable with Alexa. And you can configure it on your phone, unlock it remotely, and you can actually, there's plenty of ways to unlock it. So you can unlock it with the app, with Alexa, with a code. Notice it's got a keypad right here on it. Biometric, so you set it up for your fingerprint or multiple fingerprints. You can have multiple people with multiple different fingerprints set up. Or it actually has a key underneath this dial here. You rotate the dial, it comes with a set of keys. So yeah, the UFI security smart lock with built-in Wi-Fi. Now, you're asking how you charge it. It is rechargeable. Well, the battery is removable, and it has a little USB connector, and you charge it with any regular USB charger. 5 volts. Comes like this, so obviously it's installed already. I don't have a video of me installing it, but it comes in a nice box like this. Okay, so that's what the box is like. When you open the box, you're presented with this beautiful presentation here with this on top, which has the user manual underneath it. We'll take that out. And in the beginning, the user manual is actually in this guy, but also inside there, they give you some lovely UFI security stickers. If you think that that's going to help you from getting broken into, you put those on your windows. So that guy was actually inside of this pouch when I first got it. So let's put it back in there. And let's move on. So if we open up this styrofoam here underneath, you are presented with this cool box on top. And if you notice, it has the steps. It has the steps that you actually do the installation printed on the styrofoam. And then if you go under that further, you would have found the lock here. And these little cardboard boxes which have the rest of the steps on them and the parts. So for instance, step 1 is the thing that goes inside the door. I forgot what it's called, but it's the thing that goes, that actually protrudes out and goes into your deadbolt part. Then step 2 is your little, I believe they're strike plates or whatever they're called. And then this next box has keys, and it's marked like that. And then this is the screws for step 4, which is holding on your door lock. So if you take out the manual here, the user manual, it will actually show you install instructions. So the first thing you do is go to step 1 and you install the deadbolt, is what they're calling this. So it's clearly laid out in the manual right here for step 1. Step 2 is the strike plate, and so it's clearly laid out there. And then step 2 here is the strike plate. Now there is actually a strike plate in here. I already had one because I had a lock failure and they replaced my lock. So step 3, you install the exterior assembly. So if you go to your box here, there's step 3. Step 4, you install the mounting plate, which is the black plate that goes right onto the door. Step 5, you install the interior assembly, and that would have been right here, and that's the actual electronics part of the lock. And step 6 is you install the battery. So that is it, and then you set it up with the app, and I will show you guys that app in a minute when I do a screen recording. You can set the access code, you can register your fingerprints with it. One cool thing about this lock is you can set it up to automatically lock at certain times of day or when you unlock it. So for instance, mine will lock 2 minutes after I lock it. So I'm putting this all back together and showing you guys how nicely this thing all goes back into the box. So that goes there, just like that. That goes on top like that. And lastly, the UFI, let's call it UFI, I think let's use this. Manual pouch goes right there. And this guy goes back together like this. And then this all goes back in to the lovely box like this. Somehow. tight fit. So the next thing I want to show you guys is the actual lock. All right, guys, so we are going to take a look at the Eufy Smart Wi-Fi door lock. And so here it is actually installed. Take a good check it out. You can actually pull off this battery plate and see that that is the battery, rechargeable battery. This pops right out and it has a charge indicator on the back and a USB plug. Now we can then check out, let's unlock that, check out the front. It's going to try to lock, but let's step out here and lock the device with the worst finger ever because it's got cut last night working on the computer. You can see that door just locked. Now, this thing actually rotates out of the way. See how it's giving me a warning here because I'm trying to rotate this? That rotates out of the way and there is a key slot underneath now. Now the door is locked right now, see? All right, now if I want to unlock it, I use biometrics and the door's unlocked. Let's lock it again and try the code. Okay, usually that works first time, but my finger's all cut up and raw. So I'm going to unlock it with the code now. Door was just unlocked with the code. Works just perfectly. So if I leave that unlocked for 2 minutes, it will lock itself. Now let's take a look at the battery pack. So if we remove this, set it aside. This battery pack comes straight out like that. Now take a look at the back of this battery pack. So if we want to charge this guy, all we need to do is bring it over here. I already have a charger set up here. Plug this guy in somehow. Now you see how that light is red. That will charge for a while and then it will turn green. So once that is fully charged, you can go ahead and take your battery and it clearly lines up like this and throw that into your device. And it gives you a little song to tell you it's on, and this guy should lock itself here pretty quickly. And we'll be right back with some other info. Alright guys, so the first thing I wanted to show you on this app was how this works. Now, I have already added my device, but if you don't have your device in the app yet, you'll need to sign up for the system for Eufy Security. You'll have to hit Add Device, at which time it will discover your device, okay? And once your device is discovered, you will see it here on this page. And then to configure your device, and you notice it says it's locked here, you can unlock it by dragging to the left or to the right here. You can also manage the access here. So you can add access for other people with this right here. As soon as it figures out how to respond. So that's my access there. You can look at the events, when it was locked and unlocked, and what day. And then if we go back here to this page, your settings is this little gear icon right here. So notice it says what kind of lock it is. It's a smart lock touch Wi-Fi, touch and Wi-Fi. Don't get that confused with the other lock, which needs a Wi-Fi bridge to actually work properly. This has built-in Wi-Fi and a rechargeable battery, and I will link it in the description to Amazon. Now this is where you name your lock right here. That's how you do your name. Now auto lock, this is cool. So this is what I was telling you guys about. This will lock the door after 2 minutes if I leave it unlocked. So there's no way you can leave your door unlocked. And then the schedule is, I want my door locked during this time, no matter what. So please lock it the whole entire time from this time to this time. Now, one touch locking. That enables you to lock the door by long pressing the lock or cancel button on the lock. So you don't have to put a code in or anything to actually do it. Now this next setting is wrong try protection. So if someone tries to unlock my door with a fingerprint or the code more than 5 times, then it will disable the lock for 3 minutes. So you can set the attempt numbers here, and you can select the minutes here, or you can just switch it off completely. Scramble passcode, what that means is it will require you to put in a random set of numbers before your passcode. So if someone is looking over your shoulder surfing, it'll always be different in the beginning, and they won't understand why every time you walk up to the door you're putting in a different password. At least it'll deter them. It's not a sure thing, but it's a deterrent. So this lets you enable a sound when it's locked. It makes a little tone sound, and you can set the volume on that to low, medium, or high. So actually this turns on and off notifications on your phone. So when the door's locked, it'll send you a notification when it's unlocked. This lets you calibrate the lock. You have to do that when you add a new lock, so it checks the tension on the deadbolt. This tells you where the lock is connected to Wi-Fi. So it's connected to my 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. It wants you to connect to 2.4. This is where you set the time. I'm on Eastern time, so New York works great. If you have the doorbell as well with the camera, you can integrate that here. I do not have that yet. There's a little mounting guide here that you can watch. Pretty cool. Shows you exactly how to do it step by step. You can share your devices with family and friends so they can actually use the app. And then here in About Device, it shows you the serial number, MAC address, firmware version. You can check for a firmware update, and this is fully updated. So now I want to show you how to add this to Alexa. So we go to our Alexa app. We find at the bottom right, we go to Skills and Games. We search for Eufy, and it is the Eufy Security, not the Eufy Home. Now you click Enable. Now you put in the email address that was associated with your account. So we'll be right back so that email address doesn't get shown. It took me forever how to make this thing work because it was saying my microphone was in use, but I figured out it was from Alexa. So I actually disabled that permission, and now I can... So she's talking to me because she heard her name. So here it shows that my account is linked. You click Close. And then you click Discover Devices. This is hilarious. She's talking to me. So it's looking for devices now. So it takes a second to find devices to connect to. It should find my lock. It does say it takes up to 45 seconds. Aha. aha, no new devices found. Well, let's see if it's actually in there. There it is. So here you can create routines and set up the door lock. So if we hit the little thing, you can tell it, you'll allow it to unlock with the Alexa app. Oh, we're gonna wake her up again. Okay, so when you do the unlock by app, you have to put in your Amazon account password. When you do unlock by voice, you have to put in a 4-digit code. So that way, when you tell her to unlock, you have to use the 4-digit code. So I am actually going to change that code, but for now it is temporary. So Alexa, unlock Brad's front door lock.
What's your voice code for Brad's front door lock?
6666.
Unlocking. Hang on.
Okay, so that did unlock the door. Alexa, lock Brad's front door lock.
Locking. Hang on.
So you don't need the code to relock it. So that is how you enable this to work with the Amazon ecosystem. And I hope you guys really enjoyed this look at the Eufy Security Smart Wi-Fi front door lock. We'll see you again real soon. Later. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and check this out. I got something to show you today, and it is right here. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing, and I woke up this morning to this wonderful Echo Show 15 with a lovely message on the screen that I will show you now. So check this out. I had no clue that Amazon was about to release an update for the Echo Show 15 that would totally transform the device into a cool multimedia solution.
Top result is Transformers Dinobot Adventures Dinobot Squad Grimlock. Dinobots.
Exactly. So
Credit King 3-pack is $27.99. Find delivery details at Amazon.
that was absolutely wonderful. So yes, woke up this morning to find this lovely update on the screen and had no idea what it is. And apparently you can now turn your Echo Show 15 into a Fire TV. Here we are in the kitchen right in front of the Fire TV Stick 4K, which is plugged right into the back of this little cool television that I actually found at the thrift store for about 10 bucks. And it's awesome. It's does 1080p, and I have the Fire Stick 4K plugged into this in the kitchen where I can do cool things like show me the garage.
Sorry, I didn't find anything named Garage.
Okay,
Consider purchasing a tile
That's
trap
hilarious.
or Alexa Voice Remote Pro.
show me the garage camera.
Okay.
So this should actually be showing me a security camera. And there we go. So there is a skill for the Wise Cam. And there you go. So this is a standard Fire TV Stick 4K. Now they make other versions of that device. They make higher end versions that are not sticks. They make, I think the Cube is one of them. We can show you that on the screen. But yeah, this is a good low cost addition to any television. You can just plug it into the HDMI port and you have your remote here. And then you have a Fire Stick anywhere you have a HDMI port. This is the Show 10. I'm not gonna say the name because it will wake up. This guy did not have the message on the screen this morning. So this one used to be the largest show device you could purchase, and now they offer the 15, which you saw installed in my wall and powered from the switch below. So no update on the Echo Show 10. Sorry, the laundry is in the washing machine, but here is the Show 8. And we walk up to this looking for the update. No such thing. If we go here to settings and we go to device options and we look at the software, we hit update. Aha, it is downloading a new update, but it is not going to be the Fire TV update, unfortunately. Okay, walking into the office here, we can see the Show 5 sitting here looking all wonderfully flush mounted into the wall, which I have a video on that if you are curious as to how to flush mount your Show 5. And this is powered from the switch right here. Let's turn some lights on in here. Let's see if this guy has it. Let's go to settings and device options and software. No updates found. We will not be able to make this into a Fire TV. Back at the beautiful Show 15 here, which is wired into this switch, you can check out my video on how I did that with the Show 5s. You can see here, this would look cool flush mounted into the wall, but instead I chose to cover the old hole for the Show 5 and mount the 15 here. Woke up this morning to that lovely message about getting the Fire TV experience on the Show 15. I hit the yes button, it downloaded an update, and now we have this lovely button right here that says Fire TV. Now, why is this cool? Well, let's push it and find out. And check that out, guys. This thing turns directly into a Fire TV. And this is cool because now you are not locked into the Fire OS limitations anymore, because you can get apps now that you can't get on the Show model. For example, the Show does not have YouTube. Let's see if we can find it. There's YouTube TV. Aha. No YouTube, huh? Let's see. Oh, wait, there it was. I looked right over it. There it is. This is absolutely fantastic and a game changer. Because now you don't have to use the browser in a show to get YouTube. So it's telling me that I got an app, and now we can open it. This is literally the best thing that could have ever happened to the Show 15. Look at the controls. Pretty freaking cool. So I was wondering how they were going to do this, and they have gotten the controls on the screen, which is very cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign in to this now. Wanted to show you guys the limited touch functionality that I just realized. I was sitting here trying to hit sign in when in fact you have to use the pad here. See the pad? So I am gonna go ahead and use the pad now to sign in to my YouTube account where I have premium. Okay, we are back and signed in with one of my accounts here, and as you can see, we have the lovely touch screen here, and we're using the touchpad that they designed for YouTube, which is pretty cool. There is the Supercar Street Racing channel. And there is a video of mine. And so keep on trying to use the touch screen, and it does not fully function on the YouTube app. And there is the Supercar Street Racing channel and the last video of the pressure wash. And that is very cool because now I've always wanted to use this to play videos and link it to the dot that is in the closet there with the audio for the whole home audio system. Now I can do that. I was doing it over here, which can technically do the same thing, but now this device in here can actually be the one that serves the audio for the house, I think. I have to research that now. Here we are on the Alexa app on the Android device, and if we go to devices here, and we go to plus, and we go combine speakers, and we do multi-room music, and then we do this living room show. We got to find it there, and the dot, because the audio will come out of the dot. We hit next. Choose a name. House audio. Okay, so now we can go back and see if that actually worked. Back in front of the beautiful Show 15 here, we're gonna see if we actually get audio out of this whole home audio system since we paired this as a speaker group. So let's try to find some music. Oh, but keep trying to use the push button, the touch screen. Let's do this. Oops, I pushed the home button. Okay, let's try that again. I keep going. Okay, so search. And let's do, aha, we can't. We can do the voice, but let's do space music. Space. Music. My favorite. Space music. Here we go. Okay, let's see if that worked. Okay, here, audio here. Echo, raise the volume. Not hearing it. I'm going to check out and see why. Back, and I was able to figure out the multi-room audio. I think you have to actually push this button. It doesn't actually just start playing on the multi-room audio. And here are all the groups. And you can just actually press the group that I created to make the audio actually play on that group. I had no clue because it doesn't work like this on the Fire Stick. On the Fire Stick, you literally can just start playing and it just works. But this is your little groups to send the audio to. Pretty cool. That's how you do multi-room audio on the Show 15. Back in front of the Echo Show 15, and in conclusion, Amazon has added the Fire TV experience to the Echo Show 15, and as you can see, I will link another video here in the corner that you can actually sideload apps, even though a lot of websites will tell you you cannot. You can go check out my guide on how to sideload apps, and as you can see right here, you too can enjoy Kodi on your Echo Show 15 with all the video add-ons you love so much. So yeah, the overall Fire TV experience on the Echo Show 15 is good. I'll have another video that shows you how to use a remote like this and be able to navigate your Echo Show 15 with a Fire TV remote. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and have a great day, and please like and subscribe to the channel.
Officer 1088, proceed with recovery of felon 5241 SEN. Current position.
Central Expressway number 364, southbound A1Z, that was 14A1Z.
Let us be thankful we have an occupation to fill. Work hard. Increase production. Prevent accidents.
Back once again in the supercar street racing bathroom, and behind me we have two shoes from Puma that we're going to be taking a look at today in our unboxing and reviews, with one catch. There ain't no box. Guys, we are back in the supercar street racing bathroom once again, and today we have an unboxing of two different types of Puma shoes with only one problem. I don't have any boxes for them. We are back once again on Supercar Street Racing, and we are here with another unboxing and review for you. And today we're bringing you two pairs of Puma shoes. Now these Puma shoes are different in two different ways from our normal unboxing because we don't have a box for these, as you can see. But we're still going to talk about them, try them on, and let you decide if you want to try to pick some up. Now, right behind me, we have these two pairs of Puma shoes that were purchased at Ross, and they both were around $39. So right here, you see the Puma shoes right in front of me. And on the left, we have more of a athletic lifestyle type of shoe. And on the right side, we have a more comfortable lifestyle type of shoe. Now, both of these shoe pairs were purchased at Ross. And this time I did get size 9.5, so I am curious how that's going to fit. I usually do size 9, but I noticed some of my shoes, my toes are touching just the very end of the shoe, so this time I wanted to go 1/2 size bigger and see if I can deal with a 9.5. Also, some of the Puma shoes I have are very difficult to wear because I have bunions and flat feet. I was thinking maybe a longer size would help with my bunion issue, and maybe the shoe wouldn't be so uncomfortable, so I went with a 9.5. Now the first shoe we're taking a look at today, and I have a few pairs of these already on the Puma shoe rack, is the Puma Suede Classic in gray. Now the Puma Suede Classic in gray is currently available at the Puma website, and I think they're really good looking shoes. We're gonna see if they're as comfortable as my other ones, try them on, take a walk in them, look around them 100%, and then you decide if it's something you think you could get and wear. Now, like I was saying before, I paid around $40 for these at Ross. They were tagged. I did remove the tag already. And one thing about Puma shoes is they do not have an identification mark on the shoe to tell you what they are. They only have a code. Now, if we look at the code on this shoe, it is right under the tongue here, 381481-02. Now I did look up this code online and I did figure out that these are the Suede Classics, and they do show up as Caven in some places. That's C-A-V-E-N. Now I have put the men's Suede Classic in black next to the gray ones so you guys could take a look at those as well. Okay, now there are different type of Suede Classics if you go on the Puma site. So I put my black Suede Classics up here, which are a little bit different, as you can see by the logo here. And on these shoes you can see that the Puma has a tag instead of a built-in logo. Now also one difference between these shoes is also the way Puma is on the tongue. On the gray suede classic, there is an actual like tag on the tongue. On the black one, there is a tag that is built in with no loop through it like this one, but you can still get your shoelaces through it. It's just not as big of a loop like that. Now we're taking a look at the side of the suede classics, and you can see on this one, it's just slightly different here. It has the same Puma swish thing right here. But on this one, there's also a patch of gray right here on the side, which this black one does not have. Both of the Puma shoes have the Puma logo. However, on the black suede classic, it's a little bit more forward than it is on the gray one. The gray one has the logo a little bit further to the back. Now, taking a look at the tongue and the lace area of these shoes, they are pretty similar to each other, except for, like I said, the tag part, but everything else is pretty similar. Now, taking a look at the back of the suede classics in both gray and black, and on the gray one, the swoosh does not go all the way around the back to the Puma logo. It stops kind of on the side. On the black suede classic, the swoosh goes all the way almost to the back and tucks underneath a silver Puma logo with no outline. On the gray, the Puma is actually in a white box here, you can see. Moving to the front differences besides the tongue area, notice here that the gray one has a leather type of stripe sewn in around the top here, around the tongue. The black one does have some sort of stripe sewn in, but it feels more like suede, and it is a different shape. This one goes all the way around to the front, and this one is cut right down here. The front of the suede classics are identical. There is no difference to the very front. They're exactly the same. So we just took a look at the Puma suede classics that were bought at Ross. Now let's move to these other mystery shoes. I have no idea what these are. Okay, sitting right in front of me are the mystery Puma athletic shoes that I purchased from Ross. Now these are also in size 9.5, as you can see by the tag that was removed from these. And inside, if we take a look, we see another 9.5 tag, and I struggled to find the label, but it is actually right in there. Now, I did search the internet over and over again for this label, but I was unable to figure out what these shoes are. Now, looking at the phone here, if you put in the number 392053-02, it keeps coming up as Axelion, so I really cannot locate these on the internet. I took a look through all of the shoes on the Puma site under running, and I could not locate these, but I think they are running shoes or CrossFit shoes of some type. Now let's take an in-depth look at these unknown mystery shoes in close-up. All right, taking a look at the side of the unknown mystery Puma shoe, you can see right here, it does have the Puma Lion logo. And then it's got a red stripe that runs right along the side here all the way and wraps around the back. And then it has these red striped laces that are also connected to the laces on top, which is an interesting design. They're like red loops and the shoelaces go right through them. Right in front here on the shoe, we have the black Puma logo surrounded by mesh. And moving to the front, you can see that the underneath of the shoe kind of wraps around here to the top. Up at the top here on the tongue, we see we have the Puma name in the loop where your shoelaces go through. And then there's a black stripe right over the shoelaces running all the way down to the bottom. More importantly, these do not have an actual tongue. These look like slip-ons to me. What do you guys think? Now, I did locate the type of these sneakers. I think they're called One for Alls, but these don't look the same to me. See the differences here. These have Puma written on the back right here, and mine do not. So I still haven't located the exact type, but they do have the same lacing system with no tongue. That's similar. Now the bottom of these shoes are pretty simple, just a black kind of pattern with the Puma name on the back and two little white inserts there. All right, now that we have taken a closer look at both of these shoes that were obtained from Ross, we're gonna take them in the living room and try them on and see if they hurt my feet or not. Inside of the Supercar Street Racing living room now, and we do have our pairs of shoes right below us. The first ones we are gonna try on are the gray suede classics. Let's go ahead and put those on and see how they feel. Super comfortable already. Now my bunions are touching the sides a little bit, and that is normal for most shoes. Overall, they are very comfortable. I am not touching the front of them. And these are 9.5s. Now let's go for a little walk down the block and see how they feel. Successful walk with the gray suede classics. I had no problems whatsoever with them. They're super comfy. Highly recommend the gray suede classics, especially if you have feet like mine and you have feet problems and you have bunions and flat feet like me. You will not have a problem with the Puma gray suede classics. I went ahead and cut the tags off of these brand new unknown shoes that have sort of a quick lace up thing on them. I'm not 100% sure what that is. Let's see if they fit me. My toe is about right there. Now I do have bunions and curved toes, and it fits really well. And so does the other one, and they are very comfortable already. Now let's take a walk with these guys and see how they feel outside. Okay, we successfully took these unknown shoes out for a nice walk, and they are very comfortable. And if any of you know what these are, please put them in the comment section down below. But for right now, let's take it out to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio and see more about both of these pairs of shoes online. Hey everybody, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. My name is Brad, and I'm so happy if this is your first time on the channel or if you're returning, we're glad to see you here again as well. And today, we are back in the 4K production studio bringing you some high quality production and taking a look at these Puma shoes. Now these did come from Ross. I got them there the other day for about $39 a pair. I try to buy as many shoes as I can from Ross because they're much cheaper there. And now we're taking a look at them online. Also though, I want to give you the option from buying through my Amazon affiliate links because you can really help me out if you do that. And looking on the screen right now, we have a lot of choices here of the men's suede classic. Let's go ahead and click on that, and it has a 4.6 star review, so not bad. Now they do come in a lot of different colors, and they are anywhere from $69 to $71, and they have all kinds of cool colors. And if I could find these over at Ross, I would own every single one of these. I tell you, I would, honestly. Now, so I picked up these, and then I picked up the other pair, which the other ones I have no idea on earth what they actually are. I looked online, and inside of the actual shoe, on the tongue or on the side, there will be a number, and that number should be Googleable, but it did not work with the one that was the more sporty looking shoe that almost looked like a basketball shoe or a running shoe. So I have no idea what kind of shoe that is. If you know, please drop it in the comments section for me, and I will put you in the comments as well, and let everybody know that you helped me out. So please take a look at these Puma men suede classic shoes. And I need a favor from you. If you like Supercar Street Racing, would you please hit that subscribe button and also the bell icon so that you get notified every time we put out a new video, and we try to do it every day if we do have content. Also, another big favor that we need from you from Supercar Street Racing is we need you to buy through our affiliate links. For example, if you want to order this from Prime, you can try it before you buy it. Click through the link in the description and order any one of these colors, and it will help out the channel so greatly. It will just give me $1 or $2 here and there, and the channel does lose money. We are so grateful for your support at Supercar Street Racing. We're so glad to have you here, and we will see you next time. I have to literally go put together another shoe rack to fit my new shoes. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. I want to take a minute to tell you about this new scam that's going on with SpaceX. So what these scammers are doing is they're taking these regular accounts that they've created over the years, and they are turning them into accounts that look like SpaceX. But instead of SpaceX, which is one word, space and the letter X combined, no spaces, they'll take it and they will put a space in it, or they'll change it to SpaceX Live, or do something scammy like that to make you think that it's SpaceX. They will put a title on it like Elon Musk Live. They'll run a video, get some people interested, then they'll all of a sudden change the video to a scam video which shows that you are getting Bitcoin for free. What it says is if you pay so much Bitcoin, Elon Musk is going to give you free Bitcoin. Yeah, right. Okay, duh. If you're dumb enough to fall for that, go ahead, send them your money. So the way you can tell that this is a scam is they have one video in their account and nothing else. And maybe they like a few weird random foreign videos. So what you do when you see this is you report the video. So you hit the flag button, you go to spam or scam, misleading, and then you say exactly what it is. It's a Bitcoin fraud account. Then you go to the actual channel by clicking on the channel name. You go to the about and you flag the account and you say it's a spam or scam channel, and you report that it's a Bitcoin channel. Please do not fall for these. They go up a couple of times a day and they're immediately removed. And the registrar for the domain name, if you actually watch the video, there'll be a website to go to, like spacex.org or spacex21.net or something ridiculous like that. If you go to the about and the who is for the actual registrar, it will be reg.ru, which is a Russian registrar. You can actually report this to abuse@reg.ru and ask them to remove the site, and they will actually remove the site. Please help us get rid of these YouTube scammers trying to use SpaceX name to make Bitcoin and other money off of the name that they have nothing to do with. They pop up 5-10 times a day. They get shut down as soon as we can report them. So please do your part and don't get scammed. Brad from Supercar Street Racing. How's it going? Wednesday night. And we got a little surprise for you guys right now. So we're going to check out an unboxing of something we just got for the car. Check it out. All right, sitting on my table right here is a fake package because I already opened it. So I haven't really opened it. I just opened the top of the package. I wasn't sure what it was. But move some of this stuff here out of the way. Now let's see what we got in this package. Interesting. Let's see. That's weird. It was open already. Yeah, that's because I did it. So there's some instructions in here. Got some install instructions. And what do we have inside here? Wow, look at these. Amazing things. Okay, so these are R230 These are for the R230 and they are lowering rods. So the R230 has electronic suspension and it's, I believe, hydraulic. And so what these do is the standard rods are fixed length and each end is read by a sensor, or one end, I'm not sure which, and it actually reads voltage, and that's how it adjusts the height of the car. These allow you to trick the computer and raise and lower the vehicle. So these are going on the car probably Friday if I get my brakes in tomorrow, which I am hoping that's the case. I can't track them, and they are coming from California, so there's no telling, and they might not be here tomorrow. I can't do them Saturday because there is a big car show that I'm going to. So these are they're actually called lowering links. These are lowering links for the SL65 AMG, and you will see them go on soon in the next video. All right, guys, we're out here at the pool Sunday morning. So this is about 5 days without a pool pump. I wanted to show you guys exactly what happens when that water doesn't circulate through the filter and get that chlorine generated by the chlorine generator. So take a look at the walls of the pool. You see how they're yellow? Notice the water is very low. It's too low really to turn the pump on because the skimmer is where the water flows through, and there's not enough height in the pool to get through the skimmer. I talked to the pool company. The pool remodel isn't going to start until the end of this month because the travertine for the pool deck is sitting on a boat somewhere and on the way to us. And just a little reminder here, so this pool deck is going to be all travertine all the way to the patio there, all this travertine. And then right here where we took out this palm tree, this is going to be pavers, a square that runs out there, over there to the pond, to the fish pond and back for a second set of lounge chairs, because in the afternoon those two guys don't get sun. So about 3 o'clock in the afternoon you have to move down here if you want sun, and of course it's super inconvenient. But you notice I got the Dolphin Escape in there cleaning the pool out because they said that they wanted me to keep the debris out. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one last cleaning, and I don't believe we'll have a lot more dropping from that tree or that tree. That's a lot of whatever those brown things are. I don't even know what those are. I don't know if it's pollen or what, but it's those brown stringy things that get in the pool. But yeah, guys, so just wanted to give you guys a little update. I'm going to keep posting these videos. I'm going to wait, 3 or 4 more days and see what the pool looks like then, because it's going to get interesting with no pool pump running. I'm not going to drain it myself. I'm paying for that, so I'm not going to go ahead and do work that they're already getting paid for. I'm going to let them do it. But I imagine by the time that they get here at the end of the month, this pool is going to be about halfway full, because it's going to start getting hot and the water is going to start evaporating pretty quickly. So yeah, just a little update. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you again real soon. We've got a video rendering right now that'll be done around 1 o'clock, and then it's going to be premiered tomorrow morning about fun stuff in the washing machine. Take it easy, guys. Supercar Street Racing. Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in, looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040, my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3,000. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away, I can see some issues with my wall boxes a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, that's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anker Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill the hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with 2 curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do 2 sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like 2 on the outside, 2 on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still gotta take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I gotta remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the, might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is gonna suck. So I'm gonna start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day. Hey, what's up everybody? We're in the Supercar Street Racing Studio B inside of the Humble compound today, and we have a special thing for you. This is the Starvis 2 webcam from Ambar. It has the new IMX 678 sensors, and it is a 3-channel dash cam, meaning it can record the front of your car, the rear of your car, and the inside of your car at the same time for the ultimate protection. Now, this guy looks pretty cool. All we have to do today right now is get this thing unboxed and talk about it, and then install it in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Let's go ahead and get busy. We got a lot to do. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio B in the Supercar Street Racing compound. As you guys know, this is our indoor studio. We have another studio built directly on the side of the house that we like to also edit in. But today is special because we have this Ambar 3-channel 4K dash cam that can record the front of your car, the back of your car, or the inside of your car. All 3 channels can record, and we got it sitting right here. The cool part about this thing is that it has 5G Wi-Fi also for fast video transfers from the actual camera. It has a built-in G sensor also, and it can detect when you have an accident. So that's awesome as well, great for your safety. It also records all the time when you're parked, and that means great safety for your car when you're not inside of it. It has infrared night vision also, which is incredibly useful at night, helps see things. It'll support up to a 512 gigabyte SD card. It does come with a 128 gigabyte SD card for free, meaning you don't have to purchase one at all. Now on the screen right here, you can see a comparison between the Ambar T1 and others that don't have this cool IMX 678 sensor on it. They are the Starvis 2 sensors. Now there's a look at how the channels can record on the screen. You can do 4K plus 1080p plus 1080p 3 by HDR. So HDR is cool, high resolution camera with HDR color processing, high dynamic range. 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi connection means downloading videos at a faster speed. You can see on the screen right here, you can download a 1-minute 4K video in 10 seconds, where other cameras would be 35 seconds, so much faster. Now there's your 24-hour parking monitor. It monitors your car when you're not even inside, guaranteeing your safety. Now here's a cool look at how it can see license plates. Check that out. It has a technology called Plate Pix for 4K HDR, full color night vision pictures of license plates. That's super helpful if anything ever happens to you. This guy does have a built-in precision GPS which is incredibly important if you ever get into an accident. You can pinpoint exactly where you were with GPS. Now here's a rundown and a comparison between the T1 and other dash cams, and it shows you why the T1 is such an incredible dash cam compared to the other low quality dash cams. Take a look left to right at the differences in the OnBar T1 and the other dash cams. And here's a look at what's included with the OnBar T1 sitting in my hand right here. You get the camera, a GPS mount, a rear camera, a 128 gig memory card. There's going to be 2 USB cables. One is for power and the other one is for the rear camera. Some 3M tape, a wire wrap bundle, some alcohol swabs, a little kit for your trim to pry your trim open, and a quick user guide, all included with the OnBar T1 dash cam. All right, now that we've taken a little overview of the OnBar T1, I think it's time for us to go ahead, get this thing unboxed right here in front of you and see what it's all about. Let's get straight to the unboxing now, right here in Studio B. What's up everybody, I'm back here with the unboxing of the OnBar T1 dash cam. Here's a good look at the front of the box here. And you can see on the top here, it does show you some support addresses here. And on the front, it shows you that it uses HDR3 and the Starvis 2 sensors. It comes with a 128 gig SD card as well, which is very useful. And on the back here, it does just show you the 3-channel recording capabilities of this and how you can configure each one of them. And then your dash cam right here does have some QR codes for you to scan and shows you the barcode and the model number. A bunch of the features on the side right here about the screen, the HDR channels, the UHD 4K video, full night vision as well, full night vision color, the GPS functionality, the loop recording capability, meaning it will just keep recording in loop over your SD card, and also the parking monitoring is pretty important when you park so that you're protected all the time. And it does have a 170-degree field of view. The OnBar T1 is sitting right here looking so fresh. Let's get it out of the box. And the presentation is really nice inside of the OnBar. Check it out, guys. On top, we have a user manual, a quick start guide, and some here's how-to stuff on these 2 cards. There's a video QR code right here for you guys to check out as well if you would like to. And inside of this, there is a full user manual here for the T1. And on this side of the box, a nicely packaged camera here. Very good packaging. This is not going to get damaged. And here is the actual webcam itself. There's a peel off on the back for the LCD display there. There is the rest of the OnBar 4K camera. There's also a peel right there. There's going to be one connector for power and the other one for the cable that does run to the back for the OnBar. Now this does look like the rear camera here for the OnBar. Check that out. It does have a 3M tape on it and a USB connector right here. It is the old school type of USB connector. They do that, I think, on purpose so you can't mix up the connectors from the front to the rear. That's all that's on this side. And then on this side, we do have a SD card with an SD card adapter here. We've got a bunch of mounting hardware here for the camera. We have a tool to use to get your interior out to run the wiring. We have a USB to lighter adapter. And then this is the actual rear camera connector that plugs into this part of the camera. This is the rear camera connector here that goes all the way to the back of the car. So that is everything that is included with the OnBar T1. That is the unboxing of the OnBar 4K dash cam. There's only one thing left to do now. We got to get outside to the Tesla Model S Plaid and go ahead and install the camera. Guys, today we have a new sponsor on the channel. This is the Tunninge YC8005 flashlight that we were sent to take a look at with you guys. This thing is pretty cool. It's a multifunctional flashlight, outdoor emergency magnet light, and it does like 5 different things. It's really cool, all with some button presses right here. Now, the first thing I want to show you guys is the laser pointer. If I press this button on the side, I just blinded you guys with this cool laser pointer, but it also has 4 other controls right here on the front with just these little pads right here. So the first one is the 1500 lumen flashlight. So if I push this, You can see the flashlight right there at 1500 lumens. Press it again, it turns off. The next thing is the yellow light. If you press the second thing on the pad here, there is the yellow light on the YC8005. And then the third thing is a side light. You just press this button here, and then here comes the little side light, so you have some safety. It does have a belt loop thing on it right here. And if you press the control again, it does go off. Guys, please support Supercar Street Racing and our sponsors. Check out the TuneIn Cool emergency flashlight in the description of the video. Now let's get back to the video right now. Okay, we're out here in the Tesla Model S Plaid, and you can see the OnBar T1 chilling so fresh and so fly in the car now, fully installed. So I wanted to give you guys a little overview of that. Now I do have the SD card in my hand right now. This is a 256 gigabyte SD card, and it just goes directly in this little slot right here. And then you can use your fingernail to kind of push it in. And it is recording right now with the new SD card. This button right here controls the display. So you can change to the front, the rear, the interior, or all three right there. And this little camera control here is how we see the cockpit of the car. And if you see right here, I took this down to the local car stereo store, not sponsored, but they did run the wiring so fly right up through that little opening right there, and through probably that part. You can still see all the fingerprint marks because they didn't clean my windshield after they were done. And then all they did after that was run the power right inside of the center console here to the cigarette lighter plug right down in here. And now this thing is recording, and basically what you do is you tilt it down towards the road, not towards the roof. And so that is how the camera looks installed right there. And then we will be showing you guys the app next, but that is the camera part inside the car. Let's show you guys the back of the car for the backup camera. Now in the back of the Tesla, there is a backup camera that was installed right here. We can go ahead and check that out. And there is the backup camera right there, mounted to the back glass. It is not an outdoor camera, and they had to run a little wire loom right there to get the wire up into the back glass. But that is the back camera, and I had to adjust it a little bit at a time because, of course, the glass is up, it looks differently than when the glass is down. So that is the back of the OnBar T1. You guys just saw us install the OnBar dash cam directly in the Tesla Model S Plaid outside. That thing is pretty cool. We're gonna have to show you guys some actual video footage now from the OnBar T1. Let's go ahead and check that out now. Let's throw it to some actual recordings from both the front, rear, and the inside view from the OnBar T1 dash cam. You guys just saw some actual footage from the OnBar T1 dash cam. It's a pretty cool device. It does a lot of great things with great video quality. Things like night vision and also the ability to monitor your car when you are parked. It does provide you with some safety features by doing that. It's got a great sensor. It has a good recording time and it looks amazing. All right, we still have to show you guys the actual app. We have to show you the application on the phone, show you how you can utilize that and how you can fully take advantage of the OnBar T1. Let's take a look at the application now on the phone. Okay, we're on the phone now and we're going to download the Road Rec application for the OnBar T1 dash cam. So let's go to the store, Road Rec, and there's Road Rec. It's the one with the purple R on it. Click install, and while that's going, let's go out to the car. We'll go ahead and open Road Rec. I've not used it before. Okay, it does want me to log in. Okay, it wants me to turn on Wi-Fi on the recorder. And there is the camera there. You can see the video right in front of us. But here are some of the things you can do with the app here. You can see down below that there is actually a map there that tracks your location with the app. And then what you can do is actually export all that from the actual app. Now, you can also go into settings here and change some of the settings on the camera itself. Here's your recorder settings, your Wi-Fi settings, your memory card settings. All right, I went ahead and upgraded the firmware on the recorder, and there are a lot of different settings in here that you can do to the camera, like resolution. We're on triple recording mode now. You can mirror flip, meaning you can flip it upside down if the video is upside down. You can set the frequency, and of course we are in the UPS. The GPS setting is on mile per hour. The screensaver, I'm gonna put on always on, and you can reset your volume, your sound recording, your time zone, wants to know your car plate number, and that's all on that page. And then the next page, there is a fatigue alert setting, a G-sensor setting, and a parking monitor setting. Okay, I just wanted to show you guys how you can get video off of the actual camera onto your phone. We're gonna go ahead and hit playback here. All right, there is a clip there that is 58 seconds. Let's go ahead and download it to our phone. We're gonna pause it right there and hit the download button. Let's see how long this takes over their 5G Wi-Fi. It's 180 megabytes. We're already at 10% almost. Pretty fast. Okay, we downloaded that clip in about a minute. Not bad at all. And that's how you get files off of your OnBar dash cam. We're back in the SCSR Studio B now. This is part of the Supercar Street Racing compound and all of our recording facility. And right now I want to show you guys how to get your own OnBar T1 4K 3-channel dash cam featuring the Starvis 2 IMX678 sensors. And right in front of me is sitting this exact camera right here. It is at $139 because it is 46% off right now, which is a great deal. So go ahead and check this out. It does have a cool night vision option here, as you can see here. Other cameras do not look like that on night vision. The OnBar has 3.0 night vision with full color. And right here you can see the IMX678 sensors doing SoFly and SoFresh. And you can see the front, the rear, and the cabin sensors here, and the combination of 3-channel recording, 4K plus 1080p plus 1080p 3 HDR right there. Now this is the 24-hour parking monitor. This makes sure that even when you're parked, your car is protected from people doing anything to it. It transfers files much faster. Here's the license plate technology to read the license plate. It's called PlatePix. It does use 4K HDR full color night vision as well. Here's the built-in high precision GPS. It shows your location exactly, and it's very helpful in case you have an accident or any other occurrences in your car. Here's a big reason why you should choose the OnBar over everything else. Look at all the cool different features that the OnBar does versus all of the other cameras. It has a 128 gig memory card. Other ones don't even give you one. They all have ordinary night vision, ordinary cameras, no HDR, single mode GPS, 2.4G Wi-Fi, and false parameters, while the OnBar does all these other awesome features for you guys. Check out the OnBar T1 in the description. There will be a link to this, and if you buy that or anything else anything on Amazon, it benefits Supercar Street Racing so greatly. I'll be forever in your debt. I appreciate you. Guys, thank you so much for 228,000 subscribers, hopefully more by the time you read this, but I really appreciate your support on Supercar Street Racing. We can't survive without you and your support. Please like and subscribe, and anytime you want to buy anything from Amazon, click through any of my channel links in the description. It will help us. We'll get an affiliate bonus for that, and we really need that to survive. But right now we got to get out of here. We actually have to go to lunch. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have something kind of special because this is going to save you guys with home theater systems a lot of money if you'd like to enhance the bass on your home theater system or just your regular audio system inside your house. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we have the Blaupunkt digital bass processor. This is the EP1600X, and what this guy is designed to do is enhance and process your low frequency sounds and create bass maybe where there is inadequate bass or lack of bass. Now, the first thing we notice right away about the Blaupunkt EP1600X here is that it is named EP1600. Now, that is a good case for proving that the Blaupunkt unit is a clone of the Epicenter, which costs about 6 to 8 times more than the Blaupunkt EP1600. Now, taking a look at the box here on the EP1600, we can see that it says that it is a digital bass processor. Now, notice one thing about this. This is actually designed for a vehicle, meaning that the power input on this is 12 volts, and it comes with a bass knob here to adjust the bass level on your Epicenter EP1600. Now, taking a look at the back of the box and the side of the box, right here it says Bass Note Restorer EP1600. On the front we have the maximum input level of 15 volts. The maximum output level is 13.5 volts, and the signal to noise ratio is 130 decibels. On the back, it has some of the same information, tells you the total THD, total harmonic distortion. It sits at 0.003%. Less than 60 dB of balanced input noise rejection. It tells you that it's got 10,000 ohms of impedance, and it tells you that it needs a 150 amp power draw, and that would be at 12 volts. However, it recommends a 1 amp fuse. The house units are 4 to 5 times more expensive than this car unit. Now, why on earth would you want to take a car bass processor and use it on your home theater system in your house? Well, it's quite simple. The car-based processors do the same thing as the Behringer the PV, and the DBX units for your home, and those do subharmonic synthesis and bass enhancement. But this was a total of about $40 for the actual unit and another $10 here for the power supply. So this is just a standard 12 volt power supply that plugs into your house. This particular power supply has a place where you can connect leads to it. So it is perfect for a car audio environment where this guy will just have a screw to put 12 volts and a ground and a remote turn on into the device. Now we're going to take a look at what we have for the house that accomplishes the same thing. All right, guys, we are here in the audio closet taking a look at the Behringer EX1200 Ultra Bass processor. This guy right here is very, very difficult to find, and when you do find them, they pop up around the $250 to $300 range. I do have two of these in the house. I have one in my home theater room, my legit home theater room, and I have one here feeding the whole home audio subwoofer system, which consists of 3 subwoofers and is growing by the day. So what this guy does is it does a digital subharmonic processing, and it actually enhances the bass just as the Epicenter and the Blaupunkt will do. However, this is designed for the home, so it has the 120 volt input. It has a number of adjustments here under the digital harmonic processor. It has frequency, dynamic punch. It has a bass mode between ultra low and punch, a bass level, and then also it has a limiter here, a bass limiter, and then it has a adjustment for satellite speakers if you actually want to power your satellite speakers with this guy. Not power, but process your satellite speakers. You can do that as well. So that's the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 subharmonic bass processor. Will pop up online every once in a rare while if you really want to do a home unit. This one is cheaper than the DBX, like 120 I think is the model number on the DBX, and does the same, if not better, processing. And then your third choice would be the PV unit, which I have had a hard time finding at all online. Now that we've taken a look at our home subharmonic synthesizer, we're going to take a look into the box of the EP1600 by Blaupunkt and see exactly what's inside and how we're going to be making our connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Blaupunkt EP1600X here. And here's a good look at the box. Look at the back of the box, the side, and the front of the box. This has not been opened yet, but you can see this is called the Digital Bass Note Restorer, and the EP is a good homage to the Epicenter, which is what the original manufacturer was who designed this type of technology for the car. However, the Epicenter is over $150, so we opted for the Blaupunkt so that we could test a lower model unit. And going right in here, see if you can talk to Blaupunkt, you can get a free car charger and USB cable. So they want you to do a review to do that. So we do have that review here, and also we will make one on Amazon and get our free charger. And now, okay, so we accidentally woke up the TV there, but here is the manual that comes with the EP1600X, and it shows you how to install the device here. Shows you setting your voltage for the size of the speaker. We have a 10-inch Polk subwoofer. Shows you signal connections here from your head unit. We are actually connecting it from our receiver there. And then it shows you the functions. Shows you the input, the output, the dash remote control, the power connector, and the para bass controls. And that is how you actually set up the device there. And then on the next page here, we have what's inside of it. And then we have connections and wiring once again for showing you how to do the power part. So this will require 12 volts and a ground, which we will provide with this power supply here. And then also it will require a turn-on wire. So that will be also 12 volts. And then it has your troubleshooting steps on the back. Next here, it looks like we've got a base knob here. Take a look at that. And we will mount that somewhere, don't know where yet. Somewhere convenient, or just set it and forget it. But there is the included base knob, and it looks like it has an LED as well. And it looks like it works off of a phone style connector. Then we have a little power block adapter here. Looks like for doing the power, it looks like it pushes in the side, and then you put your wiring in there. And yes, we have a phone cable. I think they're called RJ11s. Pretty lengthy phone cable. If you were in your car, you would run this from the unit in the back of the car all the way up to your dash, and then mount this control here, and you would plug each end into your your EP1600X. I wanted to call it a DBX, but yeah, it just plugs in just like that and then runs to the actual unit in the back of the car. We're gonna go ahead and unbox the EP1600X from Blaupunkt. And we're gonna use this box for a nice stand for it as we open up this box and take a look at this fresh, never been opened device here. And you are saving around $100+ by doing it this way rather than going with an epicenter. You're saving maybe $200+ from going with a Behringer, which are very hard to find, the Ultra Bass. And you can find the DBX subharmonic synthesizers, but they're up in the $300 or $400 range, and we're talking about for your home. Inside the bag here, we have our EP1600X, looking all beautiful and brand new. Came in a nice EP1600X condom, and hopefully this lights up. And if we see here, we got our wide and our sweep. Those are the bass adjustments. That's actually how you adjust for the subharmonic synthesis right here. These two guys right here. And on the side here, looks like we have our balanced inputs, and it looks like you output here to your subwoofer. So you need a stereo input to drive this. And I believe we have that, and we will need an RCA cable to go out of this to our actual Polk subwoofer down there in the corner. And we will end up mounting this somewhere, maybe behind the dresser. Maybe we can mount it up nice and screw it onto the back of the dresser, as it is a permanent fixture here. And then what we do here is we have our power supply that I purchased, and I will give all the specs for this in the description, but this has a nice adapter on the end where you can actually connect wiring here. So we'll have to get a little wire to run from here to the box here, the Blaupunkt. And it looks like here our little power plate thing plug goes on. And they do give you a bunch of screws and stuff to mount the device with. So this is how this actually connects. So this pushes in the side right here. Let's see, it might go this way. Yep, it goes facing up with the screws up. And it's a little difficult to push in. There it is, and then you take a small screwdriver, loosen those up, and you put your ground all the way on the right, your 12 volts here in the middle, and your remote. Now, remote is just 12 volts, and that's supposed to be from your head unit that powers this guy on. Now, we won't be able to do that here, so we will just leave the device on all the time. It's not gonna hurt it, and that will go right there. So that's a look at the inside of the box and what is in the box for the Blaupunkt EP1600 digital bass reconstruction processor. So now we've had a good look at what's included with the EP1600. We took a look at all the accessories, how all the connections are made, and how we're going to actually interface this with the 5.1 setup here in the bedroom from the project a few months ago. So let's go ahead and get this guy connected and see if we can tweak the sounds. Guys, welcome back. We have our EP1600X here laid out on the table. And my plan is, I don't know if these RCA cables work, but I am going to make a little bundle here with these zip ties. And these will be the outputs. So they're going to come off just like this. Kind of hard to plug in. And then we are going to just kind of bunch these together like a normal RCA cable would be bunched together. Pretty sure these RCA cables are okay, not 100% sure. But you can see I'm just making them into a pair. Now this will feed the subwoofer. So this is out of the device and into the subwoofer. And then we have a set of RCA cables coming from the receiver sub output, feeding the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So all we're doing now is making this little group of cables, and then we're going to make our power cables next. After we're done with this, we will cut these little tabs off of the zip ties. I'm really big about wire management, so this is why I'm doing this now. And grab my scissors over here that make it easier to cut these guys off, and we will have our finished signal wire. So all we did, just a brief overview, was just make it a little bit easier to manage these two separate RCA cables as one bundle, stereo, left and right. And now we need power, ground, and turn on. So we have quite a long cable on the end of this power adapter. We have our power cable I just robbed, and we will go ahead and cut the end off of this guy because one end goes to the power adapter, the other end goes to the Blaupunkt. And so we have a little bit stripped off there at the end, or separated, and we take our wire strippers and pull off a little bit of wire. There's not very much wire in there, however, it does not need to handle a lot of current. Not even an amp, it's more like milliamps. So this side will be kind of pulled back too much, but this side will be for the Blaupunkt, and we actually can go ahead and connect that. So we're going to use red as positive and red with black as negative. And I don't like that we have to put the wire directly in here without any kind of like pin, but I'm going to double up the wire. It's thin. So I'm just folding that over. And we have ground on the very left, but I'm gonna do the 12 volts first, so we just need a little screwdriver in there. And we got the power wire in there, and then we tighten down the screw. The screwdriver is stripped, so it won't really tighten that much. Yeah, it won't even loosen. The screwdriver's busted, so I need to go find a new screwdriver. All right, I found my much better screwdriver here. And we need to loosen this up, and of course it will not stay for some reason inside the screwdriver. Loosen that guy up. Put our wire in there and tighten it back up. I really don't like how loose that is. I'm gonna do that again. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little bit of wire hanging out. I guess there's no chance of those shorting out at this point. Now the other side, we have to be mindful of positive and negative connection. on the power adapter. So let's go ahead and strip a little bit back for that side. All right, I'm just wrapping this end up with some electrical tape just to kind of give me some self-assurance that this is not going to short. So I already wrapped one inside between the wires. Now I'm just taking one over those exposed terminals. And that is good enough. Let's power it on one more time. Make sure it works. Immediately we have power here. And so now all that is left to do is test it. All right, gentlemen, we have, and ladies, we have our EP1600X powered up, and we have connected actually have not connected anything to anything, but here's the output of the receiver. We're plugging it into balanced input there. And then the cable that we created goes to the back of our subwoofer. Usually should power off the sub because it will probably hum. Okay, it didn't really make that much of a complaint. Now I don't know that these RCA cables are good. That is going to be part of the testing here. And now we can get our TV on and maybe see if we can create some bass here. And we're going to put on something on Prime Video, which probably something with good low frequencies. We can go ahead and test the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So I'm looking for a movie here. And here is Tomorrow War, which has bass in it. Let's see if this does anything. All right, let's see if we have inputs and outputs. And it is loading. You guys can't see it. It's up on the screen here. Okay, do you hear bass coming out of the sub? Let me see if I can find something here with actual bass in it. Okay. We have our adjustment here. I noticed the Blaupunkt logo lit up on that one. Yeah, it looks like the more level we have, the more the logo lights up. All right, so we got the manual out again. So it says the bass response in a system is affected by 4 acoustics of the vehicle, location, speakers, enclosures, and the music you're listening to. And it says the sweep control allows you to select the center frequency, the frequency most affected. The Y control then allows you to adjust the shape of the filter centered on the sweep frequency. So I'm assuming sweep, we want to go lower for lower bass. So that would be a lower frequency than All right, so this is going to take some experimentation and some tweaking to maybe adjust the levels coming out of the receiver to get the adjustment correct on the Blaupunk. But as you can see here, we have our subharmonic synthesizer connected and working in harmony with our Polk audio subwoofer down there, our 10-inch sub. It is working properly. I highly recommend this already. I love the difference in the sound quality. Guys, I completely forgot to update on the bass control. We did not hook up the bass control, so we're going to do that now. Here we've got the phone wire, for the bass control, and it goes right on the side here, and then it connects to this little potentiometer here, which we can mount wherever we want in the room, and it just plugs straight in, and it has a nice blue LED, pretty bright though. So let me go back to a section with bass here, and we will play with this. Now we got this on minimum. That's max. You can see now the Blaupunk. You can see now the Blaupunk logo really. That is your bass control knob. So that's how the bass control knob works, and it actually just fell right off. Wasn't plugged in all the way.
Get the hell out of there right now.
Notice the blue light coming on for the input. So that's quite a bit of a difference from the stock bass with the Blaupunk EP1600X. All right, guys, just a little final update on this video. I did end up just putting the EP1600X right here on the corner of the dresser for now. The best mounting spot would be behind the dresser, right back there, and then I actually took a screw out of the back of the receiver and mounted the bass knob there because it doesn't really need to be changed much, but it came out really clean. Now, I'm noticing a little bit of thumping on my subwoofer. I don't know what that's from. I've got to look into that and see if it's this causing it, but every 10 or 15 seconds it's making a thumping sound. Let's see. Let's see if it does it now. Okay, this is not doing it now. It's definitely the Blaupunk input. Something is causing like a ground loop or something like that. It definitely could be where I have the power plugged in, but there's a little thumping. Let's see if it stopped. Nope, there it is again. So something is causing a little interference with the sub So I got to get that sorted out. But yeah, that's how it ended up on the Blaupunkt EP1600X. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll get the ground loop problem sorted out and let you guys know what happened. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and we are recording now on our new GoPro Hero 10 Black, and today we are going to make a charging station in the closet because I need a place to charge various objects temporarily until I come up with a long-term solution. We're going to do that today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and recently we got this little monster power strip with a receiver that we got with a subwoofer. The receiver and the subwoofer came together for like 150 bucks. We got a hell of a deal. And then we got this free little power strip here too that we are going to be mounting directly to this old table. And we are shooting this today on the GoPro that we just purchased from the Captain Joe Dukes, Joe Dukes of Duval. So let's see what we're going to need. We're going to need some screws here for this, some short screws, and that is about it. And we will plug it in right back there. So let's get the screws we need and get to moving, and we'll also need a tape measure to get these screws done the right way. All right, we got everything we need right here to get this project going, except the drill. Let's grab the drill. All right, we got our drill here. So what we're gonna do is center this guy, 26, so 13's the center. And then from 13, that's a little bit less than 13. We want to put screws at 4 and 4. So we want a screw at 9 and kind of on the edge. So right here. And it needs to be flat. Doesn't have to be perfect, but we want it to be close to the center. And then from that, we want a screw at, it's going to be a little off because we have to slide it, but I don't know, a little more than 5.5. The next big line after 5.5, whatever that is. Right there. Right there. Boy, that is not even close to being in the center. Ha! I don't know how I messed that up so bad. Like it matters, but yeah, it's not centered at all. I don't know what I did wrong there, but it's mounted. I say it was mounted. It's not mounted. mounted now. Now what we're going to do also is put, it's kind of upside down. Can we go that way? Yeah, it's got the same screws that way. Okay. Let's raise this a little bit. And then try that again. Boy, I don't know how I got that so off. It is way to the left, even though I thought I had it halfway. Alright, so now to keep it anchored, we'll do another screw up against it on both sides. This will keep it completely anchored. So it can't come undone. This thing's so old it has coax. That thing is in there now, dude. That thing is not going anywhere. Alright, let's get our scissors so we can cut the existing cable ties. Alright, we're going to be doing our own cable management here. Somebody had previously done this nice job, but it is too short. Maybe we can use it if we just pull a little bit out. Actually, let's use that. It's kind of perfect. Because what we can do is, on the back here, on the back of this guy, I'll show you, we have this and this thing is actually coming off. We're probably gonna have to put 2 screws in that, but right here we can just go down like this. Put a couple of clamps in it. Like this. This has its own screws. Like that. Just like that. Perfect. We'll put one right there. And this guy can just literally sit like this. Alright, so here's what we ended up doing. We have our power strip mounted to the top. We're going to go ahead and clean that. We have our cable coming down the back. We have some nice clamps here and here holding it on, and then it will come down to power just like this, and we'll be powered right here, right now, on this nice power outlet right here. So let's get that moved and done. see if we can get this back under there. Alright, it slides perfectly, and we have our nice little nightlight under there. Now we have a place to plug in everything right here. Let's get all of our stuff. Alright, we have moved our clothes. We have a pretty big closet here, so we moved the clothes over to make room for our new charging stand. Let's go ahead and get something to clean this guy with. And we'll pick up all these screws that I successfully spilled everywhere, of course, because I always do that. And we have a few extra screws right here that go to this subwoofer, I think. But let's grab a cloth to go ahead and clean this off with. And we have some furniture polish here, and a nice cloth here to clean our brand new charging station up with. And I went ahead and put a screw in this, even though this thing is absolute junk, to hold the top on because it was falling apart. There's also a drawer on the side for storage if we need it. Alright, this thing is nice and clean now. And we have all these nice outlets available. Let's start getting our stuff together to get charging. Alright guys, we are stepping over our beautiful power cable here en route to our new charging station, where we have a variety of things here that we need to plug in and charge. So let's take a look at what we have here, and do we have enough cabling and charge adapters to get all this stuff charged. Okay, first and foremost is our regular GoPro charger, which also can double as anything that charges for USB Type-C. Just a regular little plug there. But we also have this triple adapter right there, so we can actually add 3 more. So we have enough for 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different power charging here. This is our brand new GoPro battery charger. Just got it today. And it charges 3 batteries, and it has a USB Type B connector right here. And that thing can go anywhere. And it is therefore now powered up. Now, here's one thing we have to be careful of. That takes up a lot of space. We might not be able to put one right next to it. So let's see what we have left over here. Okay, so this is my charger for my Bluetooth headphones, my workout headphones. Doesn't look like they need to be charged. They're fully charged. And this is my charger for the GoPro. So this charges the GoPro itself, and when there's a battery in it, it also will charge that battery. Okay, for now that's good. This is actually just the Bluetooth on-off for my phone to turn on and off remotely. It does not need to be charged. It doesn't do anything. Then we also have, we're missing my microphone. Let me go grab my microphones. Okay, we're back with our microphone here. So this is our wireless mic, and it has a USB-C charger adapter on the bottom. And for now, we can open this up right here, right now, and find a USB Type-C. I have all of my cables in here for safekeeping. That is a big lump of mess of cables, and here is a USB Type-C. And then of course we will need an adapter to go with it that has USB Type-C on it, or one that has USB Type-B to C cable. Alright, we will need a USB B to C because we don't have one that has USB-C. So let's use this charger and this little USB Type-B to C. Now unfortunately this one comes out on the side. That takes up a couple of different spots there. Unfortunately, that's the problem with these chargers. They are wider than an actual plug. Let's plug in our wireless mic here. Ah, this is not a USB-C cable. Wrong cable. All right, here's a USB-B to USB-C cable. This is actually better off on the end. So let's put it on the end instead. That way it doesn't take up, I guess it really doesn't matter. It's all the same. And now we have a place to plug in our wireless microphones here with our USB Type-C. Plugged it into the wrong one. Alright, there we go. We can see the indicator there that it is charging. Once we get everything plugged in, we can then dress up the wiring and make it nicer. So there is my GoPro charger and my wireless mic ready to go. This is just a USB-C adapter, on-the-go adapter for the phone. It can live here as well. My remote control for that. Here is my Samsung, which I use at some time, and it uses the old school type of charger. It uses the very old charger like that. Let's grab a adapter for it. This one has a top exit mount. Let's use that one. Let's see if this adapter actually works. Probably won't ever use this phone again, honestly, now that I have a GoPro. And it does charge. Okay. And we have our first drop. And we gotta grab that. It fell behind, of course. And here we go. We have our phone now charging on that as well. Now we have a tablet that needs a charger. And it is USB Type-C. And here we have a USB-B to USB-C adapter and a nice charger. Let's see if this will charge it. We have that. And no space whatsoever on our charger, so let's go up here and test whether this will actually charge the tablet. Kind of a short cable. Nothing. Okay, either the adapter doesn't work or the cable doesn't work. I would think it's the adapter, but I'm pretty sure I have another one somewhere to try. Let's gonna go get that. Okay, now. I just used the existing GoPro charger for the tablet. So now we have a spot for all of our accessories. We got all of our batteries here. We got 3 batteries inside, 1 on the outside, and you can see on the front here, these are charging. We have our old Note phone charging. We have our tablet charging, our headphones for working out charging, and we have plenty of extra cabling here if we ever want to hook anything else. The main issue being, of course, that these chargers take up more than 1 spot, so we effectively lose 1, 2, 3 spots here of all the spots available. And that kind of wraps up the charging table project on Supercar Street Racing. Shot on the GoPro for the first time, the GoPro Hero 10 Black. We hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you guys next time on the channel.
It's not about cock and ass and tits and butthole pleasures.
It's not about butthole pleasures at all.
It's not about this rusty trombone and the dirty Sanchez.
Please stop.
And the Cincinnati bow tie. And the pussy juice cocktail. And the shit-stained balls.
Just please stop.
God damn!
Coming back. Yep. He's gonna take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Fuck. Piece of fucking shit. Over it. We're out in the garage and we're going to take a look at this carburetor tuning again, and the first thing we are doing is following a video here because we jacked it all up last night, and he says the air fuel screw down here at the bottom that you run all the way in first. So I'm going to do that because Joe did some craziness with it trying to tune this thing. Good morning, guys. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And you have Brad here on the channel, and we have a big problem today I need your help with if you know about these engines. It is absolutely hosed. I have no idea what's going on with this. So the goal of today's video is maybe to get a avid hardcore subscriber to help me figure out what's going on with this. I have a feeling, but I'm not 100% sure. So let me describe what's going on with this bike. So Joe and I drove the bike the other night. It was running fine. Joe made some tweaks to the carburetor to try to get it to run better because it had a high speed, like not a high speed, but under throttle load. Sometimes it would break up. And so we made some adjustments to the fuel mixture screw at the bottom and the idle screw. When I drove the bike home, I got it all the way home, and then the bike wanted to go dead. And then after that, it was hard to start up. And then after that, even harder to start. And then all of a sudden, it wouldn't start at all, but it was easy to pull the string. And then I sprayed some carburetor cleaner directly into the carb and attempted to, oh, the light went out, attempted to start the thing, and that's where we are now. So that leaves us where we are right now. This bike will not start, and it is super, super hard to pull the pull string. Like, I can spray some carb cleaner in it, and when I go to pull the string, it's like it's spitting fuel out of the carburetor now. It's spitting the starter stuff right out of the carburetor, and then that's what happens. It like almost ripped my hand off, and it did get me on the leg pretty good, but it's like hard locked at that point. You can't pull it over. And then watch this, I'll show you guys something else. Okay, so I'm removing the spark plug now. So this is a brand new spark plug. It is gapped properly. Spark plug is completely out of the motor. And now pulls over just fine. And there's no fuel coming out of the spark plug hole when I pull the motor over. And I have actually blown out the cylinder with the air compressor. No fuel coming out. It's completely dry. So that is the state of the motorbike. I have done a lot of reading online trying to figure out what's going on, and apparently there is a compression valve inside of that cover there that might not be working properly. It's going to take some research to figure this out. I'm not sure if I want to pull off this valve head and try to clean out that maybe there's goop in it, or maybe it just needs to be replaced. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it has a spark plug hole under there. I got to do some research on it, but I'm going to pull that cover off and see what's underneath. Okay, so I took the valve cover off. I thought there was some kind of compression valve, but this has 2 regular valves in it, and they seem to be operating properly. So I don't know what's going on, but now you can see, like, that feels a little better, but it's still... It actually feels better. I don't know why. But there is spark. I checked that. It actually feels much better. It's not perfect, but it's not so hard to... It's different for sure. I don't know what I did, but it's not starting. Let me make sure it has fuel in it. That'd be funny if it didn't have gas. I can't get the fuel cap off. Something feels different now. By the way, my gaskets are all busted here. I gotta fix that. Wow. Pliers to get it off? Something is up with that as well. There's plenty of gas in it. I ordered an e-fuel cap. Oh, the spark plug wasn't connected. Duh. Probably start now, huh? Well, it pulls easier, but it won't start. Let me tighten the spark plug a little bit. Oh. Okay, nothing. Started. There it goes again. Fuck. Piece of fucking Over it. You can see my frustration with this thing. I was able to get it started once and now it's fully completely locked up again and I can't start it. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't think it's the carburetor. That's working fine when I move the throttle. Does it have fuel? I can't tell if that's fuel there. I mean, I guess it is. Can't tell if that's dry. I don't know if this is dry or what, but anyway, that's where I am. I don't think fuel's going in there. Maybe the jet's clogged. I have no idea. That's where I am. I don't know what to do next. I'm super frustrated. I'm ready to just get rid of this thing, honestly.
Hurry up. I'm gonna slow down.
Oh my goodness. Look at this, guys. Whoa. Oh, it's melting. I wish it would explode right now. What? That was insane. Welcome back to the channel, and today we got something special for you from Oukatel. Now, Oukatel sent us the WP55 Ultra phone, and this phone is designed for people who live life on the go. It's a rugged military-grade phone with a 6.6-inch display, a huge 11,000 milliamp hour battery, 16 gigs of RAM and 512 gigs of RAM with storage, and a fast, efficient processor. And the coolest thing about it is it has an advanced imaging thermal sensor. Now let's get this thing open today. It's right here next to me, and take a look at it on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to beautiful Studio A. We're out here today with Oukatel, who sent us their WP55 Ultra, and this is it directly in my hand right now. Now, this isn't your typical smartphone. This thing uses military-grade hardware for absolute toughness, and it also uses modern 5G performance. That means you get power, protection, and productivity in one package right here. Now let's kick it off with the design. This phone features a metal reinforced frame, shock absorbing corners, and also Gorilla Glass for the ultimate in breaks-proof protection on your screen. Now this guy is also IP68 and IP69K certified. That means it's waterproof, dustproof, and can even handle high pressure water jets. Now under the hood, this guy is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 5G chipset. And that is plenty of muscle for gaming and other productivity. The screen on this phone is 6.6 inches, full HD plus, and it offers sharp and vibrant colors. It's perfect for streaming or navigation, or even checking your drone footage on the go. And then there's the battery. This thing has an 11,000 milliamp battery. That's a huge battery. Now for photography, the WP55 Ultra has a triple lens system. It also has an ultra wide lens and a night mode that holds up well in the darkness. Now it does feature NFC for contactless payments. It has face unlock, a fingerprint scanner, and customizable side keys. And it does run on Android 15 as well. Now I want you to hang around because the next thing we're gonna do is go ahead and check the stability, the durability, the waterproofness, and the camera on this phone. And we'll check the battery life also. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get the WP55 Ultra turned on and take a look at it right back there in Studio B. We have the Alcatel WP55 Ultra in front of me. So let's go ahead and get this thing out of the box and see what's inside. Okay, we got the box open now for the Alcatel, and it does have something on the front right here. It says Smart Key on the side of it. There's a volume control right there, a power button right there. It did come with a removable case as well. I just took the case off right here. And then your volume controls are right here on the side, and your power button right here. And then on the back, you can see the triple camera system right there, and kind of a texture-ish background there on the back. You can actually feel the texture on that. Underneath that, we have the user manual, a warranty certificate, a USB Type-C cable, an orange USB Type-C cable, and a power brick right there. And that's all that's inside of the Alcatel WP55 Ultra. Let's get this thing on the charger so it can go ahead and get charged up. Okay, we're here with the Alcatel WP55 Ultra. We just powered it up just a minute ago. And there it's in the setup mode. It's asking us where we are located. I pushed English United States and I'm hitting start. Now it wants me to connect to our mobile network. I don't have any SIM cards. We're gonna have to be Wi-Fi. Now it's saying that it is getting our phone ready. And I'm not gonna transfer anything over to this phone. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sign in, and I'm gonna be using the device. And I need to set a pin. I'll go ahead and do that off cam. And it wants me to go ahead and do a fingerprint. There is a fingerprint sensor on the power button. So I am doing this now. And I'm gonna go face unlock too. And we're gonna tell it it's okay to use location services. All right, we are at the front screen, and that was very fast. And look, it is showing me all the apps that are installed on the phone now. Let's see if they have any software updates, system updates. Your system is up to date. We have no more updates. And you simply swipe from the bottom to do anything to remove that screen. Now, one of the more interesting things is this thing has a thermal camera, which we will be testing. And it is called Therm here, and it is loading. Look at that. It shows you a temperature. That's interesting. It sees the lights that are hot, the LED lights. Okay, that was a quick setup and look at the WP55 Ultra from Alcatel. But we're gonna go ahead and see if this thing can handle a couple of other things, like being underwater and also being dropped. So let's go ahead and do some testing now. All right, you just saw us fire up the WP55 Ultra from Alcatel and go through some of the menu systems with you guys. Let's take it into the sink and see if this guy actually is waterproof. What do you guys think? We're gonna try it out right now. Okay, we have our sink full of water here, and now we're going to start rolling on the Alcatel. And we are rolling with video. Just waiting for this to cool off a little bit. It's a little warm still. Don't want to put this in hot water. But let's go ahead and see what happens. I made sure the USB-C door was closed. And let's just do it. All right, I saw a purple flash. I don't know what that was about, but I did see purple. It is completely submerged underwater now, all the way underwater. And you guys might be able to see me, you might not, but it is under water completely. Has been under there for almost a minute, no problems whatsoever. And it is still recording video. I just pulled it out of the water. No issues at all. No problems with waterproofness whatsoever on this guy. I just removed the case and you can clearly see there's water inside the case. The phone is absolutely fine. It has no problems whatsoever. It goes back to the main menu with no issues, and there is the front of the phone. You guys can see it is working perfectly. At the same time, this was completely full of water, the case. It is indeed waterproof or water resistant. You guys just saw us test out the waterproof capabilities of this phone. We're going to also show you some night shots from the thermal imaging camera and things like that as we go. So let's go ahead and do some more tests with this guy now. All right, here is how it looks on the Alcatel in complete darkness. Check it out, guys. There's no light in here except a couple of LEDs. And we're also rolling on the Insta360 X5. So you can see this thing does pretty good in low light conditions. This is almost no light at all in my room. So a good showing for night vision on the Alcatel. No problems at all. All right, we're in the kitchen. We're going to do the drop test now on the WP55 Ultra. I actually destroyed one of my phones like this before, so we'll see. Let's see what happens. This might be the end of the phone. And I don't see any issue. So it survived a 3 or 4 foot fall onto tile there with no issues whatsoever. So that's a successful drop test. It did fall on the face, I think, but I'll do it one more time just in case. Again, 2 successful drop tests from at least 3 feet onto tile floor. No problems whatsoever. All right, you guys just saw the drop test. This phone had 0 problems. Now we're going to show you some benchmarks from the WP55 Ultra. And this is going to be Geekbench on your left, and it's going to be 3D Mark on your right. You can take those and compare them online and see what you think about the performance. I had no issues with the performance at all. It is definitely going to be a little slower than your mainstream, super expensive phone like the S24 Ultra. But it is designed for a different type of customer than that. Take a look at these benchmarks and let me know what you think. All right, we just tested out some more of the features of the WP55 Ultra right here in front of us. Now that you know a lot about this phone, I think it's time for you guys to find out how you can get one of your own. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. We have a special edition for you today because we have the Alcatel WP55 Ultra here. It is a thermal vision, mega powered, badass phone for sure. Cutting edge thermal imaging technology that works. I showed you guys that on the video. It has a huge 11,000 milliamp hour battery. It's got a 5G MediaTek processor. That's the 7025 processor. Up to 48 gigs of RAM and 512 gigs of ROM. You can see also here that it uses 33 watt charging technology. It's got a 108 megapixel main camera. It is Android 15. It has a 6.6 inch FHD plus display with 120 hertz refresh rate, an 8 megapixel night camera, which I showed you guys also, and that processor is the 6 nanometer processor. You can also reverse charge on it. You can plug another device into it and charge it right off the USB port. There's a little bit about the thermal imaging, which we did test out, and it does work perfectly. And there's that huge battery it has also. I did some battery tests. You saw that in the video as well. It performed very well. There's a look at the triple camera setup, and it does use a Samsung imaging chip. It also has a 32 megapixel front camera so you can do great selfies. And there's your ROM and RAM capabilities built into the WP55 Ultra. There's another closer look at the display. Also, it says you get vivid colors and sharp clarity. And it's 15.3 millimeters slim, so it has a great grip, and I have it right here in front of me, right there, and it does fit in my hand very well. And it is designed to handle water and dust and shocks. We did a drop test on it and had no problems whatsoever. We did a water test and had 0 problems with it also. There's a look at the reverse charging right there. And it can have 2 SIM cards. And it has 1 slot for a TF card if you need that extra storage. And of course it does NFC, you can see right here. It has a fingerprint scanner, Gorilla Glass, and GPS, as you can see on the screen right here. There's a look at the controls. You've got your volume down, volume up, and power on one side, and then a smart key to launch apps with a single touch. Go ahead and check the link in the description for your Ocatel WP55 Ultra. Grab it today and tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. This is perfect for contractors and men who work out in the field and camping and so many other cool things this thing is perfect for. Grab yourself one today. It performed perfect for the price point. It is exactly what we thought. It is great for doing everyday tasks. It's snappy in the menus and there's no wait time whatsoever. Thank you guys for almost 240,000 subscribers. That is absolutely amazing. I couldn't have done it without you. You guys are everything to us. Thank you so much. And please, when you're going to buy anything from Amazon, even if it's not this phone or any of the links in the description, if you click through one of our links, it helps us out greatly. It gives us a few dollars to keep moving the channel forward. We got to get out of here right now. We've got another Ocatel phone to review, so we got to get moving on it. Okay, we're looking at video and audio quality now of the WP55 Ultra right here in the Supercar Street Racing Studio. This is indoors with low lighting conditions, I would say moderate to low lighting conditions. And this is how it looks at 4K video. Let's go ahead and walk outside now and see how it transitions out into the outdoors. Now we're outside taking some video of the beautiful backyard at the Supercar Street Racing compound. There are some nice reds for you right there, some blues here. And let's move back out into the sun so you can get a view of the beautiful backyard at Supercar Street Racing. And that is how it does look. Right, the IKEA ferry did come last night,
and I did get rid of the old couches. So our mission today is pretty simple. We are going to unbox all this IKEA stuff and set up my new furniture. I did get everything unpackaged, and the hardware and instructions were in the last box tucked underneath the springs. So I'm going to get the instructions out right now and figure out what is going on here. This is a modular set, so it has to be put together a certain way. Let's get to work. Okay, I had to take the ends off of both of these and swap them around. They are interchangeable, so I had to take this end off because it was configured for completely opposite. Move it over here and then take this end off and move it over here. So basically swap everything around before I start putting this back together. Okay, this part of the project is done and the couch is put together. It wasn't too bad. I made one mistake that cost me maybe 30 minutes of extra time, but I got that fixed now. And you can see right here, let me step back here and put it on wide. There's a better shot at it, the modular couch. Remember, I had to move one side to the other to get it to the configuration that I wanted with the small part over here on this side. So not too bad. I'll put a link in the description to the couch, and watch the video back if you need any help putting it together. We'll see you guys. You gotta shake it and bake it. All right, here's the chef with his wings. And ain't nobody in the world knows how to make these wings. Show him your wings. Hurry up, you only got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom.
Bam!
And you don't know how to make them? You wish you could make them this good. Kitty, it's Halloween. This is your favorite time of year. You can walk in front of a bunch of, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Walk in front of a bunch of people. Hi, Kitty. This is your night to shine. Okay, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. Second update for the day. I've been working really hard today, and we are about ready to test the front channel audio system for the studio. A little background, I got these Harbinger speakers about 3 years ago, and I've used them a total of 1 or 2 times. They are powered speakers. They both have individual inputs, and they are awesome, and they will be fed by a 7.2 receiver that has preamp outputs for the front, and that will be fed by the computer up front, by one of the video outputs on the video card. So we're ready to test the sound. Everything is connected. We're going to listen to some royalty-free music so I don't get copyrighted. And we are going to shut this door with no AC yet, and it's going to be really hot. One sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. Take 2 hands to close the door. All right, let's test it. We're ready. So this is Purple Planet royalty-free audio. The phone is stereo, so you should hear the actual representation. First overall impressions of the room. It'll be much better when the sound is knocked down with foam. So we still have some reverb going on in here because of the lack of sound insulation. But all that will change, don't worry. They actually sound really good. They're turned down almost all the way. So those will be flying up in that corner. We'll have hooks into the studs there, and they will be flying from the top corner, angled down at you. And then the center channel will be in the ceiling. You'll have side surrounds there, and then rear surrounds back there for the ultimate surround sound studio. And we'll either have, most likely we're gonna have a futon right there for guests, and then 2 workstation setups here for guests if they want to sit. But that was a test of the front stage of the upcoming studio sound. I did get some more wiring done. I got the HDMI cables run for the second output of these monitors to feed a workstation if we want to. Same thing over here, got everything labeled really nicely. And now all we have to do is put the wall boxes in when we put the foam insulation up. Guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing. And today we're going to talk a little bit about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci 18 and why you should do the same thing for your video editing.
Welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day today, and I'm glad to see you back on the channel. Go ahead and do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button, and let's help grow the channel so that we can enjoy looking at some of our favorite things here. And today we are talking about why I switched from Adobe Premiere Pro to DaVinci Resolve 18, which you see running right here, and actually rendering our video for the Amazon Fire TV experience on the Amazon Echo Show. So backing up a little bit, I started using Premiere Pro several years ago, probably about, I don't know, it must have been at least 10 years ago. I've used it since the very beginning. However, most recently when I started growing the channel, I was able to get a much better editing system. As you see here, I have an RTX 3080 TUF, and I was finally able to do some good editing on this channel and try to bring the channel up to a standard that will get more views and actually generate some interest. To make a long story short, I have a brand new computer here with a 12-core AMD processor. I've got the RTX TUF 3080, and I've got two monitors here that aren't even 4K. That will be the next upgrade to the channel. Some 4K monitors that I can edit on. For right now, these only do 1080p. But you can see back here in the background, DaVinci Resolve running amazing, doing our rendering for our new video for the Fire TV on the Echo Show. So what's the first reason I switched over? So honestly, I had a lot of issues, first related to my old computer system because I was running an older video card and I had not made the investment yet to a nice modern RTX series graphics card. So I was having a lot of issues with that, renders crashing and things like that. I did eventually figure out that I needed a new video card, of course, because I was also taking hours to render my videos and I needed to speed up that render time and try to figure out what all those bugs were for. Ended up buying this whole editing rig. I've got the RTX 3080 as I talked about before, and I attempted to use Premiere Pro. Now, one thing I noticed immediately about Premiere Pro was that even with the RTX 3080 and using the H265 codecs for NVIDIA, it would still be a really long time to edit a video. As you can see in the background right here, we just edited our Fire TV video in DaVinci Resolve 18. We did render that in 4K, and it took it about 13 minutes and 20 seconds to render a 4K video, 4K 60 frames per second in DaVinci Resolve, and the video is actually over 17 minutes long. So it's actually rendering it, you know, less than a minute per minute of video. This same video in Adobe Premiere probably would have taken a little over an hour to render, even with the RTX 3080. And one thing I would also notice with Adobe Premiere Pro is that when I had the Task Manager open, it would be using way more CPU than GPU power, which doesn't really make sense. Now, some things don't use GPU to render, but a lot of things do. And so now I notice with the DaVinci Resolve software, almost everything uses the GPU if you look at the Task Manager or you look at GPU-Z. So talking about the ability to learn in DaVinci Resolve, if you're used to Premiere Pro, you're thinking about making that jump over to DaVinci Resolve. I'll tell you from experience that I learned pretty quickly on DaVinci Resolve how to do the basic things to get a video up and going. It is a little bit different from Adobe Premiere Pro in that you have tabs for your different things in editing. You have a colors tab here at the front. Here, that's the colors. Then you have your effects, your edit, and they actually have different names here. You have your, what is this called? Fusion tab. You have your color. This actual first one is called media, not color. You have media, you have cut, where you add transitions and effects and everything. You have your edit, where you have your actual timeline.
And then you have your color tab, your fusion tab, your Fairlight tab, and your deliver tab. So deliver, basically, if we go over to that tab, is where you do all your exporting, which would be like Adobe Media Encoder, except it is way more intuitive and way easier to use. Fairlight is where you do all your audio work in DaVinci Resolve, and you can add all your audio effects. Color is where you actually work with the color. Pretty self-explanatory there. Fusion I have not used, so I'm not sure about what this is for. I will have to do some research on that and get back to you, but so far I have not had to use Fusion for anything. Of course, you got your timeline here, which is, if you're familiar with Adobe Premiere Pro, the timeline here on DaVinci Resolve is similar to Adobe Premiere Pro, but a lot of your shortcuts and everything are going to be different. The one thing I haven't figured out in DaVinci Resolve is how to free transform an object. Let's say you're going to layer an object on top of another one. In Adobe Premiere, if you double click that object on the timeline, you can actually drag it with the mouse to move it around the screen and place it. I have not figured out if there's a way to do that yet on DaVinci Resolve. I'm still working on that. There's also a couple of other differences that I haven't figured out, like cutting and pasting transitions is not available as it is on Adobe Premiere Pro, but you do have the copy and paste attributes, which I use frequently to copy things like audio volume, audio effects, and placement of objects on the screen. That is all done here in the timeline. You just have to get used to a little bit of a difference in using selecting things to work with them. They're all up here in the right-hand corner under the inspector. You can, let's say you added an effect on the screen next to this in the cut screen, then you would click the actual clip and go up to effects in the inspector, where you can actually adjust all the different attributes on that effect. Or you can do video transforms up there, audio, you can actually adjust the audio levels and audio attributes in the clip from the audio tab up here, things like volume, pan, pitch, things like that. And then your transition, you can actually adjust the transition up here in the transition of the inspector. And then over here on the right side, which you may or may not see in the frame, we have our clip bin here that shows all our clips. We have all of our edit timeline. We have our audio mixer over here as well, and our toolbox and clip details and metadata. So far, so good. Also, let's go over to the cut scene. The cut area shows your clips more like blobs on the timeline, and you are actually able to add transitions, titles, and effects. I do not use titles inside of DaVinci Resolve because I use a 3D font generator online. That's really good. But here you can add effects both to your, you can add video effects, you can add audio effects, which you can also do over in Fairlight. Like I said, you can add titles, which is actually adding fonts to your videos. And you have your media pool here, which shows you all the videos that you imported in for this project. So yeah, I'm just gonna go into the conclusion that DaVinci Resolve is way better than Adobe Premiere Pro. Not only because there's a fixed price for it, Adobe Premiere Pro charges you for a subscription, but the ease of use, the stability has been on point. I've only ever had one crash while while rendering, and that actually happened during the video that I was editing here, and all I did was close out DaVinci Resolve and reopen it, and it got through the rendering process. I had a lot of issues with Premiere Pro not being able to get through rendering processes, and it would fail for no reason. Also, Premiere Pro did have a bug to this day they have not resolved on some video cards, and that is the software will start using video, or it's not video memory, but memory, actual memory, and it will eat up and eat up and eat up video memory until the computer crashes because there's actually no memory left to run the operating system. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM on this computer. It is awesome for editing, but on Premiere Pro, it would use all 64 gigabytes of RAM and then just crash. I've not had any issues like that with DaVinci Resolve 18. So guys, I hope that you can use DaVinci Resolve 18 too. If you have any questions about it, how to use it, or want to see specific videos about DaVinci Resolve 18, throw it down in the comments section. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next video at Supercar Street Racing. All right, yo, I took so much flack for Dude Grabs a Hot Pot, but actually this guitar was already destroyed. We had one bad take where I thought they were recording and they weren't, so this was already destroyed. And here is Dude Grabs a Hot Pot Aftermath. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Hope you're having a great Sunday. And yesterday we worked on this mini bike, which is a copy of a popular 200 mini bike. I forgot the name of it off the top of my head. It's just a clone. It is a metal machine, but it is a Baja. That's right. It is a Baja 200 mini bike. Now, where did we get yesterday? So you probably saw in the video that we did get this started. What we did is we put seafoam in the gas tank and we put a full tank of gasoline, and this thing started right up with some starter fluid. Today, now actually after that part, I could not get the thing to run anymore, but I did find that the starter linkage is broken on this thing. It's not the starter linkage, sorry. The actual accelerator cable linkage does nothing to the carburetor. So not sure if I need to buy the whole entire section right there because it does nothing at all. It looks like some of the springs are worn out, but today we're going to wrap up this video. We might try to start it again, but the first thing we're going to do is slime this tire so at least I can move it around until I can get a brand new tire. So we're going to do that now. Okay, that did not work at all. I don't see any obvious holes in the tire. But it did not inflate. So there is the flat spot on the tire. I'm going to go ahead. I do have a tire inflator. All right, I know nothing about these throttle linkages or how they work, but it is painfully obvious right here we have a problem. See that spring there? It is connected to nothing. Literally nothing, and I have no idea where it goes, what it does. But there's a little black, like, rotating assembly right there that I can rotate with my screwdriver, and when I did, the cart or the bike would either rev full speed or not start at all. That's part of the assembly there, so I don't know much about it. Apparently I need a whole new throttle assembly right here to connect to the carburetor, but I'm gonna keep on playing with this right now. Doing some more research, apparently this is a very popular motor. It's the 196cc, and it has a name right there. Pride. And there are plenty of parts available for this. I'm actually going to order a high performance carburetor for it and ditch this whole setup and a new throttle linkage cable. Go ahead and get, I don't think I need a new gas tank. I'm gonna pull this gas tank, drain it, and refurbish it. And then just start ordering parts for this guy. I could not air up the front tire. I tried a million times and nothing happens. I'm thinking this valve is jacked. It does nothing. So I need to order tires as well, front and rear tires, but I'm not gonna go with knobbies. I'm gonna go with street tires. And we have the mini bike here. We're gonna start disassembling this. All right, we are back in the garage here with the mini bike, and we have almost everything disassembled off the top of the engine here. I don't know quite how this whole thing works here, but it was not connected. The springs were actually disconnected here. I think the springs go right here. This side isn't doing anything. So I don't know how to put that back together. Hopefully there's some manual somewhere to tell you how to do it, or instructions. I'm not sure. I don't see a point in taking off this, but I think the new throttle assembly kit comes with this brand new, so I'm not sure. That literally just pivots this carburetor, accelerator. I think it's the actual throttle assembly linkage right here, and that was not working at all. Gonna go ahead now and take off the actual carburetor.
All right, a final update for part 2. Rich came over and I was like, oh look, this tire won't air up, and sure enough I put the compressor on the valve and the thing aired straight up. And it's got no problem whatsoever except the flat spot. So I am replacing those though. I do want to tear down the handlebars and the fork and all that and get that redone, or get a new fork. I'm not sure what's available out there, but I'm going to look online. There's a lot of rust on the fork here. I guess I could sand that down and oil it really good and it would come back. But yeah, that's going to do it for part 2. I just wanted to let you guys see the tire got aired up, which is pretty crazy. I do have the chain and everything disassembled, the back tire over here, and I have no clue how to put this thing back together. So we'll see. Peace out. Supercar Street Racing. What's up guys? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I am so happy to have you guys here today. It is Football Sunday. I can't even say the word because I'll get sued into oblivion by the National Dumb League. And so if I say it, we can't make this video, but today we got something special for you right here. It is an upgrade for the bedroom surround sound system, and this is going to take things to one more level that we need. Let's get into this today. Let's get this thing opened up. We are back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we welcome you guys, and I have something in my right hand that might be a clue to what we're doing today. But first of all, I want to thank you guys for 60,000 almost subscribers as of this morning. It's an awesome achievement. I am trying to get my video views up, and people are really starting to watch some of the older videos, which I really do appreciate. I just want you to keep in mind that back then the production quality wasn't as good as it is now. We try to make our videos very, very much better now, and also to put more emphasis on quality content and less about length of video. The old videos would just run and run forever, but now I am really trying to make the content more quality based and less about length. And today we are walking into the Supercar Street Racing awesome office, and I've got something in my hand here that might give you a clue about what we're doing today. And then also there's something laying right here on this bed that might give you another hint about what we got going on at Supercar Street Racing today. But before we get started, I just want to remind you guys to please like and subscribe. Every like and subscribe helps the channel and the algorithms focus in on what you guys do enjoy watching. And I'm gonna take this package right here and I'm gonna lay it quietly right here on this box, and that box might give you a hint of what is to come today on the channel. Now right here on top of the box you do see a set of Gear It banana plugs. This is a 3-foot long banana plug, so it can't be going very far, right? And right here it does say on the box, magnetized, do not ship this by air. I don't know why that is the case, why you cannot ship this box with air freight, but it does say it clearly right there on the package, so I'm not going to argue with that. And while this box sits so comfortably on the bed this morning, let's go ahead and get this thing opened up. All right, now that the box is open, you have a hint as to what is inside. And there's a lot of empty space in here and not a lot of padding, which I think is kind of ridiculous, but hey, it did come at one piece, so you can see right here, there's a clue. It is a Polk Signature Series item. Let's get this thing out of this box. We don't need this where we're going. Now, before we get started on unboxing this, I just wanted to give you guys a good look at the side of the box. This is the ES35 Signature Elite center channel speaker from Polk Audio. You guys know it because we already have one in the home theater room. I bought one for the bedroom. I did notice that as I get older and my hearing gets worse, I do not enjoy the in-ceiling, very crappy old center channel that we have up there. So this is a addition to the bedroom sound because I do enjoy watching sound in the bed and watching movies. Let's go ahead and get this thing completely out of the box now and see what's inside. I'm assuming it is exactly like what we did have in the home theater room, which is the same exact model number and ordered from the same exact link. Let's get this thing opened up now on the channel. Got one owner's manual in here. I now have two of the same ones. Just go ahead and dump this out. Easiest way to open it, and I guess we don't need that either where we're going. And it is surrounded by some protective styrofoam condoms, and I was finally smarter than that. Do not eat these, even if you're hungry. And then it's also further protected by a nice little protective foam thing, and this is the Signature Series by Polk. This is the front grille. They are magnetized. This is a close-up look at the center channel. This is the ES35 Signature Series center channel from Polk Audio. And you can see right here 6 drivers on the outside for low frequency, mid-range, and one single tweeter right in the center for your high frequencies. It is very compact. It has great sound, great reviews, and on the back it just does have a connector for either speaker wire or banana plug. We are going to be using our Gear It. There'll be a link in the description for these. We have a short run, so we don't need anything long. So this is going to sit right on top of the Marantz Cinema 70S in the bedroom and look so flying fresh. This thing does have 6 3-inch balanced dynamic reinforced polypropylene. That's the correct pronunciation, and it does have one high resolution tweeter. Now this tweeter is crossed over at 2.7 kilohertz. Everything 2.7 and below will go down to these 3-inch woofers. There are 6 of them. This does have an option for you to be able to wall mount it. So you do have that capability on the back. There is a bracket back here, and on the other side there is one of those plus brackets for you to be able to wall mount. Now these can also be used for left and right if you wish. If you mount them up and down in a vertical nature, these can be your left and right speakers mounted to the wall right next to your television. Or they could probably sit on a bookshelf too. It looks like they would probably balance on the ground. Now this guy will handle anywhere from 20 to 150 watts, and its overall frequency response is 66 hertz to 40 kilohertz. So you will want a sub if you're using these for your left and right channels, obviously. Small woofers are not going to handle very low frequencies below the rated capability of this speaker. These are 89 dB sensitivity as well, if you're wondering how sensitive they are. And this has single gold plated 5-way binding posts. Now the dimensions on this are 4 high, so it's 4 that way, that's what they're calling height. They are 24 inches wide, so that would be 24 this way, so they are 2 feet like this if you're trying to figure out if they will fit somewhere. And they are 6.1 on the depth up here, 6.1 inches, due to this power port right here that is for the bass. This guy right here weighs in at 14 pounds. If you were wondering the weight, this is 14 pounds, pretty heavy. It shows that there's probably some good size magnets inside with some good quality. All right, let's get this ES35 into the forum, which is the bedroom in the back, and let's get this guy connected up. What do you guys think? But first, let's put this awesome magnetic grill directly on it. It does fall right into place. No issue whatsoever with that coming out. You can see it has little feet that go inside of holes, so when it sits, there is absolutely no way that this thing is going to come off at all. Let's get this thing into the bedroom. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing Garage at the SCSR compound with a new sponsor today. NewTict is so generous to have sponsored the channel, and they provided us with this extension cord outlet cover that is pretty dang cool. There are a lot of cool uses for this. One example I would say would be your refrigerator. But this thing is great. All you have to do is just put it on top of a regular outlet cover and it will basically create an extension cord. I went ahead and plugged it in right here. Plugging it in is simple. There is no trick to it. It literally just slides right over an existing outlet just like that. And when it comes off, you can see it's just a single plug like that. And what that does create for you is a nice 3 extension cord with a nice power light as well. So this is great. It allows you to add power basically anywhere that you can't have something poking out. Just like that. That's how you install it. And notice right now, it does have a nice green light on, letting us know that it is powered up right there. Nudic, thank you so much for sponsoring Supercar Street Racing on the big game day that we can't say the name or we go directly to jail. Check out the description. We'll have a link to this. Go ahead and buy this product from the description and support Supercar Street Racing and Nudic for the generous sponsorship today. Enjoy the game. We're in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom and we're in front of the Cinema 70S, the 7.1 surround sound Marantz receiver. And when I did this install, you guys can watch it on the channel. I did go ahead and label everything nicely with my label maker. And so that makes it easy to go ahead and find the center channel. Center is right here. So we are going to be taking out this is really a 5 1/4 when you look at it. It is called a 6 1/2, but all these speakers, the inner ring is like way less than what it's rated on the size. You can see right there. So yeah, I'm gonna be going ahead and taking out the center channel right here, and we're gonna be plugging in our brand new Gear It banana plugs right to there and connect up this nice Polk Audio ES35 center channel speaker. These have good reviews on Amazon, so I went ahead and got them. Let's get these Gear-Its out. Now here's a look at the Gear-It. They are nice and braided. They cost a little bit more for higher quality. And you can see right here, they have nice sleeving on them. So all we have to do right here and right now is remove. There is no banana plug on the center channel. So I did just remove positive and negative. And this will just gracefully fall somewhere back here. We're not using it anymore. Here's a good look at the banana plugs that don't fit. Notice they don't go in all the way. They don't seat properly. Let's see if the Gear-Its do seat properly. First, we're gonna close these terminals so that they don't rattle. Let's see if this is a proper. Now the Gear-It is marked right here. This one is positive, this one is negative. Let's go ahead and go for the negative first. And they did seat all the way, which is something I was curious about would happen. Yep, those go in all the way. As you guys can see, look at the ones next to them that don't seat right here. And then look at the Gear-Its, they seat perfectly. Okay, we can go ahead and push our receiver back towards the wall now, very gently, so no wires get messed up or kinked up. The Gear-Its are especially thick, like overly thick, so I think this is perfect. And we do have to worry about our Wi-Fi antenna. I'm gonna go ahead and rotate it down and to the side so it doesn't get smoked by the center channel. And we got our center channel speaker, and it does fit nicely under the TV as well. There's one thing you have to know about these Polk audio speakers. When you buy them, they do have caps over the banana plug section, so you have to pop those out, and it is not exactly easy. Okay, it did pop out, but it's not easy. They are in there. That one popped right out. Now you can see you can get the banana plug in there now, and we'll go ahead and move this without damaging the Marantz. Okay, this is the way the Polk ES35 looks on top of the Marantz. It sits nicely right on top of it and underneath the TV, and it can actually go back some more if we wanted it to, like that. Unassuming, just sits nicely there, and we are no longer using that junky old 6.5 or 5 1/4 or whatever it actually is. Now the next step is to go ahead and run the Odyssey setup again so that it can measure with the new center channel speaker. Let's go ahead and grab the Odyssey mic and get that going. Mic is already connected. Next, sub is plugged in. We're gonna go 6 measurements. We gotta put the microphone at ear height. So let's put it back here in the bed, right up here on the pillows. All right, that's fine. These LED lights are causing a hum. And when we hit next, it is going to start calibrating. Okay, I did go ahead and run the Odyssey setup for all of the positions that are in the bed. Sorry about the hum on the video. It's these LED lights that are interfering with this camera and I cannot figure out how to get it to stop. But anyway, I did go ahead and run Odyssey setup from the 2 positions there. This thing is ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and put a movie on now and check it out, but you guys can't listen to the audio because it will be copyrighted.
Things before your coming. This world is beyond cruelty.
All right, guys, we successfully installed the Polk ES35 signature center channel speaker right here in the forum, the bedroom, the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, with the lights humming like crazy on the video. But hey, it sounds awesome. I went ahead and watched a little bit of Dune 2 with Dolby Atmos, and it sounds really good, just like in the home theater room over there. We accomplished our goal of putting this speaker in and getting a little sample. We aligned it with Odyssey, so we put Odyssey on, or Odyssey, however you like to pronounce it. We did run Odyssey and go ahead and make sure that all the levels were correct, and then watched a little bit of Dolby Atmos, and it sounds pretty freaking cool. Now let's go ahead and go back over to the SCSR Studio B and take a look at this on Amazon and let you guys check it out and see if you like it. And it woke up for that. All right, we're back in Studio B in the Supercar Street Racing office. This is our second editing studio. We have the studio outside, and then we have Studio B right here in front of me. And we're gonna take a look at the Polk Signature Series, the ES35 center channel speaker on Amazon, so you guys can see how you can get your own. All right, guys, you can see right here we have Amazon up in front of us, and we have purchased this item a total of 2 times, and you can see the ES35 chilling right there on the screen at a 4.8 star review. Think about that, high level review. I'll put a screenshot up right now of the 4.8 on the Polk Elite ES35 Slim center channel speaker. It has a 1-inch tweeter, 6 3-inch woofers and power ports, and it is in black, and they do make a white version as well. There's a good look at the actual speaker, which you did see in the bedroom, and there is a video here that we will play for you guys.
When it comes to experiencing the full impact of music and movies, deep, powerful bass is essential. To improve bass output, speaker enclosures often incorporate a port, which lets air flow freely in and out of the box. This puts the sound inside the cabinet to work, helping to deliver louder, clearer bass. When a lot of air flows quickly through the port, that airflow can abruptly change, causing chuffing sounds and other distortion. And when a port is noisy, the energy used to produce that noise is no longer producing the intended sound. Bass. Polk's patented PowerPort technology solves these issues in a few ways. Our original PowerPort reduces air turbulence by guiding airflow into the listening space using flares and a diffuser. This promotes a more streamlined flow, which creates less port noise, letting the speaker deliver cleaner bass. The tube-shaped port can also behave like an organ pipe, creating resonances that can mask mid-range sounds. Export has a set of closed-pipe resonators called eigentone filters, which are tuned to absorb unwanted port and cabinet resonances. When the open end of these tubes is placed in the center of the port, the resonances of the port and the filters are in opposite polarity, so they cancel each other out. Because there's less port resonance, bass output is cleaner. Polk's PowerPort 2.0 combines our PowerPort technologies for the best of both worlds. PowerPort's carefully engineered port design reduces the flow of air as it exits the cabinet, and Export eliminates cabinet and port resonances. Together, PowerPort technologies deliver cleaner, tighter bass and a more detailed mid-range. But no matter which version of PowerPort your Polk speaker has, you'll hear louder, cleaner bass that brings deeper thrills to your favorite music and movie.
And like I said, I gave you most of the specs already. This handles 150 watts. As it has really good bass, I agree it does pretty good considering only 3-inch woofers and the PowerPort. Looks really good also. Does have that Polk magnetic grill on the front as well. And in the theater room, I do have the full set with the tower speakers and the ES35. And I want to thank you guys once again for over 50,000 subscribers. We are at 55,730. We just passed 55,000, and we have been featured on a lot of different main channels. So I think that that has something to do with the fact that the subscriber count is going up. The video counts are going up, especially for the older videos as well. People are actually tuning in and checking out the older videos. Now there will be a link in the description to this Polk audio speaker. Make sure you go ahead and buy that or anything you want from Amazon by clicking through any of our product links. If you do that, it gives us a couple of dollars and helps keep the channel relevant and making content. But guys, that's going to do it from the Supercar Street Racing office. We're going to go ahead and call it a day because it is Football Sunday. We can't say the word or we get arrested and hauled out of here. So we're just going to call it Football Sunday. But again, buy from our affiliate links and go ahead and like and subscribe if you are not a returning watcher. And we will see you guys on the next one. We have to get out of here and go get breakfast and prep for the big game. Let's do this.
Furiosa had gone too far. As a child, someone changed her world forever. She thought her mother was magnificent. He took it all from her. He wondered exactly who she was. He took her childhood, her mother. Now she wants them back. Even if it takes forever. She makes a promise to find her way home. She finds him, he's hers.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and I hear something outside a minute ago and I see this. We have a box here from Amazon. Everybody, can't wait to see what's in it. Guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and we have a box that I've been waiting for about a week. Came in, and let's not cut it too deep, but I think we might have some goodies right here to take a look at for the cart. Maybe. Let's see what's in here. So hard to do with one hand. I really need a third hand for video. Alright, hopefully we didn't slice whatever was in here. Aha! We got our extreme mats in finally. I am so hyped for this. I'm going to get this out and I'll be right back. This awesome packaging, and inside we have the extreme mat for the Club Car Precedent, and check it out. It came with these little clips here and a little installation guide to help you install your extreme mats. And so if we take this off and we open up this install guide, shows you that you have some clips that come with it to install it, and here's a Club Car Precedent. So it looks to me like this would be towards the front, but not sure. I don't have anything in there to clip it to. So, oh, okay, so they have these. They have this instruction here with the nice illustration to show you. And it says for, let's see, precedent. Installation on the following ways: precedent, armor, tempo. It works by extreme mat to the OEM flooring under the dash. The long arm of the clip goes underneath the factory flooring, and the small hooks over the trim. I don't have the factory flooring, so yeah, so we're not going to hook this to anything, I don't think, but with an aftermarket dash, loosen the screws. Okay, so basically what it's saying here is to test it out and see if your dash will cover it. It says you'll not need to install the extreme clip if your dashboard covers the top part of the mat. So we'll see. We'll go out there. My dashboard is not secure, but we will take this outside and see if we can fit this extreme mat to the club car.
In today's video, we're going to show you how to install an extreme mat golf cart mat in a club car Precedent, Tempo, or Onward. The mat fits all three the same. With a standard dash. We do show instructions on how to install with a aftermarket dash, but today is going to be all standard, and we'll also show you how to install the clip. We suggest you use the clip. We know some might not, but stay tuned and we'll show you how to install the mat and get moving. So first thing, we're going to install this clip underneath the dashboard. That's going to hold the Extreme golf cart mat. So pull back the OEM mat, tuck your fingers underneath the dash a little, and you can slide this clip up under the factory dashboard. Put the mat back, and then you can put in the Extreme mat. So go over top of the pedals first, it'll make it easier. Slide it back against the base of the seat. You can then tuck the left side up behind the cup holders, the middle underneath the clip, which will be a little tight, and then the right side just goes underneath these cup holders as well. Other than that, you're good to go.
Out here in my garage, I've got this Extreme mat here, and as you can see here, we have one bundle of wiring that runs through the floorboard there. We've got another one here, but you know, there's no place to put wires inside the dash, so I gotta run speaker wires down through that right there and get it to the back. But let's get this mat out and see exactly what we can do with it and see what we're going to be dealing with. Chances are it will have to tuck under, but the dash is not secure yet, so there's really nothing to clip it to. We're gonna go ahead and unpackage this amazing Extreme mat, which came in this lovely Extreme mat condom. And this thing is very high quality and heavy. I can tell you right now, this is probably 5 times heavier than the factory mat. And it literally just fits into the cart like so. Oh wow, so cool. Yeah, so this might have to go up underneath the dash, it looks like. So it goes around the pedals like that, and then underneath the dash. For right now, I'm just gonna leave it on top. Wow, it fits good. It's a bummer it doesn't cover these screw holes in my side skirts that were drilled in by an idiot. That sucks. I got little screw holes right here that somebody decided it was smart to screw into these to put those metal side skirts in. So looks like I need side skirts. I guess I got to get those ordered because this doesn't cover it. But wow, check out that mat. Okay guys, let's go over the fit and finish of this Extreme mat and look at the way this thing goes in. Now this looks like it would work either on top of or underneath this dash, but probably looks better tucked. We could probably tuck it under there if we want to. But for now, since the dash is not secure, you can see here it fits perfectly around the edges. It's a bummer that it misses the screw holes by just a fraction of an inch, but look at the fit around the edge there. It seems to be pretty perfect. It fits exactly around here. Not sure why they have this little bulged out thing right here rather than just a straight up hole, but this is probably, I don't know, 50 times better than the stock mat as far as the looks go. And I think that this is a good choice. And I did get gray because of the carbon fiber. I just noticed here we need to take the sticker off. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. All right, so I got the ugly sticker off, and of course we got traffic coming by, but here's another good look at the fit and finish of the Extreme mat with black with it has actually the gray stripe. Now the only thing I see that is going to be a problem is right here. Not sure why I see everything here. I'll probably have to fabricate some kind of cover for this that goes under here, like a black cover, because I can see the actual, or just get tubing, plastic tubing to cover my wiring.
because I think the factory mat would hide this, but I don't have the factory mat and I don't really want to put it on there. But everything else looks amazing on this thing. And now let's go take a look at your options when you order the Extreme mat. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and we are back in front of the computer here, and you can see we're taking a look at the Club Car Extreme mat right here for the Precedent, Onward, Tempo, Villager, V4L, and I think it fits the Yamahas as well. It actually has come down in price a little bit, so I paid a little bit more for that, I think. But yeah, so we're looking at this, it tells you about the quality and stuff, designed in the USA, and you can actually give these guys a call if you have any questions about the Extreme mat. But let's take a look at the video here. There is the mat. Looks pretty good. We'll put that in the video also.
In today's video, I'm going to show you how to install an Extreme mat.
Pretty easy to install. You don't really need a video. It shows you here which ones it fits. And then right here, it's got a lot of the details about the mat. So super rugged, laser measured. It's got optional trims. It's got a horn hole, place where you can trim the horn hole if you need it. And then look right here at the factory mat compared to this nice Extreme mat right here. The difference is actually night and day. Look at it installed here. You could see on my cart, it really does make a huge difference on the cart as far as the quality of the floorboard looks much more expensive. See here, it fits right around the Precedent stop-go pedals, no problem. That's actually the exact mat that I have right there. Now here's some of the different trim colors you can get. I have the gray, I really like it. I almost got another color, but I thought that that would look good with the carbon fiber dash and steering wheel kit. Now right here they have 393 ratings, and they are at a solid 4.8, which is almost unheard of on Amazon. Only way to get a solid 4.8 is to bribe and lie and pay people to give you reviews, but these guys are legit with their Extreme mat. And here's some other good pictures of it. Looks like they started in 2013. They got a 33,000 square foot warehouse, and they are pre-cut, laser cut, and you can see here how good that looks in the cart. And definitely much higher quality than the factory mat here. You can see your Extreme mat here fitting perfectly. The only thing I don't have is something to cover the wires right here where they go up into the dash. And really, honestly, that's kind of a manufacturer problem that they made the wiring go under the mat and then up through exposed to under the dash, because honestly, you could go under the cart with no problem. These are full coverage mats. They are a one-piece design, and they have like a diamond cut. If you get wet, it's supposed to channel the water away. They're measured with a laser, so that means they cut them very specifically. They're super thick. You can tell that when you pick it up. They probably weigh a good 15 pounds, and they fit all these models here. And then down here, we have the reviews, the questions and answers. Take a look at those. There's 38 questions and answers here. And then some really good reviews with pictures like this one, which is exactly the one I have. And you really don't need to clip it in. It's going to be fine. I don't know whether, I think I'm going to put mine under the dash. That makes more sense. It looks cleaner. But you can see here with the factory dash, I think that is, it fits right under the dash, but my dash is lower, so I'll probably have to go under the dash, tuck it under, and then use that. But so far so good with the Extreme mats. I'm gonna actually get in touch with the company and see if they want to work with me on some different types of cart installs. I have neighbors who have other types of carts. Maybe we can get them to sponsor or do something, but really appreciate the high quality on the cart, and it is cheaper than what I paid, I'm pretty sure. So go ahead and get yourself
an extreme matte if you've been thinking about it or you are on the fence. This guy right here, and take a look at the different colors. We didn't go over that, but look at the blue. There's the blue. Here is the all black. Most people, I bet, don't order all black, but like we already looked at the blue. Here's the green. If you want to be bold, do yourself a green one with the green trim and be like an Audi RS3. And then you've got the good looking red, which pretty much will go with black or anything else, which I could have done that as well. I did not. I opted for the gray to match the carbon fiber on my dash and steering wheel. I'm going to go ahead and say that the Extreme Matte is a good purchase and I would recommend it. I will throw their video up here after this so you guys can take a look. I'm Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and we'll see you next time. I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of somewhere down in here with some extra.
So to kind of run through this real fast, obviously you got the main battery. You know, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't figure out some way to just connect.
To make that work?
Does this come off? Will we take this off? Does this dash with the cup holders come off? Probably use your hole saw kit just to make the first initial hole.
But I want to redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over? Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up.
It's a lot cooler in here now with that fan blowing.
Yeah, I'm about to crank it up on high.
Oh, I'll do it.
Can you make us a ground with two of the big yellow loops to go from the fuse box to the battery? Cut off just enough so that I can tie it up with a clamp so that I can come around. Okay, I just got done connecting the inverter. You can see right here, I ran it right up the side of the inverter and then directly over to the fuse box. Right now, Joe is making our ground cable to go from the battery to the voltage reducer, and then we'll go from the voltage reducer to the fuse box for ground to give that a ground. So we're gonna just work on that right now real quick.
All right, so we're coming off the positive here.
That guy's gonna come off the negative, run the side of the battery along the top of here to right here. So leave me enough to just clamp it with this red guy to right here so that I can put a good clamp. And if you can...
Hold on, so we're going from right here to here.
And then...
This is gonna go here.
Just like that to the bottom of this terminal so it'll sit like right there.
So you go right here?
Yeah, just leave a tiny bit extra and we'll make that work.
Okay.
Now, do you want to come directly off the battery for your amplifier ground, or do you want to come off of the voltage reducer?
I'm okay with coming off the voltage reducer.
So then make a ground also that comes down, feeds down to here for your amplifier.
Yep.
So give yourself enough, whatever way you think is the best. If you want to come around here, we clamp all three of them together and go down.
Well, since we don't have the amp, I'm just going to do the one side for now.
Yep, leave one side empty.
Yep.
Then we got to figure out pulling red wire all the way to the front. So we might have enough. And we got to clean all this up down at the bottom too. Yeah, our amp wire. Oh, we're on the wrong one, by the way. That's supposed to be ground.
Oh, we're ready anyway, so.
Those guys both go, and then what we'll do is we'll clamp them all together right there to keep them out of the way. But we got our amp power wire we need to run too.
That's the thicker one we want, right?
That's that guy right there, right? You already have put an end on it.
Do you think that's thick enough wire for the amp? I mean, that's kind of thin.
I feel like it is. I mean,
the only problem is that it's not going to get any more power because it's the same gauge as this, isn't it? Or was this a different wire? This is a different wire.
It's a different.
It's a thicker wire. But the positive and the negative, if they're both not thick enough,
we'd have to wait for an amp install kit if you want to do thicker wire. Notice the camera overheated. All right, that guy can go somewhere down in here with some extra.
This is the negative for the power that goes up front, which actually, again, I don't know why we use this. Wait, what is this one going to? Is this, oh, this is the amp. All right, so this needs to go on here. Actually, let's put that one on first.
All right, so this feeds your amp. That's got to go down.
Do you want to go beside it that way?
Yeah, we could do that too. I mean, I don't know, they're running it underneath the amp. Gives you more room for sure.
Did you want to go behind it?
I did want to, but...
Yeah, I might as well cut off what you want now.
Yep. And then I'm going to get a clamp. Tie this up nice right there. One big bunch. How much should I leave for the amp? All right, just a little update here. I am working on cleaning up the wiring inside the bay now. We have almost everything hooked up that we need to hook up, but now we got to make room in this bay. And so part of that entails untangling a lot of this mess. We're in the middle of cleaning up the wiring, so we're basically running our COM cable and our actual power cable from our, it's a charging cable, from our charger to our battery. And so we're just taking clamps and going along the edge and kind of clamping down to clean up the bay real nice.
So it has to switch over to the positive.
What does?
This blue wire. So we're back. We spent about an hour, probably equivalent, working on this bay here, getting things tightened up with all the additional items that we included in here. So to kind of run through this real fast, obviously you got the main battery. From here, what we did was go to a reducer, which is a 48 to 12 volt reducer. From that point, we jumped it over to a fuse panel, just in case we wanted to run any 12 volt optional electronics, but we haven't decided about that yet. From here, we have a converter from DC to AC that gives us a 110 option. And then over here is the charger itself. So we spent time really kind of going through everything, making sure all the wires were tight. We've prepped ourselves already for an amplifier that we're going to work on next. But the biggest thing is making sure everything was tight, up and out of the way, to give ourselves a good idea of how much room we can have for an amplifier. So earlier in this video, what you'll see is that we had a Boss amp. After breaking it out, looking at the dimensions, we figured that it just wasn't going to work for us. So we're going to go back to the drawing board, find an amp that makes sense that will fit inside this compartment here itself. And then our next steps are going to be installing the dash with the speakers and the rest of the equipment for the stereo. So it looks great, very clean in here. We're going to do some additional cleaning up around here, but we are pretty much set, ready to go.
We're going to rip the dash apart. We could connect our front speakers and run the wires to the back.
All right, so next we would need to pull the steering wheel off to install the dash, but we kind of get all the wiring done first. We do all that because I have to drive this thing around.
That's what I'm saying. We can't just leave it in a state where it won't.
We got to figure out the remote wire.
We'll just jump from the positive lead on the amp to the actual power positive on the back of the amp to the remote, just a little jumper wire.
You know, it's kind of a shame that we couldn't figure out some way to just connect.
To make
does
that
this
work?
Does this come off? When we take this off, does this dash with the cup holders come off?
Yes.
It does, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. All that comes up.
So it just, all the wiring just floats back there? It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep, it just sits back there. Everything that you don't reuse.
You know, it's pretty clean install.
Yeah, it looks good so far. I think we'll get it. It's going to look way better with an amp in there.
Yeah.
And all that stuff's covered. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and we're back again for episode 5 of the golf cart. And today, you guys saw we published one that was mostly getting the wiring thawed out, getting everything inside of the engine bay, and cleaning up all the wiring. Joe, how did that come out in your opinion?
No, I think it looks really good. Again, with how much space you get back from getting rid of all those batteries, we're able to fit in all types of stuff here. So the last thing that we're going to install for this particular build is going to be an amp that we found online. I think it's going to work perfect for what we're doing. And then we're going to put some speakers in the back here, as well as some speakers in the front and the new dash, and it's going to be pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, so we did a lot of research on amplifiers, and I do a lot of watching oldschoolstereo.com on YouTube. He's a big fan of tar amps, and he has amp dynoed them. And from what he says, They're very underrated. This amp is extremely small and it has absolutely cool reviews. We're hoping even though it's small, it puts out a decent amount of power, and we decided if it doesn't, we'll probably go for one of their mono subwoofer amps and separate out the sub from the 4 other speakers. It'll be easy once we have our wiring already established right there. So what's our first step here? What are we gonna do right now?
Yeah, so to start chipping away at this, the first thing we're gonna do is come back here. The plan is to put 5 total speakers in. So we're gonna have 4 6.5 speakers that are waterproof, marine grade. 2 are gonna go back here in this particular section, and then 2 will be in the dash with the subwoofer in the rear. So the first thing we're gonna do is knock out, get in the holes for these to be put in, get them wired up, and get those wires ran up here to the amp.
Okay, do we have to take your back seat off to do that?
Yeah, so it'll make life a lot easier. I think we're gonna have to get in there with a jigsaw to make the cut. So we're gonna take this back seat off just to make our life a little bit easier. 4 bolts, I think, total, so it won't take about a few minutes to get this off, and it'll make our lives a lot easier to put these speakers in.
Gotcha, okay, cool. So we're gonna need our wrenches and also our jigsaw to go ahead and do that. So
absolutely.
Let's go ahead and get all that stuff gathered up because we don't have the tools we need right now.
Yep, let's do it.
Guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing living room here, and behind me is an alien right here, which has nothing to do with this video, but what does is the X31 Shockwave that we picked up from Home Depot for the low price of just $35. I have never flown a drone in my life. We're gonna go outside and play with that right now and see if we can get this thing lost in the pond or in the pool, or maybe it just flies away into outer space. Welcome back to the channel, and today on Supercar Street Racing, we are so happy to have you to look at the X31 Shockwave from Skyrider. You see it right here looking so fresh in front of me, and it's $35 at Home Depot. And checking out the box here, we see a lot of cool features. Let's check it out. Having nothing at all to do with this alien, we have the X31 Shockwave. It is a quadcopter drone with Wi-Fi camera, and it has Wi-Fi real-time photo and video, smartphone control. It can stream video to phone and goggles. It has navigation lights and a 2.4 gigahertz remote with a phone holder. And today we're going to be unboxing this. The app is right here. It tells you how to get it right here, and we'll look at that also on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get rolling. Inside the box of the Skyrider X31 Shockwave now, and we can see what came with this drone. It did come with a small screwdriver, some replacement rotors there, does have a manual right here. It has a USB charger, so it has a Type A on one side and a proprietary connection for the battery. It does come with a 400 milliamp hour battery, a very small one. Now to charge this, you can see how you have to hook that up. You hook it directly to the cable that normally would go to the battery. You disconnect that and hook up the charger. And it does take about an hour and a half to charge the battery, and the flying time is supposed to be somewhere between 7 and 10 minutes, and we will see. And then right here, looking so fresh, is the 2.4 gigahertz remote control for the drone, and it has a phone clamp up there. Beware, that might not be a good stable connection for your phone to be on. If it falls off and you break your phone like I did, don't be surprised. So be careful of this phone connector right here. Now, this does take batteries. You have to put your own batteries in it. So let's open this thing and see what kind it takes. Inside of the drone remote control for the X31, you can see that it has 4 AA AC Delco batteries in it, who also make auto parts, and that is all you need to actually get this thing running. 4 batteries in the remote control. And go ahead and close that, and then once you power on the remote control, you are able to set up the gyroscope on the drone and then do everything else from the remote control, like setting the pitch, the roll, and the headless mode. Now the app that you're gonna need is the Skyrider Cruise app here. And the first thing you do when you power your drone on with this Skyrider app is you connect to it via Wi-Fi to the actual drone. Your drone will pull up a hotspot, and then this app will be working like that. So that's what you do first. Download the Skyrider Cruise app. It is right here. Skywriter Cruise, and then you take that outside and start connecting to it with Wi-Fi with your phone. Now, speaking about the battery being charged again, so this is the battery charger. It is a USB Type A. It plugs into any 5-volt USB adapter. The charging time is about an hour and a half, and you'll get about 10 minutes of, presumably 10 minutes of flight. Now, this little battery charger does have a red LED light on it to let you know that it is charging. The light will go off once the battery is fully charged. This battery took about an hour and 20 minutes to charge fully, at which time the red light went off. All right, it has begun raining, but I wanted to show you guys where the battery compartment disconnects here. All you do is unplug the battery and plug in the charger and drop the drone. But when you're done, you just pull this out of the battery, slide the battery right back in here to the drone. It slides right into this compartment all the way back. And then you just plug the battery back in when you're ready to fly. And there's only one way to do it. It has a key on it and it is plugged in, and then you stuff the battery cable back in there. The actual camera mount part is the cover, and it should just snap into place like that. And we're ready to fly. All right, we are ready to fly now. Let's put the drone out here with the camera facing us. Top isn't exactly on secure, but that's fine. Put the camera facing us. We'll put the switch on. And you notice the navigation lights on the drone. Now we connect to the drone's Wi-Fi. Skywriter Cruise right here. And then we open up the Skywriter Cruise app and click start. And you can see the picture from the drone right here. I'm gonna go ahead and start recording. Now, to go ahead and connect to the drone, we click that. Button to on, we push up on the joystick and then down on the joystick, and that calibrates the gyroscope. And now when you pull back and down to the right on both sticks, it will fly. So it won't go up, but it will start the rotors. And it is ready to fly. Now, control-wise, this stick is opposite. So if you want to come forward towards you, you push back. If you want to go backwards, you pull it towards you. But this goes up and down and tilts it left and right. This goes backwards and forwards. So we're going to push up on the joystick. Now if we want to go backwards, we pull it towards us. We rotate it with that stick. It's opposite for control with the right stick. So anything you want to do, you got to go opposite. The left stick, it rotates it. And it does take some time getting used to. If we want to go down, we pull down on the left stick and it will go to the ground and land. And then we just crash completely. Oops. Okay, so I'm still getting used to it. As you can see, I'm not that great at flying it. But I wanted to land it and turn the rotors off. Okay, it did switch off automatically that time. Now we push forward on the left stick again, it will go up. Oh, we have to start the rotors. Down and to the right on both sticks. Let's raise it up and try to turn it towards us. And let's raise it up a little bit more. It's really tough for me to get used to the opposite control. Basically, the right stick is opposite. If it's coming towards you, you want it to go away, you push it towards the front. Once you fly this thing for a little while, you'll get used to it. Let's see if we can land it. Go off automatically when we land it. Once again, to start the drone, down and to the right, down and to the left. This will send the drone up. And we just flew under my neighbor's trellis. And we're flying towards us and now backwards. And let's land it. That goes up. And that goes down. You guys can't see it. It landed right below us here. Let's see if we can fly off of. The key to this is keeping it oriented towards you. Takes a lot of practice in mind. Blue is facing you, so when you're navigating it, blue is facing towards you. The blue LEDs aren't towards you, you're flying backwards. Reds are in the back. Almost took my head off. And it does drift with the wind sometimes. Okay, I'm still getting used to it, that's why I haven't flown it over the pond yet. And the charge is also probably... So they're drifting away with the wind. There's a good shot of it. Right in front of, trying to get used to like really precise controls. See it rotate and the blue LEDs in front of you? Almost hit the camera. Very close to hitting the GoPro. Up and down is not opposite. Everything else is. And we have a squirrel. Very curious over there about what is happening with this drone. Now that was a drift. I did not do that. Oh, I almost hit the camera again. Down on the stick. So I'm getting some not drift. Straight down. It did shut off the rotors automatically, and that is going to do it because we have been flying for around 8 minutes and the battery will last about 10. I did record this on the drone itself. Let's get all this footage together and see how I did. Hey guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. You're back again with Brad. We're out here in the 4K production studio. As you can see, we are out here every day bringing you high quality 4K videos, testing all the products and letting you guys know how we feel. And today, we are so excited to bring you this drone. Now, this is the X31 Shockwave, directly from Home Depot right to your cart. This thing is about 35 bucks at Home Depot. I've got it up here on Amazon. Has a 3.7 star review. Now let's get some things clear about this before we get started. The X31 is a basic drone. What it is good for is to teach you how to fly drones, and what you can do with this is have an inexpensive, indestructible drone. And I'll tell you right now, this thing is very tough. I have crashed it probably 30 times into walls and metal furniture and the house, and it has not even once broken. No propellers are broken, nothing. This thing is awesome. As far as indestructibility, I didn't even put the guards on, and it still has not broken to this day. Now, the X31 is a basic drone, meaning it does not have an SD card. So all of the video that you record is going to be recorded to your camera or tablet, and it is probably like SD, so it's probably like 360p resolution. If you want a drone that has an SD card, you got to bump up the price just a little bit. Now, we'll say this compared to the drones that I bought offline last time, this drone actually does work. It does connect with the app. Now, how you do that is you download the app for the drone, you connect to the Wi-Fi on the drone, and then when you start the app and hit the start button, you will see the camera there and you will be able to record. Now, that's pretty much all it's good for. It's a good training drone, and it is indestructible at this point as far as I can tell. Now you did see the video here from the drone, and it is okay. It's nothing great. There's no audio whatsoever, and it is like 5 frames per second, and it is standard definition. Drone does have a 3.7 star review right here on Amazon. I will link this in the description if you guys want to go ahead and get one, or run down to your local Home Depot store and grab yourself a drone. But as you can see right here, right now, there's not much of a description on this, but it is a Wi-Fi based drone, and it does record in standard definition. I do recommend it for beginners. If you are not a beginner, this is not a drone for you. And you can see right here, right now, the little phone holder, which did break in my hands, and it actually didn't break. It came disconnected from the phone, from the remote control, and it fell on the ground and did break my phone and crack the screen. So truly, this was my first real experience flying a drone, was right now. So wasn't lying about that. I did not fly it before this because it broke my phone on the first try, because this little part right here where the phone meets the controller came right off and my phone hit the concrete. Lesson learned, don't fly the drone when you're above the concrete with this crappy controller. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching today, and I hope you like and subscribe and hit the bell icon. Buy all of your links through my Amazon links. Buy all of your products. Use my links, and I get $1 or $2 here and there. Even if you're not buying what's in the links, if you click through and buy something from Amazon, it helps out Supercar Street Racing greatly. We got to get out of here, though. We got to go find our drone, which is in the ocean. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here again for another episode. I'm glad you joined us today. And today, I know we look like absolute crap, but that is from actually working out in the garage. And today we have more of the mini bike restoration. I've been working hard on this, probably put about 30 hours into it just this week alone. And we're going to be taking a look at that right now. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of footage, so bear with me and stick around and let's watch this footage.
You can see here today that we got the handlebars off, we got the headlight off, and we got all that stuff sanded and painted, and here is what it looks like as it's drying. I just have to paint that copper if it'll stick. I don't know. I'm having issues with the copper paint. But there is the handlebars all ready to go. There is the fake gas tank, the back fender, and the real gas tank. And then over here outside drying, we have the front fender looking all nice and good. The only place it doesn't look great is where it rusted, and I didn't do body filler or anything. I just sanded it really well and painted it. So you're going to see that, but that's okay. That's part of the patina. And then we have our headlight and our chain guard, which I did in copper. I had a little issues with the paint not sticking, but it looks like a couple of coats made the difference on covering that part up. So I am going to attempt to paint this gas cap copper. It may be a complete fail. I might have to sand it first, but I might do like a really light coat and then see what happens, because yeah, I don't want to have to paint that whole gas tank again. And it looks like I got to mask off the gas tank just to do the gas cap, because it's not a real cap. It doesn't come off. But guys, I hope you enjoyed the video today, and I'm so glad you guys are hanging out with me for this awesome mini bike restoration, and we'll see you guys again soon on Supercar Street Racing. Later, guys.
Check out this dude. Hawkage. Sitting on the pond. Oh, bye-bye, Hawkage. I'm sorry you don't like me anymore and you flew away. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today for a different change of pace. We are starting out in the 4K production studio, and I wish it was on a good note, because we were trying to do some green screen stuff and it just did not work out. So I'm shooting all this footage over again from the studio, and today we're going to be solving an issue with something in my house that needs some storage, and we're going to do that next. So hang out on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, thank you for joining us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We are so glad to have you, and please take a moment to like and subscribe while you have time. Go ahead and click the bell icon, and always buy through our affiliate links that are going to be in the description, because it helps us out so much. And today, we're going to be taking a look at a good way to get some extra storage for your wristwatches and your rings and jewelry. We have 4 or 5 watches that we need to go ahead and get stored today. So we're going to be taking a look at this Song Mike's watch organizer that you see here on your screen. And right here up next, we're going to take it back inside the Supercar Street Racing compound, where Brad's going to go ahead and unbox this thing for you right now. Alright guys, we are right in front of this Song Mike's watch organizer, JWB 012G01V1, and we're going to be opening this right now and see what is inside of the box. And of course, on the very top there is a styrofoam protection device, which will make a mess if it gets everywhere in the house, so do not get that everywhere. And then inside of the box, it looks like we have the actual watch organizer right here. Let's go ahead and move this to the side. Get this guy right out of the box if I can. And of course it is making an absolute mess, but here is the Song Mike's watch organizer, looking so cool And I'm pretty hyped about this, guys, because I really do need a place to store my watches. And I want to buy more watches, but I don't have any place to put them. And I'm worried about them all getting mixed up and messed up. So we have this nice, looking like leather. I know it's not real leather, but it is kind of nice looking black. And you can see right here, it does have stitching all the way around it like this. It has a nice latch right here that opens up, and then inside it looks like there are some keys for it right here. You can eat this later when you're hungry or feed it to your mom, either way. And then inside the box right here, guys, we do have another piece of protective styrofoam that we can go ahead and pull out. And then checking out the inside of the box, it looks like they have individual places for you to put each little watch. All right, taking a look at the SODIMM's watch organizer now, guys, and in front of me, I do have the provided keys for this. Not that this is the ultimate in protection, because definitely somebody could break into this if they wanted to, but it looks like the keys just go right there to lock it, and then of course you can't open it at that point. And then if we go back this way, looks like the lock goes like all the way around, so I guess like that. It does open back up, yes it does. And then look down here, we have this nice tray that folds out to store some other things. If you need other things like rings and things like that, you can store them on this bottom part. So pretty cool. It's got these separate trays here to get things in the bottom, and it looks like you can put rings around these as well. I think you can put rings, which I don't have any, but you can push them down here. So this is kind of cool, guys. Very cool little organizer. All right, taking a look at the exterior of the SODIMM's watch organizer, and basically it is just finished in a black, kind of matte black, probably a substitute leather or something like that. Very just generic and black on the outside with a couple of little rivet holes right there, or screws or whatever. But as you can see on the inside of this, it has a nice glass top here for you to look at your stuff. And on the inside, we can store 6 watches here, 6 watches here, and then down here you can store rings and other things, which I think that's cool, because I wouldn't mind starting to get some rings also. And let's go ahead and see if we can get one of my watches into the SODIMM's. And what you do is you pull this part out. It comes with a little thing that the watches go around like this. And then you just put that on there like you would your wrist, and it will store your watch. So you just kind of tighten it up on this watch thing, like so. And then you make it so you can see it, and then you just push your watch down in there like that. And when you close the top, you have a nice display of your watch here. Okay, we do have the Android watch here now that we're going to go ahead and store in the SODIMM's and see how that looks as well. So all we have to do right here and right now is just take this and put it around that like you do your arm. Go ahead and tighten it up. I didn't tighten up the other watch very much. Go ahead and push that through there. Tighten it up as if you were putting it on your body. And throw the watch back in there, angled upwards. You see how this one's kind of loose? I could go back in here and go ahead and tighten this one up more, and then throw it back in there, like so. And then we have one more on my arm here. We can go ahead and get this one all stored up very nice as well. And so just putting it on there like that. And there is the Android. And then there is one other watch here we can go ahead and put on, and that is my rose gold. And I have just ordered another one for another review, so we will have one coming, another pink / rose gold coming. And if you're scared to wear pink, I'm sorry for you, but I will wear it all day. There is the other Android watch, looking so fire and going right into the watch organizer. And you can see if we light these all up, it kind of looks pretty dang cool. At least I think so. And once you have all your watches inside, you can go ahead and close the lid and see how fire they look underneath that glass lid. Presented all nicely for you. So now we just need to get 2 more for the top and 6 more for the bottom, and we'll be full on our new watch organizer. And there you saw inside of the Supercar Street Racing office that Brad was unboxing this SODIMM watch organizer. And now let's take it into the SCSR closet to go ahead and get those watches into the organizer and see how that thing looks. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and we do have this old piece of furniture that we've just been using in the closet just to kind of put stuff on. This is going to be the storage place for the watch organizer for now. Don't know if it's permanent, but for now, it kind of makes sense just to go ahead and display our nice Android watches right there for now. And then maybe in the future, we will go ahead and get something nicer or mount it to the wall or something like that. But for right now, we've got this really nice SODIMM watch organizer showing all our watches off in the Supercar Street Racing closet right below the On collection of shoes. And now let's throw it into the 4K production studio and see what Brad has to say about other choices and this choice of watch organizer. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and we are out here today showing you guys this SODIMM 12-slot watch box organizer. Now this thing is a lockable watch case. It can organize your watches, all your rings, and all your jewelry, and it is going for $34, and there is a 10% coupon on it. And you can also save 5% on 2 other items with a promo code that's sitting right here on the screen, as you can see. And here is a good look at the watch organizer, completely full of 6 and 6, so 6 on top, 6 on the bottom. And also someone put their bow tie on here and their rings, and they have their bracelets and everything else in here. Now the reason that we got this is because I have started a small watch collection, and of course the watches are getting kind of scratched up in the drawer, so I have no real good place to store them or any rings or anything like that. So taking a look at the SODIMM or SODIMM, however you want to pronounce it, organizer right here online. There's a good picture of it there. And as you can see right here, there's another picture of it sitting in the closet and with a bunch of really nice watches installed into it. And then here it shows you that it has 2 tiers. So basically on the top it stores all your watches, and then on the bottom it has a drawer to store other things like rings, and you can see someone stored their bow tie here. It will store cufflinks, brooches, earrings, anything you need, tie clips, all that stuff on the bottom drawer. The top drawer is like lockable, and it does come with 2 keys for that. Let's take a look at the next picture here. So there's a good look at it sitting on the table. It is kind of a good looking device. Actually, it looks pretty good, and it looks a lot more expensive than it actually was. It was around $35. Moving on here, you can see it has a large glass lid to show off all your devices. And here's a good look at the dimensions here. It is 12.8 inches wide, 7.3 deep, and 5.3 inches tall. So it is a decent size. And then it also shows you the things that you put your watches on here are 2.8 inches wide, or long actually, either way, 1.8 inches wide. And then right here and right now, you can see that they're telling you that this probably would make a good gift, and I do kind of agree. It is kind of cool for a significant other if you're looking for something to give someone. And then right here is a look at it all opened up out on the table. And let's go over here and look at the reviews. And this thing has actually really good reviews, and I get it because it is kind of nice. It's got some 4.8 star reviews, and there is a video here. Let's see what
this is. A review of the SODIMM blackened leather watch box for.
All right, so that's just a review, so you guys can get online and take a look at that review after you look at mine. And then if we go down here, we can see that the top layer has 12 slots. Up to 48 millimeter watches is what it's saying, and the bottom drawer has various places to put things. It does have a lock on it, like I said. And the 4.8 star reviews, oh, it comes in also gray, black, and a brownish color, so I did buy the black. Now let's take a look at some of the better reviews here on this SODIMM watch organizer or box. Very nice for what it was costing. Great quality box for watches. Overall, great product and great price. An excellent gift. Exactly what I needed. And then let's see if it has any. Doesn't have any. Has a couple of 1 stars, but it has so many sales. It says poor craftsmanship. I don't see that at all on it when I am looking at it. Nothing more than a fancy coated cardboard box. I thought it was a little bit better than that. Not happy. I got a used one. Well, obviously, if you get a used something, you are going to be unhappy with that. Good drawer for storage, not for rings. It does have a place for rings. That is not true. The bottom drawer has a place to push your rings in, so that is absolutely not true. Now, if we look back here, let's see if there's some other options here for you guys to check out. And there is a bunch of people make these type of organizers. They also have a different type here from the same company. It has like a side drawer on it instead. Here's another one from another company called King Sapphire, which is actually cheaper. This one is going for $22, and it might just be the almost exact thing, but does it lock? It does lock. This looks like it could be almost the exact same product for $22. It has 3 5-star ratings, so make sure you check that out too if you're interested. There's several other ones over here for anywhere in the $25 to $29 range, so make sure you check out all the interesting options. And I do kind of dig this red one, but this is $129, so it's quite a bit more than the one that we purchased. They are all in the $129 range. So if you want to spend a little bit more money and go for a little bit better quality, go ahead and get one that's a little bit more expensive and see if you like that better. You can always return it, so always keep that in mind when you spend money on Amazon. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the description. I'm going to go back to the song mix here. I'm going to put the link in the description for this, and please order through our affiliate links. Go ahead and click subscribe and click the little bell so you get notified every time we drop a video. And just FYI, if you click through an affiliate link in any of our videos, not the one for this, if you want to order anything from Amazon, click any of my links, and then it will actually help me out because I will get a slight commission on what you purchase. So go ahead and order everything through the affiliate links. We love you guys so much. Thank you for supporting the channel, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. We're out of here. Let's go. Supercar Street Racing back in the dining room again, and today we have something right here that we've been waiting for a while, and it will replace the janky method that we did before in the bedroom with the car base processor. So let's get this thing opened right up and see what's inside. Side of this box in front of me, we've got the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX 1200. Now this is my third EX 1200. These things are very, very difficult to find online. There are probably maybe one of these or two pops up per year, and this one came from Music Go, and you can see on the back it does have 1/4 inch inputs, not RCA, or it has XLR inputs. So we will need to go. So this guy looks like it's in really good shape. It only has a few things going on right here. May wipe off. There's a stain right there. Something spilled on it, it looks like. Other than that, it's in great shape. It does look like it was rack mounted. I do see where there was some screws on the rack. But yeah, the EX 1200, and this actually is going in the bedroom for the theater in the bedroom, the 5.1. So we can go ahead and look for our 1/4 inch jacks now and see if we have any 1/4 inch RCA. We're in the bedroom now in Supercar Street Racing, and we do see double RCAs coming out of the subwoofer right there. However, there is only one connected right there. So let me check that out and see what I did back here. So basically there is a Y adapter behind the Marantz.
right back there. So all I have to do is remove that Y adapter and plug it up to the back of this guy, and then run a set of RCA cables down there. That would probably be the easiest. Although I think the Marantz has 2 subwoofer outputs. Let me check. All right, so we have to go into our trusty hoarder bin here and see if we have any RCA, and I don't think it's this side. Oh, maybe it is. That's trash. I don't know why that's even in there. So what we're looking for in here is a 1/4 inch to RCA female. So let me dig through this with you guys, and then we'll see if we have it. I was smart last time. I bought a pack of these, so I have them. So what we have to do now is connect these to the back of the Ultra Bass Pro. We're going sub out. We only need one because we have the splitter right here. So let's just get this connected real quick. Now remember, if you are feeding speakers also with an amp, you come out of these outputs here, this one and this one. So we need input left, input right, and then we come out of that and go to the sub. So we're gonna have to feed both of these. So let me see if I have everything it takes, and we will get back. I'm gonna go ahead and use both subwoofer outputs on the back of this. There are 2. This RCA cable is kind of janky. So there's double RCA outputs back here for sub. And I'm using this monster thing that will slice your arm open because it has zip ties on it. Now this feeds the inputs, right and left. And then we'll come out of this output and feed the subwoofer down there. Need to grab the power cable, and I have a meeting. We did get the Ultra Bass Pro installed, and if you look at the front of it, you notice the Marantz just came on as well. There's the power button for it. We do have power. Now, on the front, we have a processor section here, and this is actually the frequency that it centers around to process, and I like to keep that low end down there. Your next setting is called Dynamic Punch, and there is some manuals online that explain what all these do, but so you can set your subharmonics to low or ultra low. If it's in, it's ultra low, which I like. So then you have your bass level here, which is self-explanatory. You have a bass limiter if you need that, which I don't use that. And then this section here is if you're feeding other speakers with the output of this. You can either have them get the bass, subharmonic bass, or you can turn that off, and you can also cross them over as well. And of course, it has a level for the satellite speakers. We are not using this section, and we don't use the bass limiter, so we only use this part. All right, guys, we are back in front of the Marantz, and we have our Ultra Bass Pro here. So all that is left to do now is to fine tune and test it and see if it actually works. I do hear a thump from the subwoofer down here when I turn it on, so I am thinking it does work, but what we want to do is test it. And of course, we can't put any copyrighted content on without getting completely destroyed by YouTube. So we're gonna go no copyright ambient. All right, it says no copyright, but a lot of times it is copyrighted, but we'll see. And let's get a little bit of sound going here. Okay, I don't see any lights on this. I went ahead and cranked up the level on the bass. We have our Govee Dreamview in the background there, lit up. All right, we got Blade Runner 2049 here, and I'm hoping that I don't get copyright on this. Can't show much of the audio because it'll definitely get me, but let's see if we got some bass response here. Finally got some movement of some LEDs, and we are watching Blade Runner now in 4K Dolby Digital Audio, and this looks amazing. And I'm just going to step back here to limit the copyright. Let's see what's going to happen here, but so far this thing's making some good subsonic bass. Let's see what happens here when we go a little bit further. Yeah, so all this stuff is copyright, so I can't show you all of it or let you hear all of it, but we can go to the movie. Yeah, and then we can go back here and go back to YouTube. I definitely hear the Behringer. Alright guys, we sampled some music on the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200, and I am happy with my purchase. Like I said, you cannot get these anymore, and if you get one
like the DBX or the PV, they're going to cost you $300 or $400. I paid $125 plus shipping for this one. And this is my third one. I have one on the whole home audio system there in the closet, and then I have one in the home theater room as well. And I love these things because they generate ultra low bass where there is none or there's little. If you guys want to pick one of these up, make sure you jump online and just search for the model EX1200 Behringer Ultra Bass Pro. And if you're lucky enough to grab one, there usually aren't any available, but as soon as one comes up, go ahead and grab it. And then let me know what you think about the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro, and if you like that as an addition to your home theater system or your stereo system at your house. Let's toss it over to Brad at Supercar Street Racing Studio and look at some alternatives to this that you can get brand new. What are you doing up there, dude? Why are you on the wall, dude? There's no power. Guys, welcome back to the studio, and today we just got done getting our house spray foamed. Super hyped about that, and it might come up in a new video, but for today, we're here to talk about the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 digital subharmonic synthesizer. Now, the most important thing about this EX1200 is you can't find it hardly anywhere anymore. If you go online and search right now, there is none available for sale. It hasn't been made for quite some time, so they are getting very thin in the herd, and it's very hard to find one. You can see when this one was sold 8 years ago, it was only $89, and if I would have known that, I would have bought like 10 of them, but they are hard to get, and if you go to eBay here, they are none available on eBay either. But if you do go to eBay, you can find one of your alternatives, and that is a DBX 120. So if we put in DBX 120, there probably is a bunch of different versions of this here. You can see right here, we have the old school one that is analog right here. And if we go down, we got the 120A here, and that has the brand new, neater looking, more modern looking logo on it. And there's a 120 XP, which might be the newest version. I'm not quite sure. That is $227, which is not a bad deal. And the reason they are so high is because you cannot find them anymore. I don't even think they sold for this much brand new. Now, there is a third option out there, and this is the PV Cosmos, which also has not been made in quite a few years, but it will accomplish the same thing as the DBX and the Behringer and the other brands out there. However, this is the PV version, so it has its own controls and its own unique sound, and it does say on it, rattle your planet, because it is designed to give you some low earth shaking bass. Here's another picture of the PV Cosmos in the back, and somebody has it right over a center channel speaker right there. But yeah, it is very rare, absolutely, and so are all these other ones. They're absolutely getting really hard to find now. So as soon as I find one with a decent price, I go ahead and scoop it up. Now, this is my second one in the Behringer that I put over in the SCSR bedroom, but I'm currently looking for one for the living room sound system. So if I find one, I'll scoop it up, and I may even try to get a DBX 120 XP like the one that we saw right here. Now, here's a DBX 120X-DS, which my friend did own at one point, and we had on a couple of 18-inch woofers in his house. Now, if we just go back to eBay here and we put subharmonic synthesizer, you'll probably say a lot of car audio products as well. And if you can remember, I did have a car subharmonic synthesizer in there, which I did move to the golf cart. Now, if you search too much, you'll get some manuals. Make sure you're not buying a manual for a subharmonic synthesizer. Those are cheap. You can't use this rack-mounted one, though, unless you actually have the rack to put it in to power it. And these are all using the Euro rack system. Now, here is an actual very rare ADC DSS 100, which I have never seen listed. So I might go ahead and bid on this guy unless I can find something else. Now, here's another version of the 120X that I have not seen, looking a little bit different than the other versions. And it's at $250, so still very expensive. And guys, that's going to do it for today on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you enjoyed this video. I encourage you to like and subscribe and click through our links in our descriptions when you buy Amazon products. It does help us out greatly. We really appreciate your support. Please like and subscribe. We got to get out of here. I've got to go put new nails in the walls because the bass shook them all out. Welcome back to the channel. We're here in front of the thrift store rebuilt Mac today to explore the XTU Wi-Fi trail camera supplied to us so graciously by the manufacturer to give to you guys to test. And today we're also experimenting with shooting with the phone instead of the GoPro, and you can see the XTU trail camera sitting right here so fresh in front of you and ready to be reviewed, and the thrift store Mac doing its work behind it. Let's start looking at this right now. The XTU trail camera was supplied to us by the manufacturer. They were so gracious to help us out and let you guys check this trail camera out. This is a Wi-Fi trail camera, and our Mac is rebooting, and you can see right here on the box, it has a 0.2 second trigger time, operates between -30 and -70C, and has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections. Now, the last trail cam we reviewed did not have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections, and so this is definitely an upgrade from that. Now you can see here the model number is the SV-32YW. It has a 5 megapixel lens. Again, the trigger speed, the sensor angle is 120 degrees. And it does 2.7K, 1080p, or 720p. Photos, it does, up to 48 megapixels. Bluetooth wireless up to 66 feet, and it is IP66 waterproof. And on the front here, it's showing you Bambi ready to get hunted down. And it's showing you some other details down here about the HD video quality and the night vision, and there's a picture of it on the box, looking so fresh. Included with the XTU Wi-Fi trail camera, we see they give you a strap to strap it to a tree or other device. Keep in mind, this is not USB Type-C. They have not moved to that connector yet on this device, so it is the old school where the top is wider than the bottom. They give you an Allen wrench right here, assuming that is for this mount, because it looks like there's an Allen mount right there. And then you have the trail cam sitting in its glory, and it does run on AA batteries. Or underneath it, it does have a power mount right there. It can run on power full time, but you'll need a battery bank or a power adapter for it. And it does use SD cards, as you can see right here in this card slot. They gave us a 64 gigabyte SD card. How nice of them. Okay, we got the old reliable Google Pixel out right now. We're going to start recording while we download the app. And the lovely instruction manual did come with a barcode. Let's go ahead and do that. And it is going to the Trailcam app. And that is installing right now on the Google Pixel 3. And it's good to go. Let's open it up. And we have to hit agree. And at this point, we have not powered up the device. And it wants to add a device. So let's get this thing connected to power. And go ahead and power it up. I went ahead and put batteries in it. And it said it is PR is preparing. Let's try to add it with the device. Camera found. Okay, it says camera waking up. It did wake up. Searching for device here on the other screen. APP connecting, app connecting. That's what it was talking about. Connect to device, connect. It wants to connect to a temporary Wi-Fi network here. It says Wi-Fi connection successful. Let's call it test cam. Save that. And it does show on the app the camera, and I guess we can actually get a picture off of that as well. All right, let's go to the next steps. This next step, we're going to mount the trail cam to the actual tripod. Heel sat there. All right, we're back in front of the trail cam now, and you can see the menu up. You put it in test down here to access the menu, and then you can go to menu, and then that's where you can set up the work time, photo or video, the resolution of the photo and the video, the photo burst mode, the video length mode, audio recording. Let's see if audio recording is on. It is. Okay, perfect. And then there's a delay in the detection setting, a sensitivity setting, a motion filter. If we go to that, it just says on or off. And then there is a test for the motion, a fill light distance, a camera name, a Wi-Fi, date and time, date format, time format, loop recording, and formatting your memory card. You can protect it with a password, etc. But yeah, so that is a look at the menu settings there. It's all explained in the manual when you get it. I did record some audio and video for you guys. Okay, I did figure out what the deal is with the external power supply. There is a connector right there on the bottom to plug into the external power supply. They do not give you the cable though, so you do not have the capability to charge this unless you get yourself a round pinned cable to go ahead and connect to the bottom of this. The app now on the settings, and you can see that it's on the motion detection mode right now, and its detect interval is set to 30 seconds. I'm going to set it to 5. I want to record a bunch of video. And it is on photo. I'm going to change that to video and change the resolution. Actually, it's already fine. I'm going to change the length to 10 minutes here. It's on 2.7K resolution, and it should be ready to deploy. So let's get this thing on the tripod and get out there. Oh, of note, when we close this thing, we can go ahead and check the camera by clicking camera at the bottom, home, camera. And there I am right now on there, and hopefully it is recording. And now I am also recording on this phone the video from the camera so that you guys can see the quality level of Supercar Street Racing right now. So that is how it looks for me right now. Now let's go ahead and keep doing this and go ahead and mount it on the tripod. Ready to go out into the Supercar Street Racing backyard. If we can get the alligators to come over. They are sitting on the bank. It's really hard to see them because it's so bright, but let's throw some rocks in here and get them over here. And there he is, swimming straight up, and the other alligator is sitting on the bank over there. All right, I'm gonna leave that recording for a while for you guys and try to find some fish food so we can get all of the wildlife there. We are back here in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio on a beautiful Saturday in sunny Florida. And today, right in my hand right here, I have the XTU Wi-Fi and Bluetooth trail camera. Now this Wi-Fi and Bluetooth trail camera does run on either AA batteries, and it does take 8, or you can connect it to the AC power underneath here. I recommend if you're gonna have this thing out in the field that you just take a power bank and go ahead and get the cable to connect it from this to the power bank. And you can see right here, it does have a color LCD screen as well. And down here are the menus, and when we flip this thing to test mode here, it will fire up and you can see the menu say welcome right now. And then you can go into the menu settings and change all the settings for the video, the audio, the sensitivity, and things like that. Now we did test this trail cam for a good 24 hours straight. We did not get a lot of clips. We did get a bunch of fish, you could see, and we got the alligators out there as well. and the video quality is pretty good. So what I'm going to do is after I get done editing this video, I'm going to go ahead and put all of the video from the SD card on one timeline. Go ahead and render that out, and I'm going to put a link to that in the description of this video. That way you guys can go see the video itself raw, unedited. And some of the things I really liked about this trail cam, and it actually is, and some of the things I did like about this trail cam is it was easy to set up. And some of the things I did like about this trail cam, it was easy to set up. The app was really easy to use, and you could also stream right from the camera. The app is pretty self-explanatory, and it was super easy just to open up, throw the batteries in, get this thing going, and start making video. Now there's going to be a link in the description of this video to go ahead and purchase this from XTU on Amazon. Please go ahead and click through my link if you'd like to buy the XTU trail cam. Now taking a look at it now on Amazon, you can see right here, it is $69.95. And let's take a look at some of the pictures here on Amazon. It does have 2 ratings, 4 5-star reviews. And you can see right here, it does have a 2.7 sensor, and it does better than 1080p and 1440p, obviously with a better sensor. And it has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. You can actually view this remotely if it is connected to Wi-Fi. It says it's got a 20-meter range when you do use the Wi-Fi connection. And it says right here, it has a 0.2 of a second trigger speed. And it has 3 PIR sensors, and it says the detection range reaches 120 degrees of field of view. The detection distance is 25 meters. It says it has great night vision. You could actually see the minnows swimming in the pond when we had the trigger last night in the middle of the night. And there was probably motion going on the whole entire night because of the fish. And right here you can see it's IP66 waterproof, and the temperature range is -30°C to -70°C, usable in any weather. And when you see the trail cam right here, you can see why. It does clamp together like this, and right there, now it is completely waterproof. They do give you a strap on the back as well to put through here to mount it to something like a tree. And you can see that right here in the picture. And it did come with a 64 gigabyte micro SD card already inserted into the slot. And it's showing you different ways you can actually use the camera here. You can use it for home security, for hunting, for a farm, or for wildlife monitoring. And taking a look at the screen here, you can see right here, it says no memory card, but if we go ahead and slip it to the test mode, you can see the picture right there is nice quality color picture. Now taking a look, it only has 2 reviews, but they are 5-star reviews. So let's see exactly what people said about this. It said it works great. Great camera to watch the wildlife in our backyard. Easy to set up, works great. And they did put a picture of it sitting on top of their tractor. Now back into Amazon and comparing, there are several different wildlife cameras you can buy on Amazon. If we search for trail cam, there's going to be a lot of options. But this one is tried and true. This one is $199, but it has 4G LTE. Here's one for $79, 60 megapixels, IP66, only 4-star reviews. Here's another one for $35, one for $39, one for $49. And then there's some other ones down here for you to choose from. This one even says it is 4K. I would be wary of the ones that say 4K that are this low in price though. I doubt that they're that great. Now we are back on the Supercar Street Racing page here. And this is where we take the opportunity to ask you guys to please support the channel. Please buy all your Amazon products through any of my product links. You don't have to buy the actual product in the video description. You can buy anything you want by clicking on any of my links. And it does help the channel out greatly. It gives us a few dollars to keep going and purchasing products like this, although this was provided by the manufacturer for us to show to you. Please like and subscribe to all our videos. The videos are starting to take off and it's great for the channel. I put in a lot of work on this stuff every day. And make sure you have the bell icon clicked so that when we do publish a video, you'll see it right away. And we usually do a video per day. Guys, we gotta go. We gotta go buy a bow and arrow and go hunting. So we'll see you guys later. Peace out. All right, we're out here watching Tennessee football on one channel. We got Florida football on the other channel. And we got the charcuterie board here. We got apples, we got bread, we got crackers, we got jam, we got grapes, we got ham, we got everything. 8 different kinds of cheeses, 10 different kinds of breads, 5 different kinds of apples, and so many grapes. A supercar street racing here. I found this cool director's view setting on my S22 Ultra 5G. And it shows both the front and the back camera at the same freaking time. Can you believe it? All right, so this is part 3 of the pool remodel project, which you guys can see the pool right there. The thing's about to get remodeled in about 3 weeks. And the project that we're working on now is the LED pool light. And so I am going to have to pull new wire because here's the thing. So our goal is to hook up the existing switch box for the light. We're not going to use the switch. We are going to use the box, and we are going to run this new pool light that we got the other day, and you guys saw that video. We're going to use that, and we're going to pull new wire from the electrical panel over by the pool accessories to that electrical box where the switch is. But here's the thing. The new pool light has 4 wires for feeding the actual light. It has 2 wires for AC. There's only a hot wire in the box outside. We need neutral as well. So we need 6 wires total. We need 2 for AC and we need 4 for DC. So that's where this comes in. We have ordered a 6 conductor wire here. And I just opened it, but I haven't pulled it out of the box yet. You guys are the first to see it. And this is a 50 feet of 6 conductor wire. Gotta get it out somehow. Let's just dump it over, whatever. Not that I want you guys to see me that close and personal, but here is the spool of wire. I think I ordered 50 feet. That's expensive. And so this will allow us to run both AC, so we'll have a hot and a neutral from the pool area, electrical area, over to where the switch is. And also we'll be able to mount the control box for the new light right above the old switch, and it will get AC from this guy here. So let's see if we can open this wire with one hand. Probably gonna be difficult, huh? So I got my trusty scissors. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pause down, open this wire, I'll be right back. All right, so I got this thing unboxed, and this guy had a note on it that said, if double stacking, please advise. Hey, I'm double stacking you, hey. Okay, it didn't respond, so I guess it doesn't really have an opinion about double stacking, but as you can see here, we have 18 gauge 6 conductor wire, which is plenty for this. This is going to be, might be 16 gauge, let me see. Yeah, it's 16 gauge actually, which is actually more than enough for 4 amps of current that's running from the switch for the pool light to the actual pool stuff. So I'll show you guys this now. So basically out here we have a switch for this guy. This is the pool light switch. Inside this box is only a hot wire. They did not pull a neutral from the pool pump area. They did pull a ground. So there's actually 3 wires. There is obviously a hot wire, and it returns over there. So there's 2 of those. One's blue, one's black. And there's also a ground. The issue being that the control box for the current light has a 12 volt DC output with 4 wires. Those 4 wires have to go to the pool pump over there. Pool light, sorry. So this is the box where the pool light feeds. So the wire from the pool light comes from way over there. It goes underground in a conduit. It comes up right here into this box, right there. From that box, we have a hot wire. There's 2 wires because you need 2 to control something with a switch. There's a blue and a black. Those run down this conduit in the ground to the switch box over there. And so we are pulling a new six conductor wire from this guy over to there, and we are pulling a new 6 conductor wire that came with the pull light from there to here. When we get inside this guy, we will tie off all 6 wires. Most likely we will solder and crimp them, and then they will go from here to there, along with AC, which is already in here, to there. So we will actually pull a new wire through this conduit all the way over to there. See that conduit that goes down to the ground? That only has 3 wires in it right now. It's got a hot feed, a hot return, and a ground. We are going to use those wires to pull a 6 conductor wire right through there. 4 wires for DC, 12 volts, 2 wires for AC, and we will leave the ground in there. That's what we're gonna do. Shouldn't be too hard, okay? And once we get over here to this guy, we will probably wire nut the 12 volt wires, but I'm not 100% sure yet how I'm gonna secure that connection. Wire nuts should be fine. I don't know. I might order some of those solder crimp things, but I kind of want to get this done and I don't have any, and wire nuts is what's in there now. I use wire nuts for AC all the time. Usually use like crimps or whatever for DC, but it doesn't really matter what you use. But yeah, inside this box here, that's where the pull light existing 110 volt wire comes from the pull light, and it ties in here to the switch over there, and it ties into the electrical system as well. So don't forget, when you have a switch, all you really need is hot wire. One in, one out, goes to the actual device. The neutral wire goes to the device, and that's all you need. So the next part of this video is going to be us actually trying to pull this 6 conductor wire from way over there to way over here. And now I'm kind of pleasantly surprised about how thin this wire is. I was a little worried about it getting through this conduit here, but I can see now that that's not going to be an issue, because there's only we really only need to keep the ground wire. We'll pull out the existing 2 neutral wires, and we will actually leave the ground wire in there so we ground everything properly, and that will be the next step. So we're going to turn the power off to this guy here, and then we are going to actually tie our 6 conductor cable to the 2 hot wires that are in here now, and go on the other end of this, disconnect the wiring, and get a pair of pliers. I have a big set of pliers. We're going to pull that wire right through. In the process, I'm going to have somebody here helping me on this end to feed the wire down through the conduit, and then we're going to go from there. Hey guys, good morning. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we are working on our pool project, and we got in the wire which I showed you on the previous video here. So this is 6 conductor wire. We're going to be pulling it through the conduit today, and 2 of the wires will be for AC current, and the other 4 will be for DC connection to the pool light. But first things first, we have to turn off the breaker for the pool equipment, which is behind this shelf here. So I am going to move this shelf a little bit, enough to open the door. That's the one bad thing about having the shelf here, but I put it here for a reason. So here is the breaker panel, and pool is down here in the corner. Hopefully that shuts off all the power. Let's go ahead and do that now. It says pool right there. Let's go outside and make sure that there's no power getting to the pool equipment anymore. Heading out to the pool area. It's supposed to rain today. I'd like to get this done before that. So here is the pool pump. Let's make sure that that can't come on. All right, there's no power there. So we should be good with no power down here to this power box. So there is the wiring for the actual pool light. So this connector right here is where the wire comes from the pool light itself, and then these two and the ground are to the pool light switch over there. So we are going to be tying on to those and pulling in this new wire all the way over to there, which I haven't decided yet which way to pull. But here is here's the wire. We want to try to keep the ground, but these should be dead now. There shouldn't be any power going to these now, but I'm going to get my wire tester real quick and check that out. All right, guys, we got our electrical tester here. Oh, there's still power going to that wire. That is interesting. Okay, I got to figure out why. Be right back. All right, guys, so I went ahead and pulled the ground wire out because there's not enough room in this pipe for 3 wires to go through and the bundle. I'm going to attempt to tie off to these guys and pull this wire through, but it is going to be close. If it won't pull through, if it gives me problems, I'm going to actually put some lube on the wire to get it to go through, hopefully. But if it gives me issues, then I am probably going to have to take the outer insulation off of the wire and feed the wires through individually, because even with this and electrical tape, I don't think the wire is going to fit through there. So I'm going to go ahead and try that now and see if I can tie off the wire. So I'm going to grab the bundle. I honestly thought that there was enough wire, enough room for all the wires to go through this, but it is borderline almost the exact same size as this wire. Now, it's not going to go through with these other two. It's way too, yeah, I mean, maybe, but this last little edge here, there's a little lip in there, and that's going to be difficult to get through with all 3 wires. I mean, I can try to push it through, see what happens. I really would like to keep these 2 wired, but when it hits the turn, I think I'm going to have problems. Well, maybe not. You know what? I'm going to try it like that. Be right back. We'll grab some lube. Alright guys, I got my PB Blaster oil here, and put some gloves on because it's going to get messy. That's the other bummer. But I really am going to try to push this through with these 2 wires still there, because I want to have 2 extra wires if I can, in case I want to do something else. So I'm going to spray some of this down into the spraying this down into the hole. Try to lube up these wires a little bit. And this is pretty stiff cable, so I'm going to attempt to push it through. And if it works, it's a miracle. Definitely going in better now with the PB Blaster.
There is a turn, a couple turns that it may not make it through. Yep, not gonna happen. It hit the turn. Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Now, of course, the wire is all slippery, and I got to put tape on it to pull it through with this other one. Need to grab a rag real quick. I'll be back. All right, guys, I got some Windex now to clean the wire off with, because now I have to tape it. Oil all over it. I thought for sure I could get around that turn, but it's not happening. So I'm going to clean this off. I think I might be able to leave one wire in there. I'm really going to try. This is going to be painful though. I can tell already. If I can't get this wire through, that means I have to mount the control box over there. To that at all. So I'm gonna tape this off and hope that I don't need to pull one of these other wires out to get this through. I mean, there's a distinct possibility that that might be the case, because once I start wrapping this wire, it just gets thicker and thicker, and there's barely enough room in this conduit. So usually you leave a good amount of overlap so that you can get tape around this guy. But my worry is that it's going to be too thick to go into the box. Oh yeah, and don't pull too hard on this side, because you'll pull the existing wire out. So it might also help to wrap it around a couple of times, the big cable, and just hope that you can get your wire through. And hope you don't pull off the other wire. I'm leaving the blue. I'm going to go ahead and pull the black through, I think. I really need a second person for this, honestly. Shot at this with all that tape on there. Okay, I'm going to go to the other side and pull just a tiny bit, see if I can get the slack out. So we're pulling the black wire through. Move. I don't know if that's going to go in there, guys. It's really tight. Yep, I'm going to have to pull the other wire back out. There's no way that's going. Moisture in that conduit for sure. All the wires are wet. All right, I'm gonna give this a shot now. If this doesn't work, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. that first little bit is tough. Okay, wow, I need a second person for this so bad. Man, I don't know if that part's gonna go through. All right, here I go. I'm gonna try to pull. I'm actually super worried about this. So guess what? My wire broke. Came right off. So if this won't go through, I'm gonna have to get a fish tape because I'd say about 15 feet it came apart. And that kind of blows my mind. But there's plenty of room in here now. If I wanted to, I could pull this wire back through with extra. Hopefully it got around the curves, but if it has to make a turn upwards, we might have a problem. Unbelievable. I think I see it over there, which is good. I think it's right at the top. I think I see the wire. Guys, you might be lucky. I saw it, but there's definitely water in the conduit. It's really tough. I should be close, guys. Go see if that went through. Okay, there's water coming out at the other end. So this cable's definitely right up against the walls. It's hurting my hands really bad, by the way. There was water almost to the top of the other side. So I'm getting close. Let's go see if that went. Alright, so there's actually water coming out of the other side now. I believe I'm getting there. Just hope I don't have to make another turn. I don't remember how much cable I pulled out with the black wire. It wasn't very much. I should have put the gloves on before. Going somewhere. Good thing it's a stiff cable. Ah.
Yes. Guys, I can't believe this. So stoked. This just saved my life. I didn't think I was getting this through. Now the only bummer is I don't have a ground, but that doesn't mean it's not grounded to the pool light, because the pool light's gonna ground right here. But there is our wire, and there's the tape that pulled right out. So I got some extra here. I'm gonna leave. Look at the water that came out. So that conduit is actually full of water, which tells me it is leaking somewhere underground. It would be my thought. But yeah, we pulled all this wire out. We got this guy right here. Now we need to finish the wiring on this side and mounting the control box. And what we're going to do is we're going to mount the control box right here. We're going to drill a hole, because I don't think I'll be able to get this top cap off. I can try. Let's see if I can get that off. Oh, I don't even have my screwdriver. Alright, got my screwdriver. So the plan is we're going to come in from the top into this box. Yeah, there's no way that's ever coming off. I'm going to have to drill into the top of this. We're going to go into and the box is also mounted crooked, which looks like crap. But we're going to go drill a hole in the top of this. We're going to mount our controller for our new light right up against this and run the wiring through there, silicone seal this up really nice, and that's where we're going to hook up our light. So we can go ahead and cut this guy here. Let's leave a little extra. You never know. All right, got my working pliers for this, guys. There's the 6 conductor, and now let's grab the drill a hole through the top here, and then we'll work on everything else. All right, guys, I got my step bit here. I'm going to go ahead and I just need a hole big enough for this to go through. Wow, so easy to get through. So what we're doing, actually no, I take that back. We need a hole big enough for both of the wires of the controller to go through. So it's gonna have to be fairly big. So I got the torque too low. So that might do it. I'm gonna go grab the controller. All right, we got our controller box here. Here's the 2 wires that come out of the controller. One of them is for AC. The other one is for the light itself. But notice on the back of this guy that they come out on opposite ends. We want to change that. We want them to come out on like the center. So hopefully this wire comes out. Can't get this. Okay. I guess it comes out. Oh, no, it doesn't. Well, that's a problem. Bummer. So I can't get the wires disconnected. They're permanent right here, so I don't think I can push this through. Wait, yes I can. Okay. Alright, so hopefully I didn't just break this wire, but I did crimp it. So first step is pulling the wires through their existing holes. Now we need to drill right there to let the wires come through the center. So let's grab our step bit. So basically we're gonna drill right through here. Right in there. Hopefully you guys can see that. Just a hole big enough for the wires to go through. Alright, so we got our hole drilled. Now can we get the wires fed through it? That may not be big enough. Let's test. So I'm trying to feed this power wire through and the installation's getting caught. Alright, so we got our power wire mostly fed. Let's see if I can get it all the way through. I think that's gonna work, guys. Until I start breaking the wires from bending them so much. So I've got the power wire through. Now I'm feeding through the DC voltage wire. Alright, success. So this is what I did. Drilled a hole in the center of that so that these wires could feed through. Now we need to put these into the box. So we're feeding these into the electrical box. And just so you guys understand exactly what's happening here, this is how it's going to mount. Now, actually, there's a lip in the way. That's a bummer. The mounting lip is in the way, so I think I'm going to get a small piece of PVC to put between there. So I'm going to go grab my PVC, take you guys with me, and we're going to cut a little piece of PVC off to make a little conduit for the wires to travel through. So we're out here in the garage now. I already pulled some PVC out, and all we need is a piece of PVC to go between the control box . This needs to be a small piece. Straight my hand. I don't really have a vice or anything to hold it on, but really my miter saw would be perfect for this, but I have to break that all out. You don't need much. Wow, solid. Go. Yes, I'm cutting my gas cans. Seconds with my miter's off. Crooked too. Yep. Super crooked. That's not gonna work. So let's bust out the miter saw. Be lazy, huh? Okay, we'll just do it right there. Try not to be lazy like I am. Saw. We're gonna have to redo the end of this because it's. I'll just use this end, it's better. It's a very short piece.
disaster. So let me reposition you guys so you can see. So I'm just going to trim the end off of this. We need like maybe not even 2 inches, maybe like 1.5 inches. It's all a lot. Alright, so I got my piece here, and we are going to use this clear caulk when we mount this. We're going to also need mounting screws. Let's find some mounting screws. Some wood screws. It's a nice one. Got my screw assortment here. Kind of wish they weren't all just like everywhere. I'm gonna find 4 screws. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we got our mounting screws. We got our silicone sealer. Let's head outside. You guys are with me. We are gonna mount this guy come heck or high water. Yeah, that wire was like $70 by the way, and I only used half of it. So here's what we're doing. So we are going to use this here and mount the controller right above it. Run the wires through the conduit. This is wood, so I can use wood screws on that guy, but I want to get a level. But I probably don't need a level because, well, actually this guy's crooked. So if I level the top guy, it's, if I put it up against this at the bottom, it's going to be crooked. So I'm going to level the top one because it looks stupid without it. But basically this is how it's going to work. So we're going to put this conduit here, just like this. These guys are going to run through the conduit, the PVC. It's going to go all the way up against the bottom of the unit, like this. And we're going to feed these wires through. We're going to mount our controller to the wall, like this. Just like that. And then we are going to silicone around this to seal up the gaps. That's what it's going to look like right there. Yep, you guys can see that. I'm going to raise the picture just a little bit though. So I can eyeball this. You can see how bad off this guy is. It's really crooked. This is going to be straight, that's going to be crooked. So, yeah, got my bit here for this guy. So I'm going to change out my drill bit here to my actual, whoops, I dropped the wrong thing. It's hard with one hand. Alright, I got my drill bit ready. I'm just eyeballing it to the edge of the wood there. So this should be perfect. Hopefully I can get this screwed in. Okay, so it already tried to lock on me. It has a little bit of play in the mounting tab. There's a hole, the hole is elongated, so you can probably Move it just slightly if you mess up. But man, these things do not want to go. They just want to walk all over the place. Oh, it's not good. These guys suck. Yeah, these screws are not trying to start. Ah, seriously? Oh my gosh, okay. I'm about to lose my temper here with this nut. Try the little sleeve thing. Dude. Can't even blow up on this thing. Well, I guess that's fine. It looks level. Yeah, this one didn't go in all the way. Okay, that's fine. Off a little bit on the tube, but that'll work. This screw didn't go in all the way. I'm going to end up having to put a different screw in there. It doesn't need bottom screws, it's not going anywhere. Now we're going to take our silicone. Yeah, that screw didn't go in. Not sure why. But this side is giving me a problem. So I'm going to try the bottom screw down here. There might be like metal in there or something that it's not liking. Ugh. Okay, it's still straight. Okay, that one went in good. Let's see if I can get this guy to go in. Just so it looks better. Alright, it went in that time. So I'm going to go ahead and put the fourth screw in here. Just so it looks normal. Boy, it hates this. Yeah, I don't like that one. Like, at all. Yeah, it's not liking that one for whatever reason. But we got 3 out of 4 in there. I can probably drill that out and get that one in there. Now let's take our clear silicone. Here's a tip, by the way, when you have these reusable ones, if you put tape over the lip, it won't, it will not harden up on you. It comes out white, but it dries clear. So I'm just going to put a good bead around this pipe. Also, I didn't do this, but I can do it right now in the pool. If you wet your towel, it makes more working with this stuff way easier. Okay, it moved a little bit. So paper towels work better, but I got this rag. Then you just run your finger around that. Probably come back later with another little layer of this stuff. The little pipe is wanting to move. So once that's cured, I can come back and put another layer so the pipe doesn't move on me. Oh, that's perfect. I just can't get it right up in the back. So what I'll also do is when I'm done wiring, I'll put some silicone like on the inside of this pipe as well. So in case water runs down this guy, which it's going to, because it's exposed, then water can't get in at all. Yeah, there's nothing on the back here that worries me a little bit. I'm gonna try to put some back there. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Can't get back there. Got some back there. I don't think I got it all though. So I'll do that later once this first step dries. So don't forget to tape your silicone sealer back up when you're done. Just get some tape and wrap it around the opening here so it doesn't dry up. Wrap the top of it. You'll be able to reuse this stuff for a while. Just like that. And then we have our wires hanging. So the next thing we need to do is strip this back. But we don't need that much. We're probably going to have to take a lot of this wire. We'll just push it through to the other side. Can't use all that wire. We have to have enough just to get into the box. So we need our razor knife here. We're going to try to slice open the external sheath without breaking. Woo, almost got myself. Would have been good. When you're doing this, I mean, it's hard to not get the wiring inside. So, yeah. So we
need enough to wiring nut it. And so take off your, make sure you guys can still see this, yeah. Take off your so that should be enough there. Should have 6 conductors in here. Now we're gonna have to design our own wiring code if the wires colors don't match from the control unit here. But I haven't looked yet to see really what we have. So we need to know this also on the other end so we don't wire it incorrectly to the actual pool light. So it looks like we need, all right, so they have, yeah, this isn't gonna, the colors aren't gonna match. So we're gonna design a new color code for this. We don't have a lot to work with here. I don't want to take too much of this out, but at the same time, we need to put a switch in this box. So we can't have too much extra or the switch won't go in. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. All right, so red, black, red, black. These actually are for AC power. We can't use them for the DC red and black. Totally different. So the red and the black for our wire we ran are actually going to go to AC power here. So we're going to use that. And we're going to try to ground this inside this box if we can. May not be possible. Alright, so we got yellow, orange, blue, and brown to match up with basically red, black, green, and blue. So the only one that really matches is blue. So I'm going to design a map for this and I will be back. Alright guys, I got my wire strippers here. Beware, these suck for solid wire. They're only good for stranded wire. I got my wiring nuts. These would be perfect for this. So if it turns out we don't have enough room in here to put in a switch, then we will just not have a switch. But my plan was to put a smart switch here and leave this on, and I could turn the smart switch on with Alexa. Because this guy is not controllable with Alexa. So first of all, I need to probably cut some of this wire off. Honestly, I hate to do it. Oh, I don't like doing this. It gets me nervous, but there's plenty of wire, so whatever. So keep in mind, after this, I've got to strip some section back. And so this is, I'm really literally cutting the wire off the thing right now. The wire that came with the actual box. I left a little pigtail here. I'm going to try to strip this back now without cutting through the individual wires and without cutting my hand off. So that can be tricky, but I'll try the old circle it with the razor method and see if I can get this sheath off of here. So there's what's inside that bundle. That's the 4-wire bundle that feeds the actual pool light. So we still got to get this inside there. And these wires are very small, by the way. I think they're just signal wires, and I think red and black is power. So I got my strippers here. Let's see how they work. Oh, they work great. Okay. My automatic stripper. Okay, didn't work so good on that one. Or that one. Okay, there we go. These things are a lifesaver when you work with speakers. Yep, so strip those 4 back. Go ahead and twist those up. And normally I would solder or crimp or whatever, but in this case, I'm just going to use wiring nuts. I built my map, by the way. Here's my map that I'm going to use for the wiring codes. Go ahead and strip this guy back here. And the rest I'll pull through the other side. Yep, it does not like this wire. It worked, but not very well. Yeah, so it's breaking the wire down there. Strippers just don't like this, whatever this is. And it broke the wire, it broke the insulation like down a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and strip it manually, I guess. This wire has some kind of like plastic coating on it. Yeah, see, it broke the insulation down here. Probably take that up after. But yeah, it doesn't like. It's ripping the wire further down the chain, which I hate that. It's this coating on the wire, it's like slipping. Maybe I can hold the wire. Yeah, that works. So I held the wire, didn't let it slip. That worked. All good installers use their teeth, by the way. It's slipping. Okay, so I got all those stripped. First things first, red, black are for AC 110. They're a little bit thicker. Those are mapped to, this is the power wire for the controller. So this is actual AC. I had to cut this to make room in the box. Don't need a lot, but I don't want to leave myself with not too much. Scary, 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 scary. Now I gotta strip this back. So, got my, really, you can strip it as much as you want now because the rest is inside the box. So here's our AC power for the controller. And I think my wire strippers will knock this out because it's braided. Yep. Ah, that one had a little bit of problems. Yep. Need a little bit more on the white. And the white kind of short. Okay, that works. Got that stripped. Hopefully you guys can see this with no problem. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. Okay, wiring. Remember, we got to fit all this stuff back in the box too. So I got my wire nuts here. First things first, we know red and black from our wire that goes over to the electrical box goes to red and black. Let's go ahead and get that wired up. Actually, I almost did that wrong. This is for AC power, so I had the wrong one. Push this down as much as I can in the box. Okay. All I need is enough room to work with. Right, so don't forget, red black is AC power. We'll call red the hot wire. So red maps to our new wire. So red goes to the neutral wire. And that's the one where there was some insulation that got stripped off. Take one wrap of tape around this bad boy. Okay, we're not going to do
the hot because we don't have a switch yet. I gotta order it. I'm gonna do a smart switch. So these two guys will go through the switch. That will turn this on. We'll leave this power on. These two guys will switch it. We will be right back. We're back, guys, with the wiring of the switch. We got our map. Let's try to blow away in the wind. It's way over here now. We need this for when we wire the opposite side to the pool light. So if we look at our map here, we're gonna map red from the controller. Oh, did I just do that wrong? Yeah, I think I did that wrong. Yeah. Yep, I did that wrong. I gotta redo that. Nope, I was in panic mode. I don't have to redo that. Now so this is the controller to the pool light. So we map this red to the yellow in our brand new wire. So let's get that done real quick. Need a wire nut. Yeah, I started freaking out because I thought I did it wrong. FYI, guys, the wire from the controller's smaller than the wire that I pulled, but it doesn't matter. I could have probably gotten a smaller, you know, like extension wire for this and save some money. This is going to be a lot in this box. Oh man. Alright, so we got red done. Let's do black to orange. Black from the controller to the pool light goes to orange. Got that. Got our wiring nuts. Works great, man. Those are perfect. Green is going to go to brown. Green to brown. Grab our wiring nut. These are all saved wiring nuts from like when I buy ceiling fans and stuff. I have like about 20 of these guys. That should be good and tight, by the way, when you do the wiring nut. Alright, now blue goes to blue. That one was easy. Blue's got a little bit of extra, a little bit of a long pigtail there. We might have to trim it. Let's see. This wire nut goes on good. Nope, that's fine. Got my wiring nuts, and then the last wire is last wire is nothing. We're done. We just need to tape these up. Make sure you save your map of the wires because you're going to need that on the other end if you do an extension like I did. Let's get some. This is ground, so this is going to go to the ground on the box. Get some of this stuff out of the way. So I'm just putting a little piece of tape over each one of the wiring nuts. You don't need much, like less than an inch. It's just kind of a little assurance that I like to do when I wire electrical switches up. Do this, I wrap tape around the outlets too and switches when I install switches. I go around the perimeter of the switch. It just assures, like, if something slips out, it won't short out. And, you know, this is an expensive pool light, so you definitely don't want that guy shorted. Now that we're all wired, all we have left is a ground
we have a ground and we have a hot wire for our switch. So this will go to the switch. I gotta order it. This ground, we need to ground right there, even though there's no ground coming up through the wiring anymore because I had to pull it out. I don't think I can get a ground through this. Let's see if I can get a ground stuffed back through there. Maybe. Let's see what happens when I hit the turn. If I can get this ground wire stuff back through there, I will definitely ground this box. But I think I'm going to hit the turn. And, oh, maybe. Well. Nope, I think I hit the... Nope, it won't go past that part. I'm not gonna worry about it, honestly. Full light's gonna be grounded over there. Yeah, I can't get the ground through. So, I will ground this controller off to the box here. I gotta go get my bit set for that. Alright guys, so I got a terminal. Forgot to get the crimp tool though. I'll be back. This time, for real. I got my little terminal here for the ground. It's pretty small. These terminals suck, by the way. Generally don't tend to stay on. But I got the wire in the terminal. We'll try to crimp it. If it doesn't stay on, you can just go on with bare wire. Alright, so I crimped on the ground. Seems pretty legit. Screw. That was on it before. Go ahead and screw that back in. Couldn't find my... It uses like a cabinet type screw bit, but I was able to get a flathead to just do the same thing. Alright, I got my ground attached, guys. So this is the old switch. I mean, I hate to use this because it's a dimmer. I think I'm just going to order like a regular switch. But for now, we can actually just put these wires together. The neutral, I mean not neutral, the hot. Just until we get the switch so that we can test out the power to this guy. So we got neutral to black. We got, sorry, this is hot. Black is hot. We got the hot wires together. Black. We got the neutral to red. So over on the other side, we need to hook up the red wire to the neutral. And we need to hook up the black wire to the hot. We're going to do that right now. So we have literally this much over here to deal with. We have to cut it like pretty short, which scares me to death. But I'm gonna pull as much wiring as I can so I can put you guys to watch this. Alright guys, we are over by the electrical box for the pool. Well, believe it or not, that didn't break the camera. Wow. The thing fell straight down into the rocks and it didn't break. Good video, right? So we got this wire and stuff in the way down here. Sorry guys. I'll edit this out. All right. All right, guys, we are over here by the electrical box. I'm sorry if this thing's in the way. Now we need to cut this wire. It's actually pretty greasy. I'm gonna go grab the Windex. All right, guys, I got the Windex. This conduit is full of water, by the way. So yeah, it's still greasy from the oil that I put on it to get it to come through the thing. So we got this clean. Now we're going to cut it. I don't know. I'm going to leave some extra, I think. We got to get this inside the housing too. So I don't know. We got to do a lot of wiring nuts and stuff. Yes. We only have this much room. Try this. Strip back our wire. Now we can only hook the power up for the controller. We don't have the pool light yet run because the pool needs to be refinished first. So this last step is just making sure that we have power to our controller. We will reseal this up until we can get in the pool and then pull our pool light wires. So we're stripping this back. All these are going inside the electrical box. This wire's really stiff, man. Probably need more than that. Glad I got a new knife. Hopefully you guys can see it when I cut my hand off. All this has to go inside of the housing. So for now, we only need to strip back red and black. Remember, black is our AC hot wire, red is our AC neutral wire. So let me grab our strippers over here real quick. Make sure we do this correctly. This is the wire that doesn't strip very well. That worked pretty good. It took some of the wire with it. That's okay though. So here is our neutral and our hot wire. We need to put red to neutral. I always tap it because I'm scared to death. So we're going to put our neutral wire there and make sure that that is nice and snug. Should not be able to pull that wire out when you're done. Now we put our hot wire here. Make sure that's good and snug. I'm going to go grab the wire nuts so I can cap off the other ones for now. I'm just putting temporary caps on these for the pool light. Now remember, we can't do these because the pool light is not yet wired and the wire is not yet pulled. So Actually, yeah, I gotta look at something real quick. We'll be right back. Guys, I made a mistake in the wiring. We're no longer having to supply a switch to the pool light, so I had that wired incorrectly. So this hot wire here doesn't get wired up at all. That's going away. And this neutral wire for the pool light actually can come out. We don't want that there. This is the feed to the old pool light. It doesn't work that way anymore. Now the controller is what supplies the power to the pool light using DC instead of AC. So we no longer need any of these pool light connections. And actually, this ground wire for the pool light can come out too. We don't need to do that right now. This is the wire that feeds the pool light. So this thing's ready for power. As soon as I cap off these other ones, we can test the power. Those guys are good and capped. So these are the 4 that are going to feed the pool light wire once it gets pulled, but the pool needs to be resurfaced first. And then we'll pull the new pool light wire using this guy. So let's turn the power on and see what happens. All right, guys, so I turned the breaker back on. We are going to go over here and check out if we explode the planet when I hit this button. All right, so it looks like we have power. Manual control, white, red, yep. So this thing's working fine. We are good to go. I just need to order a switch for this guy. I'm gonna get an RGB switch like I have all the other ones, and hopefully it will fit inside this box with all these extra wire nuts here. But yeah, we are good to go. So that's gonna conclude the second part of this pool light installation. However, it's the third part of the pool project videos. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys need help with this, let me know, and I will hook you guys up. Have a good day, guys. All right, we're out here with Dukes Duval
and
Carter, and we're on the beach in Mayport, and we're about to do the craziest burnout.
A sand out.
A sand out. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Dang. That's it. That's it. That's everything. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing dining room here, and we have an upgrade for the Supercar Street Racing compound. Double wise cam pan for the Supercar Street Racing compound. I'm hype trained. Back in the SCSR dining room with the Wisecam pan. Now you guys saw when we installed one of these over at Dukes of Duval's house. Well, I'm having new gutters put in the house next week, and I had to take down my Wisecam V3s that were outside, and I decided why not go ahead and grab a couple of these Wisecam pans for the front yard. That way I can go back and forth down the street with either one of them, and they are about $40-something, so I picked up 2 of them. And so right here and right now we are going to try to unbox this Wisecam pan on Supercar Street Racing. And we have the magic scissors on Supercar Street Racing to unbox our Wisecam pan and see what is actually inside the box. Even if we did this on Joe Dukes of Duval's video, we are going to do it again right here and right now. And I am experienced now at putting one of these in, so I can comfortably say I can handle this. And inside of the cardboard condom, there is a second cardboard condom to protect your brand new Wisecam pan. And then you have this mounting template to put your screws in the wall. That way you can get your holes drilled properly. You've got a quick start guide right here that tells you exactly how to do it.
And it shows you a little diagram of what the camera looks like, the different parts of the camera. I already have SD cards in the current cameras to reuse. Tells you about the light setup, the bracket installation, and then how to install the bracket right here. And it says when installing, make sure there's at least 30 millimeters of clearance and 150 millimeters above your mounting location. And that is all for the WiseCam pan that is in the Quick Start Guide. And you will notice when I did Dukes of Duval's camera, we did have to kind of adjust it a little bit because the pan was like hitting the stop and we wanted it to be a different pan. So we will probably end up doing that too. And inside of the box, here's the beautiful, lovely WiseCam pan, which will go directly on the wall. So this will sit on the wall like this. And the WiseCam pan will sit beautifully right above that. And before we do that, we do have to right here and right now put the SD card in right there, and then this is actually the setup button. And if we break into the other cardboard condom that is inside of the one cardboard condom inside of another cardboard condom inside of another one, we see right here, right now, we have this lovely right angle plug, and we might have to use this, we might not. Let's see, where does that plug actually go in? It goes, yeah, we will have to use this. That means we'll have to disconnect the current cable. I was hoping we wouldn't. And that might be a problem in the one that goes into the attic. I think that's going to be an issue. The one on one side goes up into the attic and it is all the way in the attic. So we would have to, yep. It won't work otherwise because the other one would hit the mounting bracket. So we will have to get up in the attic and probably pull the wire back through and put the new wire in, but it mounts just like that onto the wall, and then this guy goes in it just like that. There is a bolt somewhere right here. That bolt there, that big bolt, goes in the bottom right here and tightens up, and then you can make it tight wherever you need your camera to pan. And it says don't forget the bracket here. Reminds you not to be an idiot, that there is a bracket in here, and that is all. And that is a bummer for me because I will have to rip the wire out that's going into the attic. It's silicone. I'll have to redo that. No big deal. I'll figure it out. And this one goes in just like this at the bottom. You see how it's a right angle? It goes in like that so that it can sit flat. Without that, you cannot install the WiseCam pan. And next we will take you outside and show you what we're going to do, and then proceed to install the beautiful WiseCam pan, guys. So hyped for panning. Here on the ladder with the GoPro,
And this is the old camera that we will be replacing, but unfortunately we will have to pull this cable back through because the new cable is a 90-degree end. So this is going to have to go back up through the attic, but right now we're going to go ahead and mount this mount up here somewhere, probably right there. Let's grab the camera to make sure that it actually can fit on top of that and have room to rotate. So the camera will have to go that far up, like so. So maybe the second brick right there, right on the edge. Okay, now that we have our mount ready to go, all we have to do is plug this camera in, and on the bottom of the camera, as opposed to the old one, this one has a 90-degree USB plug that just fits right in like that, that allows it to be flush. Now that does cause a problem because our current wire is already run up to the attic, so we're going to have to pull this through, but there it is ready to go, and then you simply mount. You have to run it through the back of the mount, just like that, before you insert it into the bottom of the GoPro. Just like, well, like that. We don't want to go crazy here. We just want to tape the new wire to the old one and pull it right up into the attic, and it shouldn't be that difficult because I made a big enough hole. So let's get this taped off. Back up here on the ladder right now, and we got to go into the Wise app to set this up, and we're going to delete the old driveway camera. So let me get the app opened up here, and we're going to go into the old driveway camera, and we're going to delete device. I got to remember how to do that. Delete device at the very bottom. Hit that. We'll delete that. Then we'll add device. Camera. Wisecam Pan V3 right here on the app. It says plug it in. It's done. We need to get a 2.4 gigahertz network only. And I don't see, let me go ahead and connect my phone to the network that's outside. All right, I was able to get my network found, and now it wants me to push the setup button. Said ready to connect, so let's hit next. We're supposed to scan the QR code on the camera. Stat peel. Sat. I forgot to put the SD card in it. We need to do that now, so I need to grab that out of the old camera real quick. Alright, so the device is now powering up, and it has a red light on the front, and that means it is initializing and getting ready to connect to Wi-Fi.
We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
Okay, we are in the app now, and we have gotten our waypoint set. And if we see right here, right now, on the driveway cam on the app, when you set it to pan and scan, it will go to your 4 waypoints. Right now, I've just got it set directly on the driveway, and you can see me right here in the picture right now in real time on the Wisecam Pan V3. And so we will move on and install the second one now. Alright, we need to transfer the SD card and load the drill bit up. I looked up and I'm working in a freaking bee's nest up here, so I've got to get rid of that right now with the spray. Crazy. I had no idea. I saw one bee and I didn't realize it. see if I can get rid of this wasp nest, whatever that is. Woo, that sucked. See a bunch of dead ones. There's a bunch of them. I think they're yellow jackets. All right, long story short, the camera didn't connect. It's annoying. I'm gonna go ahead and reset it by pulling the power and putting it back in here, and then try to connect it again. This is annoying, but it happens. Let me get that done now. Need 2 hands. The threat has been eliminated, or so I think. We'll see if they come back and sting me. Let's try this again. Alright guys, we have the Wisecam Pan V3 all connected and hooked up. And as you can see right here, right now in the app, we can pan and tilt this guy, hopefully. Yep, see, there I am right there. I don't know why it went all the way. But yeah, there we go. And that is perfect right there. You can see right here on the app, and then I don't know why, I think it's looking at me. And let's make sure that the SD card is installed. Manage SD card. Yep, it is there. It is watching me. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's go into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to finish this one up. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing in the 4K production studio. We are sitting right here, right now, in front of you guys, waiting for a hurricane to come, and that should be here Wednesday. But until then, we wanted to show you guys about the Wisecam Pan V3 indoor-outdoor IPS-rated pan tilt zoom Wi-Fi camera. You can see by our project, they're not too difficult to install. They're pretty easy to set up once you get them connected to Wi-Fi, and they've got a nice 1080p picture. And right here, right now, you can see they have a 4.6 rating out of 228 ratings, which is not bad. They are currently selling for $39.98, and we will give you guys a link in the description to go ahead and purchase that through our affiliate link, and it helps out our channel greatly. We get a small amount of money from that when you guys do buy this, and as you can see, we have a ton of Wisecams at the house. I think we have about 12 of them now. So please buy it through our affiliate links. It gives us a little bit of income for the channel, and you know the channel does lose money, and you don't have to buy this particular product. You can buy any product through any of our links, and it helps us by giving us a small commission. But yeah, check out the Wisecam Pan V3 and tell me what you think down in the comments section, and we will see you guys again next time on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, so just left, and they did the Guys, so check it out. Dude, look at this. So 24 hours. Yeah, 6 o'clock yesterday to today, but I put the second hose in like midday today. So it's like probably 10 minutes away. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video of the acid wash of the pool. Just giving you guys a little outro here because I forgot to record it earlier. But here is the pool all filled up now. And that took about 24 hours to fill. But about, I would say, halfway through the day, I put a second hose in and a lot quicker. So yeah, so there is the finished product. And I also cleaned the pool deck and put away the hoses and replaced some of the pavers that got stained. And that's going to do it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. See you again soon. All right, the IKEA fairy did come. The fairy did come. All right, the IKEA fairy did come last night, and I did get rid of the All right, the IKEA fairy did come last night, and I did get rid of the old couches. So our mission today is pretty simple. We are going to unbox all this IKEA stuff and set up my new furniture.
did get everything unpackaged, and the hardware and instructions were in the last box tucked underneath the springs. So I'm going to get the instructions out right now and figure out what is going on here. This is a modular set, so it has to be put together a certain way. Let's get to work. I did get everything. Okay, I had to take the ends. Off of both of these. Okay, I had to take ends off of both of these and swap them around. They are interchangeable, so I had to take this end off because it was configured for completely opposite. Move it over here and then take this end off and move it. Putting this back together. Okay, I had to take the ends off of both of these
Okay, this part of the project is done, and the couch. The project is done, and the couch is put together. It wasn't too bad. I made one mistake that cost me maybe 30 minutes of extra time, but I got that fixed now. And you can see right here, let me step back here and put it on wide. There's a better shot at it, the modular couch. Remember, I had to move one side to the other to get it to the small part over here on this side. So not too bad. I'll put a link in the description to the couch, and watch the video back if you need any help putting it together. We'll see you guys. All right, we are back in the kitchen as the Roomba goes crazy in there.
Wasn't sure if we're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls coming up on this Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. They will poll the mission support room manager or MSR. After launch, the BMC.
A beautiful shot of our beaches here from the courtesy of our chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out to enjoy the launch and an amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on land, which you see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin. And so we're good to go there. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first 2 inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight. And then it will come into view for much of the rest of the state after more than about 2 minutes, including Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking good here at the ASOC. Richard Jones polled his team, the NASA operations manager.
15 minutes.
And all of them are go.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
We'll send it back to the host desk.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger.
Houston, contact air to ground 1. Houston.
Flight Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
You saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are sharing this historic moment together. Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Sonny as they make history testing what is poised to be the second commercial crew vehicle that is certified to ferry people to and from the International Space Station. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds to go, let's send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm. Control, so the crew access arm for launch. Roger.
Right on cue. Crew access arm about to start moving away from the spacecraft. And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move much faster if needed.
That's right, Lauren. It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds.
It's amazing that it can do that. We hope to not have to ever see that happen. After liftoff today, Brandy and Jim will continue commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We will have the shot of Butch and Sunny inside Starliner until the moment of launch, and then we will get it again when we get to the ISS.
Minus 10 minutes. Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power. Verified. Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and win. All right, the spacecraft is running completely on its own now. And they are configuring ordnance for launch. That means or could happen during ascent.
So Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
And we're actually hearing on a side channel that they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
Minus 8 minutes.
Ah, there we go.
Under 8
all right.
minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider home.
Now we can talk about the launch.
About 6 months on the International Space Station, and they are thrilled to be going back for a third time.
So we are 9 minutes away from launch of Starliner, which has been delayed multiple times. So we are 7 minutes away from launch here, and there's still a possibility of a hold. You don't know yet because it could still hold or scrub, but you can see Starliner at 7 minutes from launch. Let's see if they can get this thing off the ground finally. This is years and years of delays on Starliner, so this is huge if they can get this thing off the ground. So this is the final check for all of the systems. They all have to be in agreement that they're going to launch or they don't launch at all. This is huge for Boeing. They have had failure after failure on this, getting this thing into the sky. So let's see if they can fly today. I think there's a all right, so everything's go there. I think there's a built-in, well, there's a possible hold again as it counts down into the lower numbers. All right, so we're 5 minutes and 45 seconds, and it still could hold. There's no guarantee. All right, a little over 5 minutes away from launch now of the first launch of crewed astronauts on Boeing Starliner, delayed years and years and years with many, many, many problems. And so obviously people are nervous about this launch. And it still could scrub. They have a built-in ability to hold, I think, at either 2 minutes or 1 minute. We're going to see. So the astronauts are giving their little pep talk here before they get in the sky and launch, and I think it's pretty cool. A little over 4 minutes left in the countdown now for Starliner. First launch with crewed astronauts. 4 minutes to go here, and Starliner on the pad with astronauts in it for the first time on the real test flight. Every time they've launched so far, they've had issues and they've had failures, and they've scrubbed many, many, many times. So let's watch. 3 minutes. And if you notice underneath the capsule, there's like a ring almost. If you look at the very top where the capsule is, that is for aerodynamics. They figured out that helps with I think they said the shock waves over the bottom of the actual rocket when they are, I think, past the speed of sound. 3 minutes until liftoff here. Cape Kennedy there in the background. First launch with astronauts. This is a flight test, guys, so this is important. If anything happens in this actual flight, then there would be a lot of delays with humans on board. It's big. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. A little over 2 minutes here, and obviously everybody at NASA is nervous about this flight, and so is Boeing with the issues that they've had for being delayed 5 or 6 years, which is uncalled for. And meanwhile, the whole time SpaceX was delivering astronauts to the space station, and Boeing even got like almost 3 times the money that SpaceX did to do the same exact job, and there was a lot of controversy about that as well. 1 minute, 57 seconds. And you see the old school Boeing spacecraft compared to SpaceX. They refuse to modernize, so still looks like the lunar lander from the 70s, you know? They refuse to make things modern. Well over a minute. They could still hold, I think, at 1 minute. $120 here. One minute here. They're going to either hold or launch. Let's see.
That call meeting if the emergency detection system on Atlas detects something.
All right, so they got past the 1 minute mark. They could still hold for any reason. If when they try to ignite, if there's a problem, they will stop the launch. About 40 seconds here. They can abort from the top. They can abort. 28 seconds here. Let's see if we can get Starliner in the sky finally after years of delays. 20 seconds. Looks like they are go. 10 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Back here, it's already launching. We're a little bit behind.
And liftoff of Starliner Atlas V. Here are your 2 American heroes drawing a line to the stars of Columbus.
A little bit behind on this broadcast. Back here, they're about 5 seconds ahead of us. All right, go Starliner. About time. There's a good view of the tracking shot of the spacecraft. Next thing that's going to happen is the solid rocket boosters. Well, the next major event is max Q, when the aerodynamic pressure on the outside of the vehicle is at its greatest. There just looks like it's at max Q now. And then, of course, the solid rocket boosters will separate.
Starliner analysis. Looking good. Speed and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
I don't see the bottom. I don't see the actual graph moving here. I'm not understanding. I guess they're not showing the timeline at the bottom. They're just showing the next event. So that's what happens when you don't use Starlink. That's what it looks like.
That call, good handle from Capcom Joshua Kudrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into.
There goes the solid rocket booster.
On the solid rocket booster's jettison at the 2 minute and 40 second mark.
Such a low quality shot. You get used to seeing SpaceX with the high definition shots, and you see this and you're like, wow. So can't see what the next thing is. Okay, they are actually moving down the timeline.
Solid rocket boosters have now been jettisoned after seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight. Team on the ground here confirming that it was.
Oh no, they're not. They're just stepping through the steps. They're not actually moving down the timeline. All right, just waiting on MECO here, main engine cutoff, when the main engine is going to stop. Nice view of the Earth there, although pretty low resolution compared to what we're used to from SpaceX. I don't think Boeing has the ability to use Starline, or to use I forgot what I was talking about. Starlink. So that's probably why they don't have good video. So far, so good for Starliner, as far as I can tell. No issues here. Shot from above the engine bells there, pretty cool. Just very, very, very low quality. There goes the cover.
And now the second stage is two booster engines have ignited to pushing the Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid.
So she just said the Centaur engines have ignited to keep moving Starliner forward. Alright, so we're off of live video now and on an animation. And that's where we're going to call this broadcast a done deal. Appreciate you guys tuning in as usual. Finish this editing project here, so I'm going to sign off now. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today on the channel, for that guy right there, there is something sitting on the table. And we're going to open that up right now and take a look. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and as you know, we have this beautiful 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid sitting under the cover in the garage here, and today, right here, right now, we have something for it, which is actually going to improve the look 1,000,000,000%. And let's get this open with one hand, and inside we have the wheel cap cover kit. And some sort of red thing. And this is from a company called Zengu. Now, I really didn't have a clue if these were actually going to match or fit. I took a chance and ordered it since it was Amazon, and I'm guessing that that is a tool to actually remove them if you have to, would be my guess. The center caps are pretty easy. Hopefully they go on and stay on. But let's get this unpackaged and take a look at putting it on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. put on. Hard to put on. Off, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So good.